Good morning, members of the board and members of the public here today. Welcome to the March 8th, 2022 meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We do have quite a lengthy agenda this morning, so we are going to get started. We are currently 2 members short. However, we do anticipate both of those members joining us shortly. I believe there is some traffic congestion throughout the city, and we are anticipating that they will join us shortly. We are planning on going in order of the agenda that is posted online. So at this point, there are no changes to the order. So please follow along and be ready when your item comes up to speak. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Nick Kalergis from the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format, with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Before I swear in the public and city staff, I'd like to read our notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. This time I'd like to ask anyone who will be testifying today to raise your right hands. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Mr. Lopez has joined us. Mr. Lopez, you are the current vice chairman. Since we do not have a chair, we've reached out to board member Pascal to confirm that he is on his way. It would be good, I think, to wait for all 7 members before we do the elections. So at this point, I would turn the meeting over to you as the acting chair, and we can start with the February 8th minutes.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. We have the minutes from the February meeting. Should we have a motion to approve?
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that passed. Thank you.
Should we then go on to the continued items?
I think we could. I believe we do have one request for continuance this morning. Mr. Amster.
Good morning. Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. This is item number 7, HPB 21-0486. 411 and 419 Michigan Avenue and 944 5th Street. We respectfully request a continuance on behalf of the owner and the applicant till April 12th. We have had a number of meetings with our neighbors, and in fact, We even had one yesterday, and I know some of them are here, and we continue to address their concerns. And so we do need a little bit more time to do that, and so we do think we'll be ready to be heard on April 12th. We're here to answer any questions about the continuance.
Okay, thank you. Public comment?
Yes, we have a member on Zoom, but if we'll take the in-person comment first.
And then you. Hi, yes, my name is Daniel Serraldo. I'm here on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. Just wanted to let you all know that we did share our positions on this. And also for those watching online or in the audience, all of our positions are available on our website, mdpl.org. We also met with the adjacent owners and we share the concerns that they have. So we would just ask that if it is continued, that there be an emphasis on the property owner and the neighbors working together for the best solution. Thank you. And I think they're going to speak too. Thank you.
Hi, my name's David Sine of 935 4th Street, and we did start talking to them and agreed to continue talking. So.
Hi, my name's Jean Martielli, 927 4th Street. My property is on the southeast corner of the development project, and I own a fabulous historic building. I just want to say, building in an historic district requires the due diligence to realize there has been an 80-year precedent of a 5-foot setback between 411 Michigan and the neighbors abutting the southern property line. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no one else in chambers wishing to comment, we do have Gemma on Zoom. Gemma, would you like to comment on this request? I believe she just put her hand down. So with that, Mr. Chair, we can close the public comment.
Okay, thank you. Is there any board discussion before we take a motion? Or shall we just approve the request?
It's up to the board. If there is no discussion, we could entertain a motion. Okay, so that is a continuance to the April 12th meeting. Do we have a second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's a unanimous approval for the continuance.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
So we did, Mr. Pascal is on his way up. So we could begin with the next application, or we could pause. Mr. Kasdan.
Yes, good morning, Vice Chair, members of the board. Neeson Kasdan and Michael Larkin representing the applicant for 1901 Collins. We would request that our item be taken at 11:30. One of the principal architects, Robert Stern, teaches a class every Tuesday and will not be available until that time. So we would request that if the agenda moves that fast, that we be taken at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Kazin. I don't see any reason why we can't do that. Debbie? Okay.
I agree. It's up to the board. Should be pretty close to the time it would come up anyways, but it'll be 11:30 for anyone who's watching, or shortly after 11:30.
Thank you very much.
We could get started with the presentation. I see the applicant for the first application, which is HPB 210843, is here. And if they would like to get started with the presentation, Mr. Pascal will be joining us shortly. I think that given the time constraints and the full agenda, I think we could start with that. So I will call the application HPB 210483. This is 833 6th Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the design of a new fire station building to replace the existing building proposed to be demolished and site improvements. The staff report that is posted online does outline the extensive history of this particular application, including the history of the GEO bond project. This was approved by the voters as part of the city's GEO bond, and the city has prioritized this particular project as part of that list. So the board has reviewed this on 2 separate occasions. The January 11th meeting was the most recent presentation by the applicant. Since that time, there have been some revisions to the plans in response to both staff's comments and the board comments. The demolition site plan has been revised. It currently clearly indicates the site elements that are proposed to be retained. Specifically, those are areas of cast-in-place concrete planters along 6th Street, in a portion of one of the concrete canopy entrances, as well as both sets of concrete columns. These elements are proposed to, the canopy structures themselves are proposed to be retained and relocated and integrated into the raised terrace at the southwest portion of the site. This particular area, staff was very pleased with the revised plan, which really engages 6th Street and the public in a very open and welcoming way. We also do believe that this is a wonderful area to display the history of the site, both the cultural history and architectural history of the site, and look forward to working with the city on developing that a little bit further. They have also proposed modifications to the 6th Street facade. This includes the extension of the concrete stack bond pattern block. It also includes a modification to the exterior stair, including a portion of solid masonry as part of that guardrail. It also includes modifications to the storefront window systems, including the elimination of the vertical projecting fins and reorientation of the window mullions. Staff believes that the proposed modifications do address some of staff's previous concerns with regard to the mitigation of the impact of those ramps, the introduction of those public plaza areas really helps to activate the space between the ramp and the sidewalk, and also creates a visual buffer for those ramps. The previous set of plans included some modifications to the exit ramp in terms of narrowing that curb cut for the trucks. We also think that is a huge improvement. Architecturally, we believe the design is superior at this point. We believe they took a good design and really modified it in a way that makes it unique to its current location. It effectively references the architecture of the South Shore Community Center, and the preservation and restoration of certain architectural elements of the original building, we believe also creates a very unique and appropriate new infill building. So with that, we are recommending approval subject to the conditions outlined in our draft order. And I think we could ask for board member disclosures before we hear the presentation, or do we want to wait for before the public hearing?
Why don't we wait for before the public hearing?
Okay. And with that, I will turn it over to Colette Satchel. I want to recognize Chief Virgil Fernandez, the fire chief, and Maria Hernandez with the city manager's office, who is the Go Bond Projects coordinator. Colette Satchel from the Capital Improvement Projects Office is here to present.
Good morning, board members. Wanted to talk a little bit about how we got to this point. The design of this project, the location of the site, has never been random. In 2016, the city took extensive efforts, had more than 10 meetings between 2016 and 2017 between the Neighborhoods Committee, Finance Committee, the Commission, and even the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, where we looked at numerous sites. I think there is a presentation that has been circulated where we have 6 sites considered, public and private, and subsequently we reviewed many other sites. The selection of this site is ideal in a few ways. Its location is central to the area that it's going to serve. So it gives optimal response time to every person within that neighborhood. Additionally, it's city-owned land. Some of the private properties that we looked at were not 3/4 of an acre, nor did they, and they wanted $6 million or $9 million back in 2016 when we looked at this site. This is city-owned property. It's an acre site. It's really ideal for what we needed. It had frontage on 3 sides, so it's really ideal for what the project needed. In developing the site, we understand, and we worked extensively for almost 1.5 years with our design consultants to make sure that we address the things that we saw within the neighborhood. The tree canopy that exists on Meridian Drive, the existing parking lot that exists on the lot, P11, and of course the access that is provided to Meridian Court. Simultaneously, we had to meet the program that the fire department needed to put on this site. This building will accommodate large ladder trucks and fire rescue vehicles that will service this entire area. So the size of the building is really governed by the function, by the site, and what we can do. I know there are some concerns about the number of lanes on Meridian. We have reduced those lanes as much as we possibly can to allow a truck, the largest truck of course, to turn from Meridian, whether it's coming north or south, without impeding traffic in the other lane. On Jefferson, we have reduced that based on concerns, but this really is the minimum that we can do to allow 2 vehicles to possibly exit at the same time without colliding into each other. So these decisions are not really random. We have maintained the walkway going across all of these aisles, and of course, our firefighters will have to be careful as they're exiting. I know there's concern about water retention on the site. Any project that is designed has to meet the criteria and has to maintain its water on site. I know the concern because the site currently floods, right? This is a very old drainage system that we are going to replace and ensure that it meets the criteria for the code, and we actually have to design to a 100-year flood event. So we're not taking the decision of the large pervious area. We're looking at things such as the drainage system, the amount of pervious pavement that we're using, and that's part of why we've increased the amount of landscape area that's on the site currently. That is part of what we're considering as we go along. In terms of the trees, currently the trees that are on Meridian, a lot of them that are close to the corner are not healthy because they don't have enough space for the root system. So those that are not healthy are being removed from the site. Any tree that is on this site that we cannot save in its position, that is healthy enough, is being relocated somewhere else within the city. Flamingo Park will probably be the benefactor of that, as well as other areas within the city. But our design provides larger landscape areas for the reintroduction of trees wherever we possibly can. So even on Meridian, the trees will have a larger area, and they will be designed with root systems that will allow them to survive and actually flourish in the future going forward. So I'm going to turn it over to our designer, but I wanted everyone to know that we really thought about all of the design concerns of the site. Now, having come to the HPB board, we've heard your concerns, and I think we've made very good effort, I believe, to address all of the concerns of incorporating the existing architecture. With that, I'd like to introduce Jason Jensen from Wanamaker Jensen Architects. Jason?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to come in front of you once again. We have appreciated the input and the dialogue that's occurred over the last 3 months, and previous to that, the input from staff over the last really 2 years of this project. So I think it does culminate in a collaborative effort to make the best possible fire station for both the firefighters and the community that it serves. I believe we have a presentation that we can load. Okay, slide.
I'll take this one. Sorry, Jason. Okay, so this is just a brief synopsis of what the project entails. As we said before, it's a GeoBond project number 45. It replaces the existing fire station that's located 4 blocks north of the existing location on Jefferson at 1051 Jefferson Avenue. That building has really outlived its life, and even the design does not meet the current needs. Most of our trucks can't fit into the garage because of the size of the trucks that we now have to serve the area. So this project really needs to occur in order to be able to provide the fire station with the proper facilities. Next slide. This is just a few pictures of what the fire station looked like, and the first picture really shows how tight it is. There's some trucks that they've got to pull the mirrors in and deflate tires in order to get the trucks into the bay. Of course, not optimal. You see, once a truck gets into the bay, there's very limited, the second picture, there's very limited space for circulation for the firefighters. And then the last picture is just an aerial view of the site. It really doesn't allow us much space on the existing site to extend or do an addition or even redesign based, to provide the needs of the fire station right now.
And just a couple other considerations. You are backing into a bay, which is extremely difficult. With this, you can see with the clearances and the size of the vehicles. When this was designed, it wasn't designed with the intention of these particular vehicles housed here. The other aspect of this is the parking. The parking currently for the firefighters, especially between shifts, when you have 2 shifts at the same time, is dispersed both on site where they can find parking and then through the neighborhood. So that aspect of it is difficult to find that parking, and also, unfortunately, leaves those vehicles vulnerable. They become vulnerable because people know when you go to a call that those vehicles are left unattended, and unfortunately have been targets for theft and break-ins for that reason, and also has created somebody making a call, a fictitious call, to get the firefighters out, and then they are basically directed away from an actual event. So that action is a significance to both the community and the firefighters serving here.
Next slide.
Looking at the context slide, this particular site is a unique location between 2 districts, and we are conscious of that, looking at both the context across the street and within the Flamingo Park District. And if we were to show on a previous meeting where this serves, you can see how centralized this is to this region of the city and also to the islands adjacent. Next. Within context, you can see a few of the adjacent buildings. You have an adjacent 5-story building, a catty corner 4-story building, and miscellaneous 2- and 3-story buildings in the context. We are maintaining that with a 3-story building along this corridor, and also maintaining the street presence that we're excited about bringing forth from the South Shore Center. Slide. Mentioned the other sites contemplated. I think this has been covered. Slide. Looking at some of the upper right is a new structure incorporating some of the characteristics of the neighborhood, and you can see the other 3 pictures throughout the neighborhood showing some of the concrete shading devices, some of the orientation of the windows and the mullions within those, and incorporating those in both new and existing architecture, the orthogonal interpretation of international style to the MIMO style, and bringing that forth. We're incorporating all of those elements as a palette for the new structure. Slide. Next slide. There was many questions about the exact location of the site. Wanted to walk through for some of the members that haven't been part of that process. We have the P11 parking lot that was open to the public. Currently, that's shown in yellow, and you have the existing building in the dark gray. and you have access to Meridian Court through that parking lot. So that's an important access way that has to be maintained no matter what. And as much of that parking as possible. There's discussion about, can we move this as far away from 6th as possible? So we wanted to make sure that we understood the site constraints appreciated on this site. Next slide. This shows exactly where the new building correlates with the existing. So you see in green is the new structure, centralized, predominantly because of the access to the ramps focuses the slopes to this point in the center of the site. That the front of the building is very close, within 8 to 10 feet of the existing. And in the red color is the existing overlapped, and you can see where the ramps and the building overlap that existing building. And you can see that we've pushed the building as far into that parking lot as possible and still maintain the drive access to Meridian Court. Extremely important in that aspect, but I think you can see that we really did an effort to push this building as far in that direction as possible. Slide. In green shows some of the aspects of the existing retaining walls, some of the elevated planters, some of the access points, and the covered double T structures that we're maintaining. I believe some of those aspects are the most unique of the existing structure and are most representational of the walking experience for the pedestrian, that the experience of the new building will have that same rhythm, will have that same reverence to the history along 6th Street. Next slide. It's just the level of analysis and technical look at the accessway. Slide. Slide. I believe it was mentioned, Deborah mentioned some of the aspects of the existing structure that we're pulling forward. So you can see the solid railing that we're pulling forward into the new structure. Some of the detailing, it's a little washed out in this picture, but there's some nice detailing within the concrete planters and that railing that we're pulling forward as well. Slide. The planters are actually raised, and both the vegetation in those planters and the planters in these locations we're maintaining. It will be a task to maintain that through the construction and the scaffolding and all of those aspects, but the city and the team is dedicated to doing that process. Slide. The structures of the canopy, since it does interfere with the building itself in this location, we're going to relocate these and put them together into a new structure, and we'll show that in the renderings. Slide. You can see the stack bond on the existing building that we're reusing in the new building. And even the windows above, you predominantly have a solid building with windows on the upper level only. And you'll see how we've helped bring that forward within the new structure. Slide. Again, these are on the more eastern side of the site. We're maintaining these as well. We have an opportunity to make those into an area for the flag. Slide. And this entryway, we're going to reference that to the entryway of the new structure. Slide. So these lines show you where those aspects of the existing, so we mentioned the green that we were keeping in the original, and this shows where on the new facade those are being placed. So we mentioned the area to the east of the site being utilized for the flag and those stairs, providing a plaza for that flag and the reverence to both the flag and that existing structure that we're maintaining. And on the left-hand side, you can see where that entry to the building is. We've located those double T structures and to provide a pavilion, and that pavilion provides an opportunity to have a display of both historical in nature and could be also reverent to some of the firefighters' past experiences as well. That's an opportunity to be developed. And this whole corridor with the green is maintained and really added to. We're maintaining those existing trees. A lot of efforts being going towards those. We're maintaining what's foliage is in the existing planters, which I believe is important to the original thought process of the design, intrinsic with the landscaping and the architecture, and providing new foliage to buffer the building. Slide. See the sign characteristics, we're incorporating that into the building, very graphic, decorative. We're working with staff on those signage aspects. At night, they would glow from the back. Slide. Next slide. You see that we mentioned a few of those elements, the solid rail. We do need to add a rail on top of that to meet current code. We have the folding concrete plane over the entry, echoes the original entry, and the brise-soleil that extends past that. Some of the retention just to the right of the door is retention walls are replicating the existing. Those are a couple new walls to provide that new entry. But as you walk along that corridor, you'll continue to see that same flavor throughout the project. The upper windows echo back to the existing building, that you had more solid on the bottom of the building, and you had the high windows above, more horizontal in nature. And again, even the overall folding plane that captures that top glass box is also reminiscent of the architecture of the existing building and some of the adjacent buildings. The stack bond is incorporated throughout as well. Slide. You can see some of the detailing. We're moving in every aspect of this to really pay attention to the details and carry this throughout the design, and really the texture. So even we're seeing these in large renderings, but we're going to make sure that when you get down to the scale of actually touching the building, that it really has the maintainable materials that echo quality and the past as well. Slide. As Colette mentioned, we are required to meet the stormwater requirements of the city. And this area, there's a specific question in the last meeting about how we collect the water from the ramps. We do have large trench drains at the end of those ramps that collect and are piped into a deep well system, which is the predominant way stormwater is treated on Miami Beach, and best solution for this. This will be a much better treatment than you have in the current situation. That we are maintaining as much green on space, and we are maintaining a stormwater system that doesn't exist on the current site. Slide. You can see how the rhythm along the street is maintained with the planters and both the raised and the existing. Slide. Slide. This is looking a little northwest to the site, and the buffer, that's an existing tree that we're maintaining on that corner, really provides some shade to that pocket park. Slide. And this shows you a better picture on the left-hand side that shows those retaining walls maintained. Where the building was, we're adding a portion of that to create a full plaza within that structure, and allowing that entry double T's to be placed in a reverent way, that it could also provide some additional opportunities there. And again, that whole area buffers the ramps, and adding more plantings as you step to the ramps is included in the plan. Slide. So as you step back, you have the plantings along the street, a lot of the plantings within the planters that are maintained, and then we are adding another layer of plantings behind those as well. Slide. This shows you the entry piece that does push in. So, the pedestrian, I think it's always important to see these buildings from the street and the sidewalk presence. What is the texture? What is the rhythm along the street? Are you breaking up that walking pace along the street? So this is how you would perceive the volume and the building from the street level. Again, adding additional retention and opportunity for a mural on maybe potentially perforated metal that all shields the parking. Slide. Better picture of how that's incorporating the flagpole and maintaining the retention, also incorporating some bike parking along that corridor as well. Slide. And slide. So this shows you looking east, northeast from that location, and maintaining, again, some of the trees along Jefferson on that side, and then also providing some additional buffer. And this is where we reduce the width of the ramp. Where we reduced the width of the ramp was where we anticipate EMS. So you have a smaller truck, they're able to maneuver and exit that space easier. Slide. So that shows you where that curved in on that last lane, where previously it stepped out that direction. Slide. This shows the P11 parking lot and how far we push the building towards that side as much as possible, and shows you where you enter the spaces below the fire station, and the parking that's beyond the P11 is also secured parking for the firefighters to provide them complete secured parking within this site. Slide. So you can see the secure parking here, and that's actually another entry into the parking lot from that side, so you can secure that whole zone. So you can see even on this side, we're incorporating the stack bond. We added windows to this side. We have extended an overhang with additional comments a little bit farther over the doors for the bifold doors exiting the station. Slide. And we will have some operable windows in this building. This is showing the retaining wall. What we intend was, this is a great comment, was one, to have some understory bushes that would provide a certain amount of volume in front of those ramps, but wanted to show in the time that it takes that creeping fig to take over that wall, that you had a wall that was reminiscent of the existing retaining walls as well. So this is essentially behind some of the existing structure, so this is not a view that you actually see, but wanted to be completely transparent about how we're addressing that. Slide. Shows you the overall picture, and you can see when we look back at that original aerial, how this fits in the context, both in volume and the green space along that corridor. It is actually one of the few areas that you have green space coming to the edge on the pedestrian corridor, and maintaining that, I think, echoes that historical context. Slide. Again, coming back to the front view, I believe that's our last slide. Slide.
That's it.
All right.
All right.
Well, with that, I mean, we've been before you 3 times now, and we really do appreciate the impact that it's had on the design. I think it's collaborative in nature and well-meaning in all aspects, and we relish that process. We were actually still in the design process as a team, and you have become part of that design process, and we will continue to work diligently with both the technical aspects of this project and the aesthetic aspects to make it the best possible for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Should we take public comments?
Sure. Before we do that, are there any disclosures from any of the board members?
I did meet with the design team a week or so ago.
I did as well.
From David McKinney and Clotilde Luce. I spoke to Clotilde Luce, and I forwarded the emails to you.
And I believe the city received some emails yesterday. I forwarded you an email from Ms. DeSaletz, and I believe the Flamingo Park neighborhood resolution was also forwarded to you. Okay, with that, members of the public wishing to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand. Members of the public who are present who wish to speak, please approach the podium.
Yes, hi, good morning, members of the Historic Preservation Board. My name is Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League, and we did send out our updated position on this, and for those watching, they can see that on mdpl.org. We did review the revised application, and we appreciate the evolution of the design, but as you all know, we are still in support of finding a way to better protect the South Shore Community Center that is currently there. We think the site overall, if the parking lot perhaps were incorporated, that P lot, maybe there would be more flexibility in the program that could allow us to save more. I do recognize a progression in preservation, and I don't want to discount. I know several of you have met with the designers, so I think we do see that improved design. So it's not that we're trying to insult that process. It's just we think it could go further, and that more preservation can happen in order to make this fully compliant with the Secretary of Interior standards. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm David McKinney. I live at 1020 Meridian Avenue in Miami Beach. I actually would like to wear two hats, and today I've been asked by the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association to share its unanimous resolution in regard to this application. With you, I will note that the Neighborhood Association remains opposed to the demolition of the community center and the location of the fire station on the site. Ms. Tackett, is it necessary for me to read everything in the record since they have copies?
It's up to you.
What is the pleasure of the board? I want to be respectful of your time.
I think that we all have a copy of it.
Okay, so
chance to read it.
You know the feelings of the community. For those of you that are new, may I introduce myself? I'm an architectural historian. I have an MA and PhD in the history of architecture. I've taught and helped create the historic preservation program at Goucher College, and I have worked with county and state organizations on the preservation projects. I want to address a couple things that I think are inaccuracies in from there. One has to do with the concern of this continuing versus contributing versus non-contributing aspect of the building. The historic preservation statutes are pretty clear. All buildings within a historic district are afforded the same their protections if they are architecturally and historically significant. And I think within the draft order that you're going to place a plaque on that bill there and on that side and talk about its history speaks for itself about the significance of the building and the site. The other aspect about it is Ms. Tackett's development of the application for contributing versus non-contributing. Their rationale, she listed that 1970 was the cutoff point and listed the building as being constructed in 1970. Ms. Wyman-Berman, you were very specific in that was a decision point for you. I would refer you to the Miami Herald, October 6, 1969, where it shows that the groundbreaking for this building was done in 1969. Perhaps one of the reasons why the city does not want to acknowledge it is that the U.S. Senator did not appear because they put the wrong name on his invitation. Also on the GO bond issue from there. When the GO bond their referendum was there, this was not the site of the fire station. And the image in all the city publications was a completely different rendering. These are the elements here. Finally, we really are at a decision point. We will lose a Morris Lapidus building that not only, in my professional opinion, but in their opinion of the Society of Architectural Historians Committee on Preservation, there for the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation that has named it last year is one of its buildings to save in 2021. We will lose this building. Their architectural drawings will not take the place of it, and we will there basically also substantially alter one of the most historic neighborhoods in Miami Beach by taking an acre, a third of a block, and totally transforming it. Finally, I have to say that the design of the building is totally incompatible with the historic and architectural context of the neighborhood. What you're putting there has no relationship to the neighborhood, has basically only paid lip service to your advice in terms of maintaining the buildings. In fact, in some ways, when you look at it, it's almost as if you're going to bulldoze the building and just leave remnants of it at the front. And as Ms. Tackett said before, right now, 6th Street is activated by the South Shore Community Center. What you're going to do is create a series of dead-end entrances on the 6th Street, their block, there as basically a tipping of a hat of an extraordinary Morris Lapidus building that I should also note was a national model for from the time it was on this drawing board that was noted in a White House conference for aging as a model for the transformation of the provision of services to the elderly. If we've seen the Andy Sweet, their photograph, we know the importance of this this part of Miami Beach's history. We also know that from the documentary, this is now an international, recognized aspect of our history. Losing the South Shore, their community center, will mean that we've lost the last remnant of that history in terms of our architecture. I'm being beeped many times. I would ask, though, if I may, because this building has no advocate, and the city, the applicant has an advocate on the dais and in there, that I may have a chance to rebut. Thank you.
Mr. McKinney, thank you so much for your input, as always. I do think we have to limit public comment because we have a long agenda today, so let's make that the exception.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Deborah Deslotz. I came in from Tallahassee, Florida, 1233 Letterlow Road. I'm here to take down an exhibit on Morris Lapidus at the Miami Design Preservation League. I thank the city for 6 months of wonderful
expositions on Morris Lapidus, lectures on Morris Lapidus, and the beginning of understanding his legacy a little bit more in the intertwining of his Art Deco years, working with the masters. So it's been a lot of fun. I think the city has seen a great influx of energy and people talking about Lapidus. He was not a strict preservationist, but he was a strict humanist. And I've submitted a letter saying just that. Mr. Lapidus did a lot of infill. He buried, well, let's say he did the Riverside Memorial Building, where his memorial service was held. It was very kind of interesting. The infill buildings of Lapidus have yet to really be talked about and really discovered. We had, during Art Basel, we had Beyonce and Jay-Z on the Fontainebleau, and they did the Moon River, and it was fabulous. It was icons with icons. Mr. Lapidus designed Bedford-Stuy People's Pool at the exact same time that he was designing this building. The other one received a lot of awards during its lifetime, the People's Place. Jay-Z probably played at it. The concurrence of people in the spaces of Lapidus are amazing. Gelber's family had I think it was the garden spot across the street from Sixth Center Community Center. There was the Fisher's Fish Market right there. The Jewish community that was served by that building in that area have become the leaders of today in our city. I'm surprised that those same people haven't talked for the community that they're serving today, and that area still serves. So if it's still viable to that community, Lapidus would say have a chance for the community to speak. So I'm kind of upset that the infill of Lapidus hasn't been respected as much as his glamorous stuff. And I wish I'd give the smaller stuff a chance. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Finglass. I live at 6001 North Bay Road in Miami Beach, and I have 6 quick points to make, if I might. The first one is that I believe that the demographics of this neighborhood have changed over time, and this building could and has been used adaptively for a community center, and that is possibly a good continued use for it. I don't believe it should disappear. It's the wrong site for a new fire station. The streets are inadequate. The city has, in this instance, I think, has taken the easy and the cheapest way out, using a piece of property they already own that's inadequate because of streets, and the neighbors are obviously not for it, as shown by the neighborhood association's comments today. It's Miami Beach's responsibility to protect buildings in historic districts. This new building is the wrong building in the wrong place at the wrong time. It needs, it's a noted building that must be saved for future generations and adaptively reused. It's successfully being handled that way now, and 100 years from now it could even be used for a new use we don't even know at the present time. So I'm very much opposed to the demolition of it, and I appeal to you to stop this bad project in a bad place. It's the bad time for it, and we can do much better as a city. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we do have some members of the public on Zoom, so I will call on Karen Revo. Karen, are you with us?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Karen Revo. I'm speaking as the chief.
Karen, can you hear me? Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Yes, Karen Revo. I'm the chair of the General Obligation Bond Oversight Committee. I want to remind everyone that our committee does not opine on the design. Our purpose is to make sure that the GeoBond projects are prioritized, completed in a timely manner, and are as cost efficient as possible. The fire station has been a high priority since day one of the GeoBond passage. The voters overwhelmingly supported the project. We believe that staff did their due diligence to ensure that this was an appropriate site. We also know that complete funding is in place. So at our September meeting 6 months ago, we made a motion to recommend the project move forward as quickly as possible due to the poor condition of the existing fire station and the importance and urgency of the project to the South Beach area. Therefore, we hope you will realize the importance of moving this forward so our residents can get a new fire station. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker on Zoom is Mitch Novick.
Mitch, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mitch, thank you. Mitch Novick, good morning once again. I want to share the same sentiment as Mr. McKinney, Finglass, and Ms. Desolitz. I happen to be the steward of the Henry Hohauser building located directly across the street on Jefferson, at 610 Jefferson Avenue. I want to express my concern this project will have on my property regarding engine noise, vibration, siren, lights. The ramp, again, is directly across from my property. And I lament the loss of what is clearly a contributing building and an integral part of our community, the Lapidus building. I still believe the west elevation of the proposed design would be an ideal location for the reinstallation of Jack Stewart's Apollo masterpiece, which was previously sat on the Versailles Hotel for generations. And the Aman Group, I believe Nissan is in the audience, has proffered to pay for its rehabilitation and installation somewhere on the beach. And again, I strongly believe if you're going to move forward with the demolition of the Lapidus structure, that you incorporate a condition requiring the city to work diligently with the Aman Group to get that masterpiece, the Apollo masterpiece, incorporated onto this building, particularly, again, the west elevation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public on Zoom at this point, so if you want, we can close the public hearing.
That sounds good. We'll close the public comment and move on to board.
Before the board discussion, I just wanted to clarify a couple things that were mentioned. First, especially for the new board members, the Historic Preservation Board did review an application at the request of the Historic Preservation Board in September of 2021, September of last year, where staff evaluated the particular property for possible reclassification. It is a non-contributing building, and the board in June asked the board to present an evaluation of the property. That was done in September. At the September meeting, the board did vote to decline the request for reclassification. So the building does maintain its non-contributing status. To Mr. McKinney's point, our evaluation criteria for design changes and demolition are the same for both contributing and non-contributing properties. The difference here is that this is a city-owned property. City-owned properties within historic districts are required to be reviewed by this board for a recommendation regarding demolition. This is different from privately owned properties. So this board's duty is to provide a recommendation with regard to its demolition and transmit that recommendation to the mayor and city commission. Ultimately, the mayor and city commission is responsible to review the certificate of appropriateness for demolition and either approve with conditions or deny that request. So it's a very unique situation when we're dealing with demolition requests for city-owned properties. Additionally, there's been a lot of questions about maybe the fire station should be in a different location. That is not under the jurisdiction of this board to dictate to the city where this particular use will go in the city. This has been evaluated I've personally been involved long before the GO bond was even voted on with the city in determining and exploring alternate locations. Earlier this year, the City Commission did review an application for development waivers. I think you've received some public comment that allude to certain development waivers. That was approved by the City Commission. So this site has been selected by the city as the site for the new fire station. And I just wanted to get all the information out. There's more detailed information on the background in your report, and I am available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Debbie. Who would like to begin? Nancy? Stuart? Okay.
Thank you. The things that stand out for me are that on the very first page of the staff report and recommendations, there are 3 bullet points that this board on December 9th, 2019 expressed general support for the construction of the fire station on the site, but recommended 3 things. It seems though the presentation today only considers one of the points, that the city explore incorporating the existing concrete canopy structure into the design of the fire station. The first 2 points, which also are very important to the neighborhood and very important to the people who've spoken on this item. First one is that the city continue to work to find an alternate location for any community services that may be displaced by the demolition of the existing South Shore Community Center. I didn't hear anything about that. The second point that this board has already recommended, and I think the board's recommendations ought to be considered by the city when bringing back plans, is that the city continue to explore options to repurpose the existing fire station number 1 located at 1051 Jefferson Avenue. I haven't heard anything about that. So I think that I understand that many items, and today also we hear the term, the applicant wants to move forward. People want things decided today. I don't think there needs to be a rush on things. If we can help applicants to improve their plans and come back another month, I don't see a problem with that. I think that if this board recommended that the city work to find an alternate site for the community services, we ought to hear about it. If this board recommended that we should explore options to repurposing the fire station at 1051 Jefferson Avenue, we should hear about that too, because I think those items have to do with the compatibility of the design as much as just what the renderings look like. That the community center does serve the community. It's not a vacant building, but from what I'm hearing now is that there's going to be a vacant building at 1051 Jefferson Avenue, and there's going to be a child care center displaced and all kinds of social services displaced. It affects the community, and the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association has expressed a unanimous disapproval for it, and I think that people in the neighborhood know what's compatible for their neighborhood. The purpose of the Historic Preservation Board in the city code is to protect historic districts and historic sites, to preserve historic sites. Maybe this isn't a contributing building because of whatever criteria it didn't meet because of the age. I understand we're saying there might be a cutoff of years of a particular year, but certainly a historic building. It's a historic building in a historic district. It's a historic building designed by a master. So I would personally, looking at the design of the building, I think it's attractive. Myself, I want that. I live in the city. I certainly think we should have the best fire station to serve our community. I think that serves historic preservation interest as well. that our historic neighborhoods and structures are adequately protected. But this affects the neighborhood and the people who live there, and the board wants a little more answers about what's going to happen to the neighborhood for that community center and at the fire station at 1051 Jefferson. And I agree with Mr. Novik's suggestion. I think that Apollo artwork is perfect for a fire station, the Apollo chariot. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I know we've closed the public comment, but if Mr. Reed would like some information on the 2 bullet points that we did not present today, because they are not a part of this specific application, I believe the city could respond and give you some more information about the existing community services and what the city is looking into at the existing fire station number 1.
Debbie, I think there might be more questions that come from the board, so why don't we reserve some time for some response, but let's hear from the other board members.
Very good.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. We just march down this way. Laura, would you like to go next?
Thank you so much all for the presentation and I guess really the updates. So I am a very, I do think there have been vast improvements, and kudos to the design team. I think you did take a lot into consideration. I do understand the need for a new fire station that is compliant with current regulations. Mr. McKinney brought up a very good point, and I do believe that based on the information I was given previously, I did not concur that it was a contributing structure in the historic district. But if it is in fact, there are updates to that, I would like to know, because I do think that this board needs to verify those facts. I don't want to hold up any sort of approval. I understand it is a very, very long process, and I understand it's been going on since 2016. But I would like to, verify, in fact, that it is a non-contributing structure. I do sympathize because I often, and in the Miami context, we often work with these historic structures that are right on that 50-year line, so it's very hard to, really advocate for their historic significance. But in fact, if that is the case, I do think it brings into question the wider picture. Again, I commend the design team. I think all the MIMO details that have been reincorporating the physical fabric, these are all vast improvements, providing a linear park for the community as well. I personally have never designed a fire station, so I did also want to ask some questions that Mr. McKinney brought up, particularly note 1 and 2, which states there's no justification for 3 lanes of concrete going into Jefferson when at most 2 vehicles can leave. And then the second point being there's no justification for 2 lanes when 1 vehicle can leave. That I would like to know, because I do understand from the community that would, should this project move forward today, that is a concern in terms of extremely wide curb cuts and just general impact visually and socially to the community. So I would like to see how that could potentially be addressed, or why those exist. Again, I guess mainly I would like to understand where the justification on the next 1969 date came from. Thank you.
Okay. I feel like I have been listening to this issue for 20 years. It keeps coming back, and it is taking up the time and energy of a building that is not historic. I lived here when Morris Lapidus was alive, and I know what he did and what he didn't do. This building, first of all, at that time was just a small building, not much of a building. Nobody even knew it belonged to Morris Lapidus or who. It was kind of an office for people, and I believe it had at one time a children's playground. I'd like to mention, as I'm thinking about it, there is going to be a children's a playground across the street. I don't know how that issue got lost. There is a playground coming. The children are not going to be put out. And we have to kind of understand that this is really not, you all know what Morris Lapidus did. Come to Collins Avenue. I live on Collins Avenue amongst all of the Morris Lapidus buildings that are there. That is what we should be here applauding and bringing to the surface. So I'm tired of listening to the same story. I feel badly for Debbie having to tell us this over and over again. You do a good job, Debbie. You change the tune as you go. But we have been doing this forever. And I think if anybody here wants to know more about it, we ought to call the city, what's her name? Hudak. She can tell us what she told us. I think it was the first time or the second time, what is right about this and what is not. And if you want to put the city in jeopardy of spending whatever it would be if we got rid of this and gave it away to, I don't know who's going to run it, what it is, but I'm not part of that group who is trying to rectify it. So my answer to this is I hope I don't have to hear about it again, and I hope to see a groundbreaking very soon. Thank you.
I appreciate the presentation and the effort, ongoing efforts by all parties here. I also appreciate the voice of the community here in the resolution presented by the Neighborhood Association. You know, this has been an ongoing issue. I think, like Nancy said, you know, the sites have been studied. The city's done the best they can. And it's a difficult situation where we have the city on one hand, you know, basically having determined that this is the site, and yet the Neighborhood Association is unanimously opposed to it. I don't know how to get past that. But I do have observations about the design, and in today's presentation I heard something a little bit different when it came to the size of the vehicles. And I realized, you know, this is something we do here in this country. We like things bigger, stronger, more robust. We want to be able to respond to situations, and you know, the vehicles that we're working with no longer fit in the structure that's there. If we were perhaps in Europe, we would be working with smaller vehicles because we're not going to be tearing down chunks of city, right? But yet here we are. We've invested in these vehicles. This is how the fire department has seen best to serve the community, and I think it's important to meet their needs. However, along with that comes other implications. This type of vehicle perhaps is best suited for a more suburban environment. Miami Beach is not the suburbs. Miami Beach is a city. And so that's why it looks weird to have an acre taken out, and just place one building with all this space to the corners, right? That is further exacerbated by the need to ramp up to a certain height. We didn't hear in today's presentation why that height is predetermined, why that finished floor height. And maybe that's something that, we could hear a little bit about. And I appreciate the team's effort to reduce the size, the number of lanes, but that's where I'm still not satisfied. This is a suburban intervention in an urban site, and that's why it looks out of place. And while there have been a number of small improvements to it, and I do appreciate those, I have to ask, why do we need 3 lanes coming out of this place to empty out onto a street that is only 1 lane in each direction? Are we really going to have 3 fire trucks leaving at the same time? I just don't see that. And so I would encourage the team to take another look at that. And I think that if you did that, you would reduce the curb cut, make it less imposing for the pedestrians, and allow for more green space and maybe for some more shade trees, because along with all of that driveway comes, additional heat island effect, right? Which we see in our suburbs, right? We see in parking lots, in strip centers, We don't want so much pavement. We want more place for pedestrians and less space for, paved streets that are only going to be used, very, I think, infrequently. And perhaps this is something that you guys can talk to us about. Why 3 lanes? I just don't see it.
Thank you. I feel kind of like an old-timer with this presentation because I was on the board when it first came to us, and it's been a long time. It's been before us several times. I have a few comments, and I don't think I really have them in any particular order, but I do. I want to respond to Nancy's comment because I admire you very much, Nancy, and you've been sort of a mentor to me. But this discussion, for one thing, I was one of the individuals that voted in favor of designating the structure. I still feel the same about it. To be eligible, it would need to have met one of the criteria. And are we arguing that Morris Lapidus is a master architect in this city? To me, it's not really arguable. And so there's that. I do want to say, having been a part of this discussion from the original presentation, I appreciate the evolution that has happened with this project. And I do feel, for instance, the inclusion, the retention, the placement of the canopy, I like that. And I wonder why that didn't happen in the first place, because that's a discussion we had a long, long time ago. And I can remember, in that discussion, there was sort of a reference to that canopy and maybe the evolution connecting to, the follies on Lincoln Road that sort of, happened at a different time. But I like the way that those are included in their own space and they have their own, opportunity to speak to passersby on the street and to relate to the street. I do want to say this very strongly, and a couple of these other comments some of my colleagues have mentioned. Fire station number 1, this discussion again happened the very first time this came before us, the intent to designate that structure, and it hasn't moved. And that, it irks me. What's the holdup that we're waiting for that discussion to happen with fire station number 1? Why can't we just move that along? So we're not having the same discussion down the road when somebody comes forward with another idea. That's something that, we talked about, and I don't know why we just don't do that so that it can be taken into account when that time comes. The other thing, when I look at this, and when I was going through it, the existing site, and I counted, I believe there's 54 out of 68 trees that are palm trees, And in the new plant list, I'm really concerned. I believe, Rick, you mentioned this, that, with an acre lot in a community that is not only cherished for its architecture, the rich architecture that it has there, but also the tree canopy and the experience, the pedestrian experience. I'm worried that there's not enough canopy trees. I don't get that. It seems like there could be more. I know that there aren't that many there right now, but on an acre lot, I would think that we could make allowances specifically to have such a large structure in such a walkable community to at least buffer that with more shade trees. But all of that said, I think that this project has evolved in a really nice way. I applaud so many of the improvements that have been done. I think the way the architecture relates to the street, I think the way that the Morris Lapidus elements and components are included, notwithstanding it being a contributing structure or not, because I already talked about that. But all of that said, to me, the unanimous disapproval on the part of the community that is most affected, the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, it's very damning to me. Lends the impression that, and the Flamingo Park residents, they voted on the GO bond, and I imagine many of them wanted a fire station, and I think, we all want our fire station to have the resources to be supported in the amazing services they do to our community, but that's damning to me. Unanimous opposition of the neighborhood, it gives the appearance that we're providing something that maybe the community wants, but that it's being shoved down their throats in a way that they don't want it. And so right now, I'm on the fence. I'm concerned about that. I don't like that the Neighborhood Association unanimously opposes this. And so that's where I feel, and I'm listening intently to all of my colleagues because I am on the fence. But I want to recognize the great evolution and the great improvements that the team and staff have brought to this project, because it's come a long way. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Also, I'd like to thank the team for coming a long way, as has been said. But something stuck in my head, and there's a few things that have been on my mind from the onset of this. I've said more than once, I think this is the right purpose in the wrong place. I understand we're not here to talk about a site. I think that Rick hit it on the head, that this is a suburban approach to a more urban solution that should be required. And I think, and the statement that was made in the intro that I think in a year you had 10 meetings, and that was like, I don't know, a pat on your back. That was great that you met 10 times, and all of those meetings were governmental entity meetings, different community boards of the government. But it was nice that you said that you even met with the Flamingo homeowners, the neighborhood association. So I have a question for staff. I get involved in government buildings that use federal monies, and when a building of a certain age is to be demolished, a cultural resource survey is required, and it has to go to the State Historic Preservation Office. Is that a requirement here?
I believe we are receiving state funding, and there is, I believe that requires the Section 106 review by the State of Florida Division of Historical Resources, yes.
Okay. I don't agree 100% with Nancy. I think I'm allowed. But, you know, and I've been here a long time. Maybe, you know. No. Oh, I have you on that one. I was born here. And I've used the building, you know, throughout my growing up. So I'm not like on the fence. I think it's been a great improvement. I took the time and met, but I just don't think it addresses the neighborhood. And you know, we heard from Ms. Revo in reference to you know, the best way to spend their money. They're just looking at dollars and cents and being efficient. And, you know, I'm a taxpayer here. I don't want you wasting my money. I think you took the simple approach out and took, we own this building. Let's do it. Again, I think it's the wrong approach in the wrong place.
I'm the newest member to this board. I was on the GO bond when we appropriated money for a new fire station. It was determined right off the bat that the current location was not acceptable. The building wasn't usable. And what a lot of people didn't realize is that there were no 40-plus story buildings south of 5th that we now have to maintain fire service for. And if we don't do something to build a new fire station, it's on all of us. Flamingo Park Association, Neighborhood Association, has been against every proposal for a fire station that would protect them and the rest of the properties south of 5th. And to me, if there's a fire and there's the loss of property and lives, it's all on us and them if we do not build a new fire station. Now, a lot of people feel that this is an incorrect site. Let me talk to you a little bit about, in the Collins Park neighborhood, we had the 21st Rec Center that was part of the convention center site. I just went on the city website today to look up the Historic Preservation Board so that I knew all the members, and guess what? The 21st Street Rec Center is listed as one of the historic places. It's no longer there. We all worried about where those services were going to go. They were all used, you know, like at the Scott Rackhouse Center and whatever. It was all taken care of. The city's not going to not maintain their services when something like this is done. Everybody agrees that we need a new fire station, but nobody wants it in their neighborhood. Well, it's got to be in somebody's neighborhood. This is the absolute perfect place for it, and I am voting yes today.
Good start.
Okay, Debbie, should we allow this?
I would like to respond to a couple questions that I have some information for. So to the first, I believe it was the first question regarding the evaluation that was presented to this board regarding when the request was to explore the reclassification. So in the analysis, staff did note, and it was included in all of the information, that there was a groundbreaking for this particular property in 1969. The city has the actual permit plans that were done by Morris Lapidus and Associates, signed by Morris Lapidus. Those plans are dated 1970. I think it was March 1970. It's common that groundbreakings will occur sometimes before permits are issued. So there's no new information with regard to that. We had the information about the groundbreaking that took place in 1969, and then we also had the permit plans that were dated 1970. Whether or not it was constructed in 1969 or 1970 would not have changed staff's recommendation to this board. So I wanted to clarify that. The second clarification I wanted to make, Mr. Pascal, you mentioned the Jefferson building. So that was brought back to the board at the same time the classification for the South Shore Community Center was. The board did vote to reclassify that building. So that building is currently a contributing building. I've been in many discussions with the city regarding the future potential use of that. I know we have other city staff here that can also respond. There is no current plan that I'm aware of. That is something that would be the decision of the city commission. However, what this board did was reclassify that building as contributing. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes. I think there were some other questions about the social services that the city has been working very diligently to secure relocations for. Maria Hernandez from the manager's office is here. I believe she can provide you some more information about that.
Good morning, board members, and thank you. I represent the city manager's office, so I can speak on behalf of everything we're doing. We have, from day one, assured the community that we were going to find the appropriate location for the child care and for the services that are in that building. The child care, of course, being our top priority. One of the problems that the child care has in this building is that they're landlocked. They only have the ability to service 74 kids. Our goal is to find a location where they can have more kids, because there is an obvious need in this community to be able to have more children. There's also a need to potentially have child care services at night, because a lot of the parents that have their kids in this building are, service our hotels and are employed at night, and they don't have a place to leave their kids at night. So that is our top priority. We have had very good conversations with the adjacent property owner in the building across the street, and we had a deal with that entity to put the child care center there temporarily until we find a permanent location for them. Those conversations are ongoing because they want to charge more. So we're looking at those numbers. If that does not work, we will put them in a temporary location, which is within this neighborhood, because it will not leave this neighborhood. But ultimately, what we want to do is to put these kids in a better location than what they are today. This building is below flood criteria. This is an area that floods. There will be a day where this building will have to come down. We did a very thorough investigation as to where we could put this fire station, and we had a very solid criteria of 5 reasons or 5 things that a site had to comply with in order for it to be the optimum location for a fire station. And what I'm talking about is a fire station for the 21st century, not a fire station that was built back in the day, like Ray Breslin has so eloquently said. This area has changed dramatically, not only on the residential end south of 5th, but also on the commercial end. We had a presentation to the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association showing them how many hotels, small hotels, we all know them, the Moxie, all the ones that have propped up on Washington Avenue, that have all been built since 2010. There's thousands of people in these buildings, and a fire station that is built to today's standards will be adequate to be able to put out fires or service any of those buildings, which today may not be the case. So we know that this is a very difficult decision. We know that you all have a tough decision to make, and we don't take that lightly. We know very well that this is not easy, but we feel confident that this is the only location that works. And we have proven that time and time again in multiple presentations. Not all of you were on the board all the times that we came here, and we understand Mr. McKinney's position and those of the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. But like Ray said, this is about public safety. And if there was ever a time, I believe, that we need fire stations like this, today is the day. I mean, we had Champlain. Any other proof than that, we will never have. And God forbid that ever happens here. But our first responders were the first ones up there from Fire Station 4, which is up in that neighborhood. So what I want you to all understand is that There's going to be other opportunities. There's going to be other bites at the apple in terms of the certificate of appropriateness for demolition. The City Commission will never approve that if we don't have a solid place for these children to go. So that will ultimately be their decision. And as far as the existing fire station, it is on our list of all the buildings that we want to renovate, but that has to go through our capital budget process. If any of you follow that, you'll see that that building is there. And as soon as they give us the money to renovate it, we will do it immediately. Thank you.
Say something? I'm sorry, but I don't want to be.
Debbie, are we hearing from the city beyond that comment? Or?
If the board has any other questions, I'm sure they are happy to respond. Chief,
answer any questions.
I think we raised a number of questions in our board comments. Should we let them respond to all of that? And then it sounds like we may have more questions for them.
Why don't you let him speak? He's been here since the morning.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan.
Good morning, board members. Virgil Fernandez with the Miami Beach Fire Department. And I want to start off by saying that I come in peace. This project for me goes back 7 years when we looked at the conditions of the fire station that are subpar not only in terms of response capabilities, but also in the living conditions for the firefighters that live there. Cancer has been a big issue in the fire service, and it is the intent to build a station that is a state-of-the-art fire station that takes care of all those things that are new NFPA standards that address those issues. So the journey begins 7 years ago. At the time, we thought a parking lot at Flamingo Park would be big enough to house the fire station. And we went out to the community with some mass studies of which was not met very well. And so one of the things at the time was, well, you don't even have the money. Why are we even contemplating these things? And so then we went to the GOB. And one of the things that they wanted to make sure was that to make sure that that fire station was not built in the parking lots of Flamingo Park. And so we went out on this journey to look for places. The problem is the fire station has to be in a certain area. Right now, the location that we're in is pretty much the center of that first alarm territory. We have 4 first alarm territories, each for each station. And to answer the question, the curb cuts. At one point, the fire station that we envisioned was 5 bays. We were told that it could not be 5 bays, and so we went ahead and had 4 bays. Each station was going to have each truck was going to be able to have a direct access out, and that is part of our response program. Is that in a structure fire, we must have 17 members out on a scene. That is an NFPA standard. Miami Beach, because we have so many tourists, we put 21 firefighters on a fire scene. On emergency medical calls, it all depends what we have. For the call that we had, unfortunately, the other day, right across the street from Joe's, we basically depleted all our units, all our rescue response units. So it happens more often than we believe. If not, I would be here telling you, if the only problem we have is the amount of bays or the amount of curb cuts, then we'll take care of it. But I can tell you that we thought it was a huge give to be able to limit, because we wanted to make sure that we're sensitive to what the community is asking us for. Fire Station 1 wasn't something that we said, we don't like how it looks, so we just want to move out of it. We had engineers go into the building, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, and they said that building is obsolete. And so, I don't know, and the more I come to these meetings, I'm and respectfully, I'm almost to the point of uncle. If it's not going to happen, I have to advocate for the men and women that run out of that fire station. And it's really not fair to them either. When that bell rings, We don't sit there and ask, do they have money? Are they in a historic neighborhood? Are they going to vote for us? Are they not? We don't ask any of those things. We go, we respond, and we take care of our residents. I think that this process has made a much better looking building that I can tell you that I think is a lot nicer than what originally was proposed. But at some point, I ask, I beg of you, that when is it that we can, break ground? I can tell you that if, from the fire department standpoint, not that I'm going to be allowed, but if the case was that some service is going to be put out on the street so that we can have a fire station, I can tell you then we'll continue to wait. But that's not the case. The city has committed. That was one of the first obstacles. First it was the park. Then it was, well, what are you going to do with the services? So we took care of the services. Then it became, well, what are you going to do about the historic building? Well, then it became that it was a non-contributing, or I don't know the exact wording for it. And at the end of the day, if there was a different location, why wouldn't we say yes? My goal is to build a fire station to better serve that community. Finally, I tell you that the needs of the fire service are increasing. We just didn't decide, we have major projects that have already been built, but we have major projects that are coming online on 5th Street and Alton and so on. And we want to be able to deliver the service that, our residents deserve. All of you that are residents here have given us the resources to be a Class 1 department that's accredited. I think there's less than 200 departments in the entire world that are both accredited in Class 1 department. We look at the size of our trucks. We buy smaller trucks. The engines that you see out there are smaller than the typical engine. Our ladder trucks can be up to 135 feet. We have a 100-foot ladder. And we base it on the decision that a high-rise is a building that's 75 feet or higher. The reason we use 100 is because you have to have a 25% angle in order to be able to climb the ladder. So our ladder trucks meet the standard for a high-rise building. If not, we would change it. We would say if that's the sticking point. But we've looked at all that. And so I ask you that, I agree that we shouldn't just make any decision, a haste decision on any, but I can also tell you that this is, at least for me, it's been 7 years in the making. And again, I will leave you with, I ask you to please consider that not only, the residents and the visitors that we serve out of the busiest fire station in the city of Miami Beach, but the men and women that live there, they deserve a state-of-the-art building. And I thank you for all the input that you've given us, because I truly believe that we have a beautiful project there. Thanks.
Before you leave, I have one question. You know the area probably better than most of us, because most of us don't live there. Have you come across a piece of property within the realm of where you would build one? Have you come across another property that would be able to be built in the same way or better than what this proposal is?
So the closest thing is Flamingo Park. The parking lot that is off of, it's on the south side of the park, right by the Powell's building. That would be the closest thing as far as space for a fire station.
Okay, I know we have to move, and I know that we need to get to a motion. The board might have a couple more pointed questions. Maybe we can be very specific in our questions to get to finish this communication and move on to a motion. Would you like?
Yes, there was a statement that the city wants to renovate 1051 Jefferson Avenue, but for what use? Is it to continue to be used as a fire station? I'm wondering why, and I'm new to this whole process, so I apologize if I'm asking questions that have been answered years past, but I understand that this particular site is great because it serves the Flamingo Park neighborhood north and also its close access to south of 5th. Why can't the current station be renovated to serve the Flamingo Park neighborhood and then have a smaller station south of 5th? There are city-owned surface lots. We mentioned that the surface lot at Flamingo Park, what comes to my mind, I don't know that of the ownership, but like the Miami Beach Marina parking, it's a surface lot. Couldn't a parking lot be built over a fire station, and we don't lose the fire station in the Flamingo Park neighborhood, and then we also have another one, instead of having one to serve both, have two.
Yes. I hope I can answer the question as best as possible. The idea of having two fire stations, first of all, that wasn't contemplated in the GEO bond, but let's forget about that for a second. It's just not efficient. The reason why the existing building doesn't work is because it is simply too small. If you see the photographs of getting those engines inside of that building, I don't even know how they can do it today. It's within inches of the edges of those doors because the equipment has changed over time. That's also a very low site location. So when you raise the building, this is a Category 5 facility. Maybe that's something that wasn't mentioned. And the reason it's a Category 5 facility is, God forbid, you have a catastrophic event like a Category 5 hurricane, the fire department has to be able to come back and mobilize and service that entire area. So when you have a Cat 5 building, you have to raise it up very high above flood criteria. In a small location, and by the way, I'm an architect, so I can speak to design issues a bit, you have to back in those trucks. When you back in those trucks and you have a very low street with a very high footprint or elevation inside the building, you can't really do it. That's one of the reasons for these big ramps in this location. So when we looked at all the locations, the size of the site was critical because that is what allows these trucks to go in and out without having to back in. When you have to back into a site in a building that you have to raise, when you have very low streets, you need a lot of distance to do that. And when you have distance, you need more land. And when you need more land, now you're getting to 3/4 of an acre at a minimum. When you look for 3/4 of an acre in this neighborhood, you'd be surprised how little options you have. And even if you find one, you're talking about a $20 million price tag, assuming there's anything on the market, which there isn't, within that central location that the chief needs to be able to service the most amount of people. We did that analysis already. But I hope that at least helps answer some of the question.
Thank you. Anyone else want to have a follow-up question?
I just wanted to ask, with regard to this resolution from the Flamingo Park neighborhood and some of those sentiments that have been echoed by the board member, are there any of these concerns that can be mitigated in any way, or is it just, the answer is just no? There's no leeway in mitigating any of these concerns?
I mean, I think the board has done an excellent job over the past couple hearings of mitigating some of the concerns. They have reduced the ramping, the paving. I think in terms of where the city is going to put a fire station, which appears to be the primary concern, the board is limited. The board is not able to require the fire station to be placed on a different site. The board, you know what I mean? And I think from what I hear, that is a primary concern.
Can I just clarify, because that's not what I was asking about. I mean, I understand we've come this far in this discussion based on a site, right? My question has more to do with pavement, amount of lanes, tree canopy, curb cuts, those sort of specific
And
concerns.
over the past several months, the board has improved your comments that the applicant has taken into consideration, has significantly improved the conditions. Staff has also been working with the applicant on some of those same issues. I believe from my discussions with the applicant, they believe they've pushed it as far as they can go. In terms of additional shade canopy, I think we could maybe hear from our design consultant. I don't know if their landscape architect is available to see if there's other opportunities for additional shade trees. That is possible.
I would point out that this is a big sticking point, that the whole neighborhood is opposed to it, and half of their items have to do with the lanes, the number of lanes. And I know you reduced on one side from 3 to 2. We still have 3 lanes going out into a street that is only 1 lane in each direction. So, how does that add up? Could we not take that down further,
Okay,
which will allow for more trees and less curb cuts?
And I'm sorry to interrupt you. Currently we have 5 on
Jefferson.
On Jefferson, and what I can tell you that I don't think it is a safe way to operate a fire station. We are going to put the smallest vehicles that we have towards the south side of the station in order to accommodate that curb cut, but that apron is also used for us. We check our trucks out every morning, similar to what a pilot does. They go around their plane every time they fly it. We do that every day at our fire station. Our trucks, we have many instances where multiple units are responding. In the case of the other day that I explained, every unit from Station 1 responded, with the exception of one that was already on a call. If it would have not been on a call, that fire truck, so the turning radiuses and stuff, I can tell you that I don't think it is a safe operation, for the firefighters that are going in and out of those fire stations.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I think there it is. One
Just
more?
quickly, looking at the points that the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association has, more parking being retained. Remember, some of the parking was removed because they wanted the building moved back further. Sidewalks look to me like they were plenty wide enough, for the pedestrians. I don't see where that's a problem. The root system canopy, I think that the city's made it very clear on how they're going to try and maintain that. I think that the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association isn't really aware of all the things that have already been done. And less runoff, you've taken care of how you're going to take care of the runoff. You made that very clear, and I hope that the Neighborhood Association realizes that you really have done everything you can. And also remember that this Neighborhood Association has rejected every single plan for a fire station, and that really they need to be more objective in terms of getting what the neighborhood needs. Thank you.
So are we ready for motion?
If someone
Does
wants to
anybody
make
have
one.
any more?
I'll make a motion that we accept the plan as presented with staff's recommendations.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll be second.
Okay, we have a motion in a second. I will call.
May I make a slight modification?
Yes.
I think the neighborhood will benefit from increased tree canopy. So if they can find a way to increase their tree canopy on the current proposal, I think it would make it more palatable for a Category 5 station that will be able to respond to the neighborhood's needs.
So with that, I think we could recommend a condition and maybe broaden it, not only to the fire station site, but in the surrounding, right of way, etc. for the neighborhood, that the city make every attempt to introduce additional shade canopies, either on the existing site or within the larger immediate adjacent area. I think that would probably be doable. If we
I accept that modification.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so with that modification, we do have a motion and a second. I will call the roll. Mr. Reed?
No.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein? No. Ms. Liebman? I already called on you. Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Project is approved.
We're missing one board member's vote.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
You're a yes? I apologize. Okay, then it is approved. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, board members.
Okay, one application down. Before we start the next application, we did have an item to elect our chair and our vice chair. We now have a full board, and this is required every single year, and we will open it up to discussion or hear a motion, and then we will move forward.
Here, I'd like to make a motion to have Rick become our next
chairman.
I like the other motion. I'm getting twisted.
Okay. Is there a second to Nancy? The motion is to appoint Mr. Lopez as chairman. Is there a second to the motion? Mr. Klein? Okay. We can do a voice vote.
Voice vote. All those in favor of Mr. Lopez? Okay, unanimous. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And now we need a vice chair. Is that a nomination, Mr. Klein? Okay, we are nominating Mr. Pascal as vice chair, and that has been seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Pascal.
Congratulations.
Okay, so that order of business is done. We can move on to our next application, which is HPB 20-0440. This is 550 Washington Avenue. This is an application for modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of the existing building that was previously approved. Currently, the applicant is requesting the modification of a condition that was imposed during the initial approval and a variance to exceed the maximum permitted signage size. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Seiberling for the presentation.
Thanks. The board last heard this item on November 9th. Since that time, the applicant has submitted revised plans, but they remain relatively unchanged. As the board will recall, the applicant is proposing to replace the existing Paris signage on the vertical fin along Washington Avenue with new signage reading Queen. This will also require the modification of a condition in the previous final order that required the Paris signage to be restored, including the Eiffel Tower icon. Staff has no objection to the replacement of the Paris signage with new signage, including the new icon, as it is consistent with the character of the architecture. They're also requesting a variance for the size of the signage on the projecting fin. Staff is supportive of the variance and would note that the fin was originally designed to include signage. Additionally, the shape of the lot with an extremely narrow frontage along Washington Avenue contribute to the practical difficulties. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to replace the existing marquee signage boards with new light boxes and introduce light bulbs around the marquees. Staff remains unsupportive of these modifications and recommends that the existing marquees be retained and restored. Finally, the applicant has included several renderings at the end of the plans that show additional signage at the rear of the building along Euclid Avenue. Staff would note that the signage is not part of the board's review at this time and would require a separate certificate of appropriateness approval.
Okay, is the applicant with us for their presentation? Mr. Marrero, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Still morning, yes. Good morning, staff. Congratulations, newly elected chair, vice chair, members of the board, and welcome formally to our two new members. I know Ray's just here for the first time, but I wasn't here last month, so welcome to you both.
With me, and again, Mickey Marrero from the law firm Burke Howard L. Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here on behalf of Massa Investments, the owner and soon-to-be operator of the 550 Washington venue, which will be known as Queen going forward. With me today in person is our architect, Jose Gomez, Jack Gervais, our sign designer, and Celine Susue, who is our project manager. On Zoom, we have Mr. Massa, the owner, and Arthur Marcus, our historian, who both wanted to be here, but obviously we couldn't get everybody here today. I think I'll just make one comment sort of in jest. I don't know what's been going on longer, the fire station or this signage application. Seems like it's been a long time. Hoping to get a little bit of smirk from some of you guys, but I think today is we're going to hopefully get this resolved. I know the changes have been relatively minor, but they've been significant, and we really are trying to get this right. So with that, if we could put up the presentation, BJ. So we were here first before you on this property at the very end of 2020, where we got the approval for the renovation and restoration of the 550 Washington Avenue space. And at the time, we weren't sure of the exact branding or the signage, but we did know that it was going to be an elevated dining experience, and that Mr. Massa, who operates Baoli, Marion, and Toucan, was going to reimagine this space. Next slide. So here's a sort of the aerial location, 1927, before the property was built. And again, when we first submitted this in 2020, when the building was erected, which included that vertical thin signage that remains there today. Next slide. And with the next slide, hopefully he's still with us. Mr. Marcus wanted to speak to the historical progression of this sign and his view from his historic preservation standpoint. But I will just point out to you what you're seeing there. You're seeing in 1946, when the venue first opened, it was a variety theater, and the word variety was along that vertical fin. In 1961, it became the Paris Theater, and while the original use of the space was like a revival movie theater, when it became the Paris, and I'll make this joke again because it got a great reception last time, the opening night film was Eve and the Handyman. You can imagine what went on there. It was an adult theater for many years, and that was the opening night event was Eve and the Handyman. With that, I'd like to pass it over to Arthur, who I believe should be on Zoom. Arthur?
Arthur, if you could raise your hand, we can get you the mic. Okay, Arthur.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Arthur, we can hear you.
Was Arthur sworn in? Arthur, do you agree that your testimony today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Arthur Marcus. I am an architect and a historic preservationist and former chair of the HB board, as well as chair of the DRB. I am also the author of a new book on MIMO, the architecture of whimsy, and I'm here today to discuss the proposed signage on this former theater building. I'm going to repeat a little bit of what Mickey said, but I think it's important. In 1946, marquee was changed.
You've cut in and out, Arthur. If you could repeat that.
I'm sorry. In 1961, the theater became the Paris Theater, and the name on the marquee was changed from Variety. It seems as if the Eiffel Tower below the Paris name was added at a later date, although this is not known for sure. In later years, the theater became the New Paris Theater, and then in the 1980s, it was occupied by the Paris Moderne nightclub. In 1992, the building became a video film production studio for big-time production. If I remember correctly, the marquee stood for many years without any name on it. In the early 2000s, the building also housed the Bamboo Night. I do not know when the parish name was restored to the marquee. A very similar example of theater names in Miami Beach is the famous and huge former theater and cinema and nightclub at 12th and Washington, which was originally named Cinema Theater. The name was later changed to the French Casino Supper Club. In more recent, a variety of owners and a variety of names have been prominently displayed on the building, including the nightclub owned by the performer Prince. However, theater was never asked to retain the original or one of the former names. What is most important here, certainly the preservation of this historic building. Names of buildings, as well as names on signage, have continually changed throughout the history of Miami Beach, as has just been noted. The name of a building that we have grown familiar with is not sacred just because we may know the building by that particular name, as can be seen from the cinema at 12th and 1. What is most important here, the owner's is to restore the facade and mark of this historic building. This particular name that will be placed on the marquee is not a primary objective. I would hope the board will take this, as well as the precedent that the board has previously considered in other theaters in Miami Beach, into consideration and allow the owner to place his preferred business name on this historic structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. PJ, if we could just move up 2 more slides. And what you'll see now is basically the idea, one more slide, the branding. Queen is a concept that is meant to bring glamour, mystery, decadence, and power, and those images to the guests and to the operation of the venue. If we could have the next couple slides to show that really the branding is not just a name, but also going into, be it the napkins, the matches, all the decorations. PJ, if we could just go through those next couple slides. So it's really something that runs through the entire experience when you're there. What I'd like to do is have Jose Gomez briefly discuss the project that's ongoing, the major improvements being made, starting on slide number 9, PJ.
Good morning, everyone. Jose Gomez, Bellins & Gomez Architects. We're the architects of record for this project. I'm just going to be very brief. The work is ongoing right now. The work started a few months back. The restaurant is going to be probably one of the most higher-end restaurants in Miami Beach. Every attention has been given to every detail throughout, from the sitting to, as Mickey said, the napkin, the lighting. It's an incredible venue that is coming to our city. Mr. Massa have paid attention to every most minute details, and that's why we're asking you to look at the signage. Queen is the preferred sign here. And I think there was another slide, but I just wanted to show you the level of the interiors that we're taking. On the exterior, everything has been restored. We're restoring the window patterns, the exterior stucco, and then on the interior, this is what's coming. Thank you.
We have the next slide, PJ. Thank you, Jose. So there you see the existing signage to the left and the proposed signage. The proposal is to keep the fin and all the structural elements as they are, would just be replacing the copy of the word Paris there with the letters Queen. That would really be the extent of what it is. In some of these places, as I know some of you have mentioned, when you have a bigger facade, you can possibly artfully include both signs there. Because it's such a narrow space in the front, we are very limited here. The space is obviously very big inside, but it's really just that signage. That's the whole frontage that we own. both properties to the left and right are other addresses. So it's a long, narrow entrance that opens up to a big space in the rear. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. So here's a night image of the signage. One thing that Jake mentioned that we added since the last time, in looking at some images of this type of signage and this marquee signage that was common in that period, these light bulb decorative elements are actually very common of that era, and we thought it would give an extra added layer of allure to the signage. So we've added that to these since we saw you last. Next slide. And again, some more images of what we're calling really option 1, which is just the lettering going up and down. Next slide. Again, more close view of the light bulb addition. Next. If I could just have 2 more minutes, Mr. Chair. And again, just more views of the type of copy. We're trying to keep the exact same style or as close to it as possible, just changing the letters. Next slide. And here's what we're calling option 2, which is the icon, the Queen's icon, where the Eiffel Tower would have been, to pay homage to the icon and that element at the bottom of the lettering. This is actually what staff is recommending, this version. Next slide. And here's a little bit closer attention to the marquee. And if we could just go a couple more slides, I want to show the board here, exactly. So at the November meeting, Ms. Weinstein was the one that mentioned, and it's something that we hadn't thought of, but came up during the discussion, would it be possible to restore that physical sign and move it to another location? And at the time, we weren't sure if that was possible, but we took the time and had Jose and his team and Jack work on the possibilities of doing that. And it is something that we can do. Here are some images of what that might look like. This is with the signage sort of coming out as a fin, projecting into the outside of the building. So you see it looking north-south. The next slide. At night, and then the other option, if we go to the next slide, is, again, on the face of the building. Either option would work. We quite like this addition, and it's something that came up during our discussion with the board last time. If you all don't mind, just to conclude, Mr. Massa should be on Zoom, and he wanted just to say a few words. He really wanted to be here. Unfortunately, again, he just was unable to, but we do need to move forward. So, Matthew, if you're there, if you could just raise your hand.
Matthew, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me properly?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Matthew Massa. I am the owner of the property, as well as the restaurant operator for this project. I've been a Miami Beach resident and Miami Beach restaurant operator since 2009, 13 years ago. I've always been, and still am today, now more than ever, a strong believer in the city of Miami Beach. Our ambition for this project is to turn Queen Restaurant into a Miami Beach destination and a new local institution. This project consists into turning a former movie theater, a former photo studio, and a former hip-hop nightclub into a glamorous fine dining destination that we all can be proud of. Our main challenge, besides building a kitchen and doing construction in the middle of the pandemic, will be to attract the right crowd and make sure they come back after their first visit, which is the key success factor in our restaurant industry. Being able to communicate with a clear message who we are and what we do will be crucial to our long-term success. The signage in the front facade will play a key role in our ability to promote and communicate efficiently to our audience. My team and I will respect whatever decision this board makes today and hope it will respond favorably to our demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. And with that, we would conclude. We appreciate the patience you all have had in hearing this a few times. It is critically important to Mr. Massa and this project. So with that, happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before we open to the public, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application?
The only thing I would say is that I've had some conversations with a past planning department's staff person.
Okay.
In reference to this project. but I see it on my own, on its merits.
Okay, so we'll turn it to public comments.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I don't know if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak. I do see Mitch Novick and Gemma with their hands raised on Zoom. I believe you were speaking on the previous application, so if you would still like to speak, keep your hand raised. If not, please lower your hand. Okay, their hands are raised, so we'll go with Mitch Novick. Mitch, would you like to speak on this application? 550 Washington Avenue. If so, please unmute yourself. Okay, I don't see Mr. Novick unmuting himself. We can move on to Gemma. Gemma, if you would like to speak on 550 Washington Avenue, please unmute yourself and address the board.
And Gemma, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, but I am not, my hand is not raised. It says lower hand. I do not wish to speak, but I don't want to keep, so don't call on me when you see it. There's some problems with my Zoom. It says lowered hand on my side, and you guys are seeing it as raised hand.
We can hear you, but would you like to speak on the application for 550 Washington Avenue?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. So I guess first I have a question, which is how many votes is needed for this? Maybe Deborah could let us know. Is this a 4 or a 5?
This was a modification to the previous approval, so it would which needed 5, and there's a variance associated, which also requires 5.
Okay, good to know. All right, so we've shared our opinion on this, and I guess you could say maybe today's theme is we believe that things that might not be the original could also become historic over time. Our community is evolving, and so are the buildings. So yes, we know that the Paris sign was not the original sign, but it's been there longer than I've been alive. And also, let's not forget Art Deco's connection to Paris. And, you know, I think it's really in your hands as board whether you want the Paris sign there or if you want a new sign. But I did want to mention the Park Central is a good example. There were a few brands that came through there. The Celino, that never opened, and, now we have the Gabriel that hopefully will be there for a long time, but they kept their historic sign, Park Central, and then they put Gabriel branding all around the building other ways, and I think there's a way to do that here as well while maintaining the historic sign that is currently there. So we just respectfully ask that you honor the continuum of our city's evolution and vote no on this request. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jack Finglass back again. I just like to add one thing to what Daniel has said. If you look on your page, it has the signs. There's a happy solution here that I don't know why the owner wants 100% of what he wants or nothing. You have a huge marquee that's illuminated. He could have the biggest Queen sign that there ever was put on that sign and have reserved the Paris sign above, and if he didn't want to light it, don't light it. But if you have a lit Queen sign that's 10 feet tall, I think that should suffice for his advertisement purposes. The book, the matches, the napkins, that's all good. But we're trying to preserve something that's been there 70 years. That's enough reason to preserve that sign. Thanks.
I see no other members on Zoom, so you can close the public hearing.
Okay, we will close the public hearing and open it up here to board discussion. Barry?
So, I guess to a lot of people, the name on a building's kind of a minor, trivial aspect of the architecture of the built environment. Here in Miami Beach, historically, exotic names have been used to add to the fantasy of this resort town. Barcelona, the Fontainebleau, the Deauville, Versailles, Mercedes, Tiffany, Delano, Cadillac, and the Paris. It's been there quite a long time. I don't know. You know, we have businesses that come and go. And as Mr. Finglass just said, the applicant has a large marquee to put their name. Why? What benefit is there other than, to them, a lot of marketing, advertisement, branding? What's the benefit to us? I keep asking that to myself, to all the projects that come before us. People are coming here and investing their money, and God bless them for that, and increasing the revenue and the vitality of this city. That's great for their business intentions. What's the benefit to the historic district? What's the benefit to the community? I don't see one here to reversing that sign. I also feel, though, when it was mentioned back in November or December about putting the sign on the back, I think when it was mentioned up here, we kind of realized, wow, that's kind of putting it on the tail end. It has no relevance back there. It doesn't mark an entrance. It's just, here, let's satisfy the board. Let's make them part of the design process and pop this thing back here. I think we're above that. So I don't see, this town has a history, a relevance of these names, and I would not be, as I was in the beginning, I have not changed my mind. I would not be in favor of changing it without, you want to call it Queen, great. But removing the Paris sign, I would be against. And I would say, your business speculation, come back in 10 or 12 years when you're still in existence, and then maybe we could talk. But I'm not for it.
Kirk?
Thank you. So, first of all, one thing I wanted to mention, which was not included on the actual staff report, the staff report refers to the last couple of times this came before us, but it doesn't refer all the way back to the original application for the renovations that are happening on this building. And I just want to clarify, at the time, as I recall it, the discussion was that the Paris Theater sign had existed for a very long time, for the majority of the life of this building. But the board, as I recall at that time, was open to retaining either the Variety or the Paris Theater name. And because the Paris Theater name was existing, ultimately, as I recall it, that's why the final order included retaining the name of the Paris Theater. I want to also respond to what very well-respected historian Mr. Marcus referred to. I don't believe that any of us are asking for the name of the building to be retained, and there's a huge history in Miami Beach of many buildings where the original signage is retained. But that doesn't mean that the building is stuck into one use. Just a couple of obvious examples. You have the Crown Hotel, which obviously everyone refers to as a Confidant. It's the Confidant. You have the Sovereign, which is the Soho House. Nobody thinks of it as the Sovereign, but the Sovereign sign remains. You have the Aloft, and the Ankara sign exists, and we have a strong history of that. And, when you drive by those structures, I don't think that the Sovereign Hotel sign is hindering the Soho House's ability to do business there and to maintain their brand identity as a Soho House. And yet, for those who appreciate history in Miami Beach and the historical references, you're able to see that this was once the Sovereign Hotel and the Confidant was once the Crown Hotel, and so on and so forth. And the last thing I want to point out, which I think is incredibly significant, is that the existing Paris sign, as we discussed at the last conversation we had over this presentation, the Paris theater sign does not cut into the sign allowance for this building. In addition, the marquee does not cut into the sign allowance for this building. So effectually, it seems like this building probably has more signage per square foot than maybe any other building that I could think of, given the massive size of that marquee, which they could put anything they want on that marquee, in addition to still retaining their signage allowance for putting in a new sign for Queens. So I'm obviously opposed, and those are my reasons. Thank you.
I'm a little bit on the fence with this. I don't really care personally whether it says Queen or Paris. What bothered me more than anything else was the black squares around the signs on the marquee that just stood out, and to me was more detrimental to my vision of what's going on. And I look back to a very famous restaurant that used to be on the corner of 21st Street called Wolfie's. And we went through a lot on that sign and where it was going to go and where it was going to be saved. And I believe it was supposed to be saved, God knows where. I haven't seen it anyplace. And back to what you're saying about the Ankara. I live right across from the Ankara. I've had many people ask me where the Ankara is. And I said, it doesn't exist. It's part of what is now the Gates Hotel. And they used to light it. Now they don't light it anymore. So, at this point in time, I still sit on the fence with this, but I told you the one thing that does bother me about the project.
Thank you. Laura? Or go ahead, Stuart.
Thank you. I really don't have a strong opinion if it's one name or another, but I'm glad to support the board if the board does have a strong opinion about it. But what I'd like to address is the fact that a component of this application is a request for variance from the code, and there's nothing in the application or in the staff report that shows me that the requirements of the law to grant a variance are met by this application. First of all, the code in section 118 353 about variance applications in subpart D, it has 8 different criteria to grant a variance. The first one is that special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land, structure, or building involved and which are not applicable to other land, structures, or buildings in the same district. So the only thing that I could sort of gather from the application, because there isn't a paragraph about hardship and practical difficulty, is that they say that they need the variance in order to allow for proposed signage to be displayed in the same manner that has always existed on the site. So I'm guessing the need for the variance is in order to continue the use of the same dimensions that's already there. It's not clear from the application or from the staff report, so I'm just guessing why a variance. I understand a variance is required because of the size of the sign. But does that mean the existing sign is not in compliance? Why would there not be a grandfather? But I guess there's been a determination that a variance is required, and that's why it was brought before the board. There are 7 other criteria. It says the special conditions and circumstances do not result from the action of the applicant. I don't think they do, but you hear about that. Granting the variance requested will not confirm on the applicant any special privilege that is denied by the land development applications to other lands, buildings, or structures in the same zoning district. So are we going to have to give bigger signs to all smaller properties because they don't have much frontage? The application doesn't address the 8 criteria. I wish it did. And I wish that the staff report did as well, because I would like to be able to support it. But the law says that that the applicable board shall find. Shall is a mandatory word. We're required to make findings, these 8 findings, in order to grant a variance. And what's in the code, it just hasn't been presented by us. And also, I think that there's a threshold issue as well, that for the jurisdiction of the board under 118-351, Part B, it says the jurisdiction of each board shall not attach unless and until the board has before it a written opinion from the city attorney that the subject matter of the request is properly before the board. I haven't seen, there might be, but I haven't seen it. Didn't see a written opinion from the city attorney. So that's the law. I'd like to be able to make my decision based on compatibility and design criteria as well. But I think that as far as the variance goes, how can we make these findings when there's nothing before us? And if there was a written opinion from the city attorney to satisfy this request, I don't have it.
I can take the last question, then Debbie, maybe you can take the first one. But the board has jurisdiction to hear this request for a variance, and that's what the city attorney's role is limited to, as far as confirming whether the board has jurisdiction to hear it. Now, whether the record supports the grant of the variance is a question for the board to determine.
Just to point out, I didn't throw that out there. I mean, it says a written opinion from the city attorney. I'm just reading from the code.
And prior to every meeting of the Historic Preservation Board, I'm required to sign a memo confirming that the board has jurisdiction to hear each of the items on the agenda, and I have signed the memo for this meeting.
I would just recommend to read the language of the code, because I don't want it, because it does say that it has to be before the board, the written opinion.
Was there any additional clarification that Nick or Debbie would like to provide, Stuart?
No, I mean, with regard to the variance, the variance standards are very strict. It's very difficult to prove the technical hardships of those 8 criteria. The city, the ordinance does also provide for hardship, which is less defined and more open to the board's discretion. In this particular case, we did find there were practical difficulties because the historic architecture was clearly designed for that vertical pylon to contain signage. And we believe that significantly contributes to the architectural integrity of this particular building and supports the surrounding historic district. In order to place a sign in, a similar size to the original sign or the existing Paris sign, they would be required a variance due to their narrow frontage, which I believe is probably the narrowest frontage in that immediate area. They would technically only be allowed, I believe it's 15 square feet total for any signage, and in order to fill that pylon in a manner that's more consistent with the historic character of the building, they would need a variance. But it's up to the board to determine whether or not they agree and that those criteria have been met. So, it's up to the board to evaluate. Staff is just providing some information in our recommendation.
Thanks, Debbie. Thank you, Stuart. Laura?
What if we considered not having anything on there except for the architectural feature itself? No Paris, no Queen. Just have an architectural feature there, and then put the signage back onto the marquee itself. That way, there's no question as to which way you go. Just a thought. instead of having anything on the part that goes up that's an architectural feature, if you take the sign off altogether, you still have an architectural feature like on the Plymouth Hotel. And you could just say it's an architectural feature with no sign. Just a thought.
Okay. Laura?
Thank you so much, and thank you. I think you guys made a great effort. I guess with signage, it's a lot of times the only thing we have in these very small sites. So I share, some of the concerns of my fellow colleagues on why we can't just keep even one side as Paris and then rename on the marquee, for example. I do appreciate the effort in the back. I'm supportive personally of that. I don't know if you have a consensus among that. And again, thank you to the property owner. It's a difficult area, so I really do appreciate the investment and time that the entire design team made. So that would be my only question: is that possible?
Nancy?
I have thought about this for a long time. It seems like just such a simple issue until you start to talk about it. But I looked at some of the places on Collins Avenue near where I live, and I think a lot of them have changed, but they leave the original sign. But in this case, there's not an original sign. It would have been the first. What did you say?
The original name was the Variety.
And nobody knows that. So I thought that it would be a nice effort to put the original sign. And I've seen it on Collins. They have done it, where they put the new sign up and have the old sign below, just as a reminder. But this building is not the same, so I don't think it would even work that way. So the best thing I can say is it would be nice if we give it a little plug somewhere on the front of the building and put the Queen sign up, and everybody will be happy. They'll all be running in as fast as the sign goes up. So good luck with that.
I appreciate MDPL's point about the original sign being not the predominant one that people have in their memory, and Paris being that thing. At the same time, I also appreciate the applicant wanting to do a beautiful installation and update it with the name of the place. So I'm okay with that. If I had any qualms, it would be the size of the font for a restaurant and lounge, which seems kind of oversized. But I know that's not really the issue here. So that's where I'm at. Did you want to?
Yeah, just very briefly, and I know we spent a lot of time on this, and I do appreciate everybody's time. To address just a couple of things that were said by the public and by the board members, Mr. Reed, I think you did a great job of focusing on the variant stuff, and I think this is a unique case, and we did speak about it. I feel like this is the third subjective time that we've spoken about this. But as Debbie pointed out, and I was going to mention, really one of the primary distinct issues here is that our frontage is so narrow that if you were to follow the strict code, you would never be able to achieve that size of the font that's, whether it be Variety Paris or Queen, on that vertical fin. So it's a really unique situation. And again, here we're trying to achieve the same font, the same size of that existing signage with our Queen signage. And the only way to achieve that is with a variance, but it's really a unique type of variance, because typically we're asking for something bigger or something different. Here it's just replacing what's there, but because of the way it's being presented, it does require a variance. And I didn't realize that Nick even did that component as far as his review, but that's great that you caught that, and I think we are in compliance with that. As to I think a very good point was made, why not just put it on the marquee? And that seems like a solution. The concern really is that the marquee and the why the marquee was so attractive was it was going to talk about, be it events, special things that were happening at the city or at the location, and the marquee always served that function. the building's identification, and this building historically, it was always that fin. You're going to, be it Variety, be it Paris, or hopefully Queen, what's on the fin. And then whether, it was suggested just have the word Queen massive. I think that would sort of take away from the style that we're really hoping to achieve. So restaurant and lounge is something that was just there sort of as a placeholder, but the ability to change that signage was really what we hoped for. Again, if there's, Nancy mentioned bringing something on the ground level that would remember the signage and the historical variations on the building, I think that's certainly something that we would be more than happy to do if there was an appetite for that. But again, here I know it's just by the board's opinions alone, you can see that there is a difference of opinion in how this should be handled because of so much investment, and really we want to bring this property back to its more glory than it ever had. And it just seems like a change in branding is warranted here. It may not always be warranted, but happy to include whatever plaque, memory, relocation, restoration of that sign that we've talked about. But with that, I ask for your support. Thank you so much.
Any other comment or proposed motion? Okay, Barry.
I'll make a motion to deny the application, leaving the Paris sign the way it is, allowing you to put Queen on the marquee anywhere else the code would allow. If that requires a variance to leave the word Paris, then I approve the variance. I make a motion to approve the variance, but I personally feel very strong, have a strong conviction that the name Paris should be there on the outside, on the front of that building. I wonder if this is a precedent for Sofers to change the name of the Fontainebleau, or whoever the next owner of the Eden Rock is. What's next? It's been there, was it 50 or 60 years? 70 years? Since 1961. It is common, and it fits in, with Miami Beach. The name was changed for a reason, to create some hype and some glamour. And I hope that your business is nothing but success.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, just to clarify the motion, the retention of the Paris sign, including the reconstruction of the Eiffel Tower icon, does not require a variance, since this is considered a historic sign. So we're going to remove the approval of the variance from your motion.
Part and
okay.
Just to leave the Paris as is.
Okay. That's a motion and a second. Let me call the roll. Ms. Liebman.
Wait, I want to ask, are you're considering to have the sign on the small sign on the front?
This is the Paris Theater, and Queen is the operator there. So they can put Queen wherever they're legally obliged to.
No.
Okay.
So the motion is to deny the request for the new Queen sign on the vertical pylon with the associated variances that are required to retain, to put Queen there. So the previous condition of this board to retain the Paris Theater and reintroduce the Eiffel Tower icon would remain. So the motion is to deny the current request and to retain the board's previous condition regarding the Paris signage.
I just had a clarifying question, Debbie, and maybe this is just referring to your own expertise and experience on this project with the retention of the Paris Theater signage. obviously that leaves the opportunity for the Queen sign to go elsewhere, right? Given the sign allowance and given the conditions, would there be a need for a variance for the Queen sign, or is it something that would come back to us? Or?
They would have to propose a sign, the design of a new Queen sign, and if it exceeded the maximum square footage, that would require variance that would be brought back to this board. If the design of their new Queen sign was not consistent with our guidelines for signage, that would also come back for a certificate of appropriateness as a separate independent application.
And there's nothing that we could approve at this time to
No, typically staff reviews and approves signage administratively. We do have that authority. Yeah, we would just have to see if it's something that staff can approve or not based upon a new proposal that came before us by the applicant.
Thank you.
On that, is there something that doesn't allow them to use that marquee?
So that there is nothing that does not allow them to use the marquee. However, I would state that when staff is reviewing marquee signage, we, based on the certificate of appropriateness criteria, when we review that administratively, we would require something that's consistent with marquee signage. For example, a channel letter that had, a significant depth to it that was illuminated would not be consistent with traditional marquee signage. So if they wanted to propose something like that, they would likely be before this board, whether it's just for the certificate of appropriateness or for a variance or not.
Precluded from using that rectangular shape for the word Queen or whatever they want.
They are not
Just
precluded.
like they proposed lounge and whatever it said. Okay.
Correct.
And a further clarification, could that font be, could their branding, their font be incorporated into the lettering on the marquee?
Yes. Okay. I'd like to see the specific details of the signage before knowing if it would have to come before this board or not. So we do have a motion and a second. I am going to call the roll, and the motion is to deny the current application. Ms. Liebman. Motion to deny. So a yes would be to deny the application.
I guess a yes. That is
okay.
Easier to.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Reed.
Yes.
Mr. Breslin. No. Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I want to clarify. Oh, Mr. Lopez.
And I'll be a no.
Is that denial is with or without prejudice? Meaning, could they submit a new application to you within 6 months?
Just to be clear, that's a new application of the same.
It's not clear the way if it has to be the identical application. The way the historic preservation section, which differs from the Board of Adjustment sections, it doesn't clarify that it's the same application. So I would recommend that if they want to come back with a different sign, that it be without prejudice. In the event they are required to come back before you for a new design.
Could I just ask a quick, because effectively, and I have not seen that, I've been on this board for 5 years now. It feels like, this is the second time this has come before us. And so now we're talking about a third time, encouraging a third time, which seems, it seems like a bad precedent to me to encourage applicants to keep coming back until they get the answer they want.
The only reason why I'm stating that is if they come back with a Queen sign for the marquee, that requires a certificate of appropriateness, the denial with prejudice may prevent them from doing so.
We're not really discussing the marquee.
No, and I
agree.
Point. And I think the way the prejudice language is written, it doesn't specify that it's the same application. We had this discussion, and we looked closely at it when we reviewed the Ritz-Carlton project.
Can we do it without prejudice as to the marquee, but with regarding the fin? It just seems counterintuitive to just keep encouraging.
Yes,
I don't see why
the city attorney would be okay with that. Yeah. So,
I'm looking it.
Yes.
I am concerned about what we're doing. The owner isn't here. How many times did he try to get here so that he could speak about what he wants? We're doing all this.
He
Yeah,
is,
was
the
online
owner is
thanking
with
everybody.
us via Zoom.
Little does he know. No. He spoke, and this is the way we are taking that. I thought he was just, passing the time and saying he was happy that he was going to finally get something done. And I don't think he was looking to have the other sign as the main sign, unless I am listening incorrectly.
But Nancy, this has been before us like four
100
times or more.
Yeah, we keep.
And the motion to deny was approved, so the application has been denied. I just wanted to clarify if that was with prejudice or without prejudice.
I don't understand what that means. I mean, if an application was denied, wouldn't they have to submit a new application? And
If it's denied with prejudice, it precludes the applicant for submitting a new application.
Why?
That's,
Well,
that's how the code's written. So it's a call for the board to make whether you want your denial to be with or without prejudice.
But it would be a new application.
The code's written very broadly. So if it's with prejudice, no new application.
So do we need to amend the motion to be, I mean, can we amend it to be with prejudice regarding the fin and without prejudice regarding the marquee? Does that not open it up to the leeway that we need?
I think the board can make a motion now.
A new motion.
Yes.
So can I make a motion that the previous motion be with prejudice regarding the fin and without prejudice regarding signage on the marquee?
Yes.
Can we have discussion?
Yes. We have a
Well,
motion.
I don't know what they would want to do with the fin. What if they wanted to just change the coloring or the lighting, something that could make it more attractive? I don't understand.
Staff can approve that. Can they not?
Correct. Paint color or the restoration of the original lighting details. We've actually spoken with the applicant about those elements, and that certificate of appropriateness can be approved administratively.
Can we get in one more presentation before we break?
We would need to vote on this last if there's no further discussion, and then we can likely, hopefully, move on to the next application. So that is the motion without prejudice for the marquee, if they want to come back to you for that, and with prejudice for the vertical fin.
And Debbie, I would just clarify, I think it's with prejudice as to the fin and without prejudice as to anything else, because what if they wanted to make application for some other aspect of the property, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, we do have the next application. We also did have lunch delivery. I think the board could grab their lunch and hear the presentation from the applicant. It may be a relatively lengthy presentation. Or we can break after the next application. It's up to the board.
How do you guys feel? Do you want to eat now or?
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I think we're.
Get over the eating?
Get over the eating.
Are we moving forward with the next application? Okay, staff will go ahead and staff will outline our recommendation, and then I will turn it over to the applicant. So this is HPB file 210461, 1901 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of 2 buildings on the site. The total demolition of 2 buildings, the construction of 2 new additions, and landscape and hardscape modifications. The existing site contains 3 buildings. It's located within the Ocean Drive Collins Avenue Local Historic District. The Shore Club Hotel, which fronts onto Collins Avenue, is classified as a contributing building. The Cromwell Hotel, which fronts onto 20th Street, is also classified as a contributing building, and there is a 17-story tower addition that is a non-contributing building that was constructed in the late 1990s. This particular application is very comprehensive. The applicant is redeveloping the entire site. Their application includes the introduction of a new residential tower, which differs from the existing use, which is entirely hotel. Within the Shore Club building itself, the applicant is proposing to restore the primary architectural features, as well as restore the original public interior lobby space. Staff is supportive of that. As part of their new construction, the applicant is proposing demolition of the later addition designed by Melvin Grossman at the rear of the Shore Club building. And they are also, in the plans that were presented to you, proposing to demolish the original south wing. Since the time that staff has sent the board our recommendation and plans, we have met with the applicant. I believe today they are going to present a revised demolition plan for that particular building, and are currently proposing to retain that original south wing that was designed by Albert Annis as part of the original design. So we are supportive of the proposed modifications to the Shore Club Hotel. The Cromwell Hotel, which is the Art Deco design building that fronts onto 20th Street, is also proposed to be retained, significantly retained, and all exterior features are proposed to be restored. We did have a lengthy description of that particular property in our analysis and included some photographs with regard to the original lobby of the Cromwell Hotel. The applicant has met with staff after the release of our recommendation, and I believe is agreeing to some of staff recommendations with regard to the restoration of that significant public interior space, which was part of our recommendation in the draft order. They are also proposing some modifications to the exterior, including the introduction of a canopy structure. Staff also was supportive of the introduction of a canopy structure. However, we were recommending some modifications in order to differentiate that further from the contributing building, and I believe the applicant will respond to that request by staff. With regard to the new residential tower, this is something that we have seen the evolution of over the past several months with the architect. I do want to commend the entire team, including the property owner as well as the local architect and Robert Stern's firm, for really being very sensitive with the design of the new tower. As you can see from the plans, it contains very strong nautical influences. It also responds not only to the historic district in the site, but on each elevation of this new tower, it responds differently given the existing conditions of the site. And we think that was an excellent direction to go in order to create a unique new addition that is contemporary, however responds very sensitively to its not only the historic district, but its actual current site conditions. So we are very supportive of that, and in general, the operations of the site we have looked at. I know that is something that, with such a large project, is something that the neighbors also have met with the applicant and discussed in terms of loading. The original loading plan, we did believe may have somewhat of a negative impact on the pedestrian character along 20th Street, and the applicant has agreed to take a second look at that and improve that condition. So again, we want to thank the applicant for such a collaborative working relationship with the city. I know they've also been meeting with their neighbors, and we are supporting the project and recommending approval.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Neeson Kasdan, and I have the pleasure of co-counseling on this application with Michael Larkin. We will be here throughout this presentation. It's been a nice collaboration. I'd like to first also invite you to have your lunch and eat during our presentation and discussion. Don't feel shy about that. I'd like to introduce our team, and then after introducing our team, I will introduce Alex Witkoff to formally introduce the Witkoff organization's history with projects of this nature and the architectural team as well. With us today are Steve Witkoff and Alex Witkoff, the two principals of the Witkoff Group. I've had the pleasure of working with the Witkoff Group for many years. And now a major focus of their activities is here in Miami Beach and in South Florida. And in fact, both Steve Witkoff and Alex Witkoff are residents of Miami Beach. This is their community. With us as well as the architectural team, led by Robert A.M. Stern, who is going to appear by video, as well as his partner Paul Whalen, who is here in person, and of course Kobe Karp, who is as well the architect on the project. Our landscape architecture will be done by Island Planning Corporation, Nathan Browning, who is also on video, as well as our traffic and transportation consultant, Adrian Debkowski from Kinley Horn, is also available by video. At first, in our presentation, I will bring forward Mr. Witkoff, Alex, to talk about, as I said, the work of the Witkoff Group on projects here and around the world. And then he will introduce the architectural team of Steve Advikov, who is our Heritage Architects, preservation architecture consultant, as well as Paul Whalen. I want to make two comments before I turn this over to Alex. I don't think I have had a client in Miami Beach who has delved more deeply into the architectural history of a property, the importance of the individual buildings, its context, and in fact the periods of architecture that they represent, as well as matched with a concern for having the finest in contemporary architecture that is compatible with that historic architecture than I have seen from Alex Witkoff. And you will see that in the presentation, the care they have taken, and the changes, in fact, that have been responsive to input they have received. The other thing I would like to say is a quote from Jane Jacobs. And Jane Jacobs said, "Genuine, rich diversity of the built environment is always the product of many, many different minds. At its richest is also the product of different periods of time with different aims and fashions." This project exemplifies that. You will see the magnificent restoration of the classic Art Deco Cromwell building by Taylor, as well as the reverential treatment of the first post-war modern work of Albert Annis, one of the great masters of architecture in Miami Beach, in the Shore Club, combined with the great, beautiful architecture of one of the great architects of our time, Robert A.M. Stern. So it's my pleasure to present that, and then we would also ask at the end for, after other public comment, for some additional time for rebuttal and further comment. So Alex Witkoff, please.
Thank you, members of the board. If we could please put on the presentation.
This may be a good time for me to swear in anyone who wasn't sworn in this morning. Could you raise your right hands if you've not been sworn in? Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Sure. So, members of the board, my name is Alex Witkoff. You also have here my father, Stephen Witkoff, from the Witkoff Group. We're both Miami Beach residents. We've been coming to Miami for well over a decade. It's our home. It's where we live. It's our community. So just wanted to impress upon you how important Miami Beach is and this project is to us. If you can, to the next slide. So our business has been around for over 30 years. I think one of the hallmarks of our business has been our extensive experience with historic and landmark architecture. That includes in Miami Beach. We've come before your board a little bit over a decade ago, as well as in New York, London, and many other jurisdictions. If you can, to the next slide. I think one of the hallmarks of our historic preservation work is the Walworth Building in New York City. It was originally built in 1913 for F.W. Woolworth by Cass Gilbert. From 1913 to 1930, it was actually the tallest building in the world, and obviously has thousands of windows, as well as a terracotta facade and so forth. If you can, to the next slide, please. This is our historic experience even extends to London. This is a National Historic Project by the United Kingdom. It actually has the largest clock face. Most people actually think it's Big Ben. This is actually technically the largest clock face in all of London. It's an Art Deco building, which relates obviously to the Art Deco Cromwell. In addition, we also restored the Art Deco Daily News building and have extensive experience in this type of architecture. This was built in 1932, and during World War II was actually underwent a requisition by the United Kingdom as their Ministry of Supply, so it's very strong historic significance. If you can, to the next slide. Then moving to Miami Beach, this is the Allison Hotel by Herbert Mathis, actually built in 1951, 2 years after the MIMO Shore Club. But same in the Shore Club, it sits in the MIMO style and speaks to our extensive experience dealing with both MIMO and Art Deco architecture, with this being the MIMO style and obviously the Shellmix House being in the Art Deco style, as well as many other projects. We've done over 20 historic preservation projects. I think we've enjoyed a strong reputation both with national landmarks, New York City landmarks, as well as the Miami Beach Historic Preservation Board. With our strong, deep background in historic architecture and understanding this, when we always approach these projects, we always start off with team. And I think here, hopefully you guys recognize, we think we brought on a best-in-class team. Next, you'll hear from Robert A.M. Stern, who's joining by Zoom. He would love to join in person, but given COVID protocols, he's going to be joining by Zoom. So I believe Debbie left, but she's the one admitting people by Zoom, so if you can.
Mr. Stern, if you could raise your hand on Zoom. Yeah. And unmute yourself.
And Mr. Stern,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm happy to be here. I'm sorry, it's not only COVID protocols that prevent me from being here, but I just finished teaching my weekly seminar at Yale University, also remotely. So it would be impossible for me to be in Miami Beach to meet with you. But I'm glad I can meet with you at least on the screen. Can we have the next slide? Next, please. What I would like to take you through very quickly is a few examples of our work, recent work, that involve both contextual issues, for example, 15 Central Park West, two buildings forming a group around courtyards facing Central Park, a condominium building that has enjoyed enormous success in the marketplace, and also among people who find it very sympathetic in its design to buildings including the Art Deco Century Apartments by Irwin Channon and Jacques de Lamar, immediately to the north and visible in the photograph at the center of the screen. Next slide. Maybe more specifically related to the work we will be doing on various of the components of the Shore Club site is this work on both these projects, by the way, I should say, were for the Zeckendorf brothers, very important development family in New York City. This is 18 Gramercy Park South, which was built around 1930 as a dormitory for single women coming to New York and to seek their fortunes in jobs and having a very low budget in order to survive in the city. The Zeckendorfs took the building over, and we have completely renovated it to meet a new set of market demands. Windows have been enlarged in size, as you can see by comparing the photo on the bottom right with the one in the center or the one at the top. In addition to which, the interior was completely gutted and the very small dormitory rooms removed in favor of single-floor residences running up through the building. The building was completed in 2012. Next slide, please. I'm happy to say that I've had at least one opportunity to date to build in Miami Beach, which is the library just next to Collins Park, in which I tried in the design to capture the spirit of Miami Beach architecture, particularly the Art Deco architecture of the late 20s through the late 1930s. The split between Mimo and Deco is sometimes fuzzy in the reality and perhaps a bit in this building, but I hope you will agree that it works very well on its site, and with the courtyard behind it, enjoys the best of Miami's climate and environment in a major public facility. Next slide, please.
So we're working with Kobe Karp on this project.
Yeah, Paul Whalen will now pick this up.
Thank you, Bob. And Bob and I will be going back and forth. Hi, I'm Paul Whalen, and we're working with Kobe Karp on this project. We have a great relationship with him, and you know Kobe, and he's done, of course, a lot of very sensitive architecture in the city of Miami Beach, as well as restorations. Next, please.
Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, thanks. And Mr. Chair, members of the board, good to be before you again. Steve Avdikov, Heritage Architectural Associates, 4300 Biscayne Boulevard. We're the historic preservation consultant for the project. I've spoken before this board several times in opposition to projects which I felt were incompatible to the historic context. However, I think this project is different. We've been involved from the outset in terms of identifying significance, contributing elements, and how to incorporate and restore the buildings while incorporating new design. Significantly, there's an existing 200-foot tower on this site. We're matching that height for the proposed new construction. There is also a large building immediately to the north, the Setai, which is 400 feet tall. So the context for new development in this area and restoration is appropriate. We are detached from the postcard era and part of the beach, which I find very significant, as I'm sure you all do too here. I think this project really complies with the ordinance, with the terms of the ordinance. It enhances the district. The design's compatible. It's contextual both to the immediate site. The siting relates to the historic buildings. The contextual relates to the Art Deco building, which we have here that identified the significant Cromwell building from 1939 by Robert A. Taylor at the northern end of the site. We have the mid-century modern Albert Annis building, the Short Club, 1949, along Collins, which you see the returning wing along the southern side of the site. Now, this is a complicated site, and it's evolved over time, and we, as Nisa mentioned, sites evolve, and we have to be respectful and responsive of that. But at the same time, we're really trying to honor the excellence of these star architects that were involved from that time, which relate to the Art Deco era and the mid-century modern era. There's a 1955 addition to the east of the Annis that's highlighted, and then there was a 2001 tower addition that you can see along with some cabanas to these. So we're just presenting the existing site configuration and conditions with which we will retain to process and work with. Next, please. So significantly at the top, you can see the historic images of the Cromwell building by Robert A. Taylor. He's a significant architect. Some of his other work included the Spanish Village at Espanola Way, the Bath Club from 1927, and the Townhouse Hotel, which sits immediately to the west of the property of the Cromwell along 20th Street. At the bottom, you see the Short Club building by Annis. Now, Annis was a prolific, as you know, is a prolific Art Deco architect. He did a lot of hotels along Ocean Drive, the Waldorf, the Clevelander, the Leslie, However, this really represents a significant evolution in his vocabulary and post-war mid-century MIMO work, where he utilized features that were referenced in other buildings by other architects, including eyebrows that stepped up alongside the building, that capped the building, and corner windows and corner balconies. So really, this reflects his evolution from Art Deco into mid-century modern, which is an important style here in Miami. Next, please. You can see the existing conditions. The intent, really, the primary intent is to restore these historic buildings, which have that character in there, which we are being respectful of. As I mentioned, we put together a historic character analysis that quantified the historic significance of both of the Deco and the mid-century modern buildings here. Next, please. As I mentioned, the Shore Club is going to be a feature restoration. We're talking about bringing back those features of the mid-century that were highlighted in the MIMO book, Miami Modern Revealed, by Nash and Randall Robinson. We're bringing back the balconies and the windows.
I can't talk to you. I'm on a call with a building commission.
Welcome to Zoom.
So I think we really want to emphasize with our homage that we're paying with the restoration of this Albert Annis masterwork and his first mid-century building. One of the earliest ones, of course, he did the Nautilus and the Sagamore right down the street as well, around that same time. Next, please.
Mr. Chairman, how much additional time would you like to allow?
Do you need another 5 or 10 minutes?
I think we need at least 10 minutes.
Okay.
So to bring you inside into the main significant interior space of the Shore Club, I mean, it's an iconic space. It's an open volume. We have the terrazzo floors, the curtain wall systems, the open glazing on the front and the back. But you really notice the iconic tapered columns with the cloud capitals. This space is going to be restored in its entirety, but it's also going to be, some of these elements are going to be referenced into the new design that relates the new to the old and the historic to the contextual. Next, please. And here we can see the restored interior. Of course, there's a ornamental metal feature there on the corner, which will be restored and promptly brought back to life. Next, please. Paul?
Thank you, Steve. Before I show you the design, I want to talk about the other historic building on the site, the Cromwell, and the way that we're treating the Cromwell. The first thing that we're doing is we're providing this axial pool that leads to the east facade of the Cromwell. It's a very symmetrical facade. What we're doing is taking the influence of the Cromwell and bringing it deep into the site through that symmetry of the pool. We're also creating a courtyard space that leads to the Cromwell. On the right, you can see the cabanas that help to define that space, and so you can see rising up one floor above the cabanas is a single-story house or a villa that we're putting there to help define the space. I'll talk about also the scalar importance of why we're doing that addition. And the distance, then you can see on center the Cromwell. We're adding a couple of balconies to it. Juliet balconies, and then at the bottom we're adding a canopy to shade outside restaurant diners exactly in the same place that the canopy existed when the building was originally built. Next, please. So here we are standing on the beach path, leaving the beach and going back towards Collins. And then you can see rising up behind the planting there, that's the villa that we're creating. And one of the things that we find so interesting about Miami Beach is that it really has very classic American urbanism, which is not all even. What really happens in the U.S. typically is that there are a variety of scales that go from a single-family house to maybe 6 or 7 story buildings that were built at the beginning of the century, going up to taller buildings. And here, the tallest building here on this block, on this site, would be a 27-story building that we're proposing today. So we love the idea of incorporating all those scales into this block. We have in the background here, you can see the tower that we're proposing with its nautical features. Off to the right, beyond the villa, you can see the Cromwell, and then the villa steps up to the Cromwell. So with these 3 structures, 2 new buildings by us and 1 existing one. We're incorporating all the scalar elements that we find in this important historic neighborhood. Next, please. And this is the canopy that we're proposing for the facade of the Cromwell. Based on staff comments, we have redesigned it. We have pulled the canopy away from the building so that the restored facade of the Cromwell comes directly down to the street. We have a glass separation between the canopy and the Cromwell, so it's really quite clear that we're bringing in a new canopy that allows the Cromwell to breathe behind it. We also have some new sconces coming in, and the point of this canopy is to create something that will make 20th Street feel like a front. 20th Street really feels like a bit of an alley right now. It's depressing, and it happens to be, on the other hand, one of the loveliest ways to walk to the beach. We want to make sure that 20th Street becomes a front, and that's why, and this canopy has got a big job to help 20th Street feel like a front. If we go to the next, please.
And I think just speaking to Paul's point, I think that's where this project complies with the terms of the ordinance, because we're enhancing the neighborhood by these improvements that we're making there. But going back to the restoration components here, we put together the historic resources report for this. We put together a lot of historic documentation, some of which you see before you on the screen here. These are the images from the Art Deco era Cromwell lobby and the room next to it. You can see some of the features there that are going to be restored. This lobby is going to be brought back to the era of significance in 1939, including the octagonal towers, the terrazzo floor with the ornamental patterns. So it's about bringing this back. As you can see, the character of this lobby is completely different from the lobby of the Shore Club, which was built only 10 years later. So we have these 2 different layers, Deco, mid-century, with the different architectural forms that are going to be celebrated in the restoration here and add to its complexity.
Thank you, Steve. We can go to the next slide, please. This is what 20th Street, the south side of 20th Street, looks like right now. There are loading docks, there are entrances to garages. It's really depressing. And what we want to do is, as I mentioned in that canopy image, is make this feel more like a front. So if we go to the next image, please. What we're proposing is to cover that whole garage and loading area with a roof that will have a garden on top so that our residents and also residents from the Setai will be able to look down on a tropical garden. We're also adding a variety of planting and trees along the street to help this really feel like a garden walkway to the beach, which is what, of course, it feels like when you get closer to the beach. So we're, again, enhancing the neighborhood with not only our architecture but with our planting scheme. So if we go to the next image, please. Here, this is what we proposed before, the red line indicating the outline of the building, and then the Shore Club to the left. But what we're showing you today, after listening to staff comments and other feedback, is that we want to take that Shore Club and add back the south wing that was really kind of largely obliterated by a later addition to the south. Next, please. So here, on the left, you see we were looking at a Sanborn map showing the original plan of the Shore Club, showing that south wing, and on the right, a postcard view showing on the left side of that photograph the south wing that we want to restore fully, so it will be visible to all guests and residents. Next, please. And here then is our site plan showing at the bottom that restored South Annis wing. Now, in order to get that to work, we had to shave off the entire corner of the tower that we're proposing by 20 feet or so it's more curved than it was before, but we really love the effect that we're getting. I think this is an example of sort of comments coming up in approvals process and actually improving the project, and we'll show you what that looks like in 3 dimensions. Next, please. So here then, on the left is the tower that we proposed to you before, and on the right, the one that we're proposing to you today. It's slimmer because we chopped off that whole southwest corner. We've also developed the design. It's a bit more sleek now. The horizontals are bolder than they were before, but the whole building, I think, feels more light as it sort of floats on the site. Next, please. And here we have an image showing you how it fits into the historic fabric of the city to the left, and then, of course, the enormous difference in height between what we're proposing and the Setai to the right. Clearly, we are a building that is really all about that historic fabric, and the Setai is the outlier, still just to our north. Next, please. Important, of course, is what this building looks like from Collins. That is the main street coming through town, and whatever we do facing Collins is critically important. On the left, you see what we showed you before. We were looking carefully at elements of the Shore Club and bringing them up into the tower, and on the right is what we're proposing now. It's sleeker, and some of the curves from the ocean side come around to this side of the building, creating more of a comprehensive building design. Go to the next image, please, which shows an enlargement of that image on the right. You can see that we still have the horizontal punched windows of the Shore Club growing up and creating a kind of a mini tower. On our building, we have sweeping horizontals, which are, of course, typical of MIMO architecture. And one of the things that we've always loved about the Shore Club is the little zigzag trim that goes around the windows, and we're still incorporating that into the edges of our balconies as you go up. I'm so used to being able to draw on Zoom, by the way, that this is driving me crazy. I have to do this. I'm a mime today, but they are there. Thank you. Next, please. And then you saw the lobby before, and you remember those wonderful columns in the lobby. We think of that lobby as not just the lobby to the building, but it is the vestibule to the gardens. And on the left, you see what we proposed before, where we created a kind of facade with our building. You enter through that facade to go to the gardens. What's happening now on the right is that we've added this, we've restored the southern wing of the Annis building. If you go to the next image, which is an enlargement of that picture. Here we see we're so excited about this image because we have a symmetrical courtyard, largely symmetrical. The south wing restored, the north wing has always been there. So we get we have the lobby, and then we have an outside garden, which leads to a walkway underneath the building defined by columns that are influenced by the columns in the lobby, so that lobby architecture increases in scale and then leads you through the entire site, through the gardens and the pool. Next, please. And then when you walk back from the pool, the east facade of that Annis wing is the focus of the entire garden. You can walk back through the garden, as you are in this image, looking at that restored east facade in a way that hasn't been visible for a very, very long time. And so that east facade with the west creates this lovely courtyard that will be restored, the courtyard that was originally intended by Mr. Annis. And you can see on the right, the colonnade also provides another way of walking back into that courtyard. Next, please. And then finally, and I had to speed it up because I know we're behind, by the way. Finally, the image of the building on the beach. We are a building that we did not want to be revolutionary in this building, we wanted to be evolutionary. We love the historic Art Deco architecture and the Miami modern architecture of this area. We see our building as being a early 21st century response to those two styles of architecture which really dominated all of South Beach. In our minds, it's the only place in the United States where we have traditional American urbanism filled in with modernism, which is amazing. And we want to be a part of that. We don't want to wreck it. We want to come in and do something that maybe shows the way for the future development of Miami Beach. Place is always developed. Buildings are a little bigger now than they used to be. But we think that done sensitively, these buildings can fit in the right sites in the way that we're doing right here, where we have interwoven this new building and threaded it through very carefully into in between two historic buildings on the site. And I think that's where we are. We're just super excited to be here, by the way. Yeah. We're thrilled that we've been asked to do something in Miami Beach. So, any questions you might have?
Thank you so much. Are we going to
raise an objection?
I think we're going to have public comment now. So, would this be an appropriate time for an objection?
I mean, I would encourage Mr. Robbins to raise his objections during the public hearing.
Okay.
Sure. Preserve my objection to the introduction of new plans and drawings that were never submitted in the record prior to this time, and we have never received the elevations or anything of that nature showing these changes, or any plans showing these changes.
Before we open the public hearing, are there any disclosures that the board would like to make? Okay. looks like everyone, so go ahead and state the nature of your communications.
I think that early on I received an email from the applicant's attorney, invited me to look at the site, and also then I got a call from Michael Gongora, invited me to come look at the site, and I don't think I've had any other contact with anybody.
Yes, I sat through this. I sat through this presentation yesterday. Wonderful. I love that I can see it the second time.
I also had a call with a presentation.
Excuse me, I received a call from former Commissioner Gongora offering to connect me with the applicant if I had any questions, which I didn't, so I wasn't. I think I also had a broad conversation with Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, not about this application in particular, but about, I guess, applications in particular, and I can remain impartial. Thank you.
I guess I received a similar call from former Commissioner Gongora, at which time I reached out to Michael Larkin and gave times that I was available, and the architects provided a Zoom presentation, and I can remain impartial.
Back in November, as president of the Collins Park Neighborhood Association, we were presented this plan before it was ever coming before Historic Preservation, and long before I ever thought I was going to be on this board. And then last week, I actually was able to go to the site and see the exact plan that we just saw now. And I can be impartial, even though it is my neighborhood.
Okay, with that, we can open it up for public hearing. Any members of the public on Zoom wishing to speak, please raise your hand. I guess I see Mr. Sosa. Welcome back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Happy International Women's Day to all of you as well. My name's Herb Sosa, property owner, resident of Miami Beach forever, and former chair and a member of this board off and on following Nancy since 1994. The reason why I decided to be here today was really looking at this application, brought nostalgia, I guess is the best word, because this sat before our board at least two other times that I can think of, including the addition of the Chipperfield Tower and some other elements, the restoration of a lot of the elements in the Shore Club lobby, a lot of the things that are there. A lot of times, as I'm sure you know, we are challenged with compromise on this board. A lot of what we do is compromise. And I'll be very honest, I think that the previous project was a series of compromises. Luckily, none of it I think is reversible. I think that certainly the new tower, arguably, Mr. Chipperfield's work is not memorable in this particular project. I'm sure that he would probably agree. Whereas bringing in someone like a Robert Stern, not to be starstruck, but certainly the quality of the design is far better. And it complements not only the immediate property, but really looks at all of the things that we look at as a historic community to bridge between the historic and the future. And I believe this project does this beautifully. Bringing back, the 20th Street is amazing. It's amazing. Again, this building that you're hopefully going to save was also discussed for demolition at one point. So to kind of go full circle and to see an eight-story building, I believe, facing 20th Street, to bring life back to that street beyond being a valet drop-off, I think is wonderful. Certainly the applicant has an incredible team, but beyond the team, it's not about throwing money at a project. It's really about the quality of the project that's before you. And I think that looking at the improvements from even presentation, 2 months ago or a month ago, whatever it was, got me to stop screaming at my TV and come here, put pants on, and come here and present to you what I really believe is a project that is a very unique situation for this board to be able to vote on something that's actually positive, that's actually, dare I say, fixing what we maybe didn't get quite right the last time. So I encourage you to vote for this. The trade-off of the historic buildings that are going away, there's no public facade, no public spaces, no facade. That's it. Thank you. I hope you do the right thing.
He's not a witness. He is a.
I'm a public.
This is public comment.
Sit down. Sit.
Mr. Robbins, why don't you make your request from the podium, from the lectern?
I'd like to ask just a couple questions of this particular witness. It's my right as a quasi-judicial hearing to cross-examine any persons that testify at the hearing.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Robbins does, unless you'd like to respond.
Well, yes, I would like to respond that he is not part of our presentation. He has not been. He's not an expert. This is public comment. He does not have a right, nor do we have a right, to question members of the public who make comment.
This is a quasi-judicial hearing. My name is Ken Harrison Robbins. I represent the Satai entities. You have already received my letter. I represent unit owners, and as a interested person and directly affected by this project, we do, under the quasi-judicial rules of City Commission, approved, and in the ordinances, the right to cross-examine witnesses, and we request to exercise that right.
Mr. Chairman, we've heard
thank you. I'd like to ask Nick to let us know what is appropriate at this time.
We've heard from both sides. The code does broadly permit the cross-examination of individuals who appear during the public hearing.
And if this would be an appropriate time to do so, then we'll allow Mr. Robbins to proceed?
Sure.
Okay. If I could just add, I don't know what the question would be, but to clarify, I'm here on my own free will, not getting paid, not part of a team, not part of anything. I'm a property owner, I'm a former chair of this board, and somebody that actually cares about the neighborhood.
I understand that.
Okay.
So just having you said that, could I ask you a question, sir? One question.
Go ahead.
You stated that you watched a hearing before this board concerning this matter. I'm asking you when that was happening, because this has never been heard before. So I want to know what hearing and what matter you heard that you're now claiming was a matter involving this
project. Has been before this board for months. I don't know, since it's not something that I am personally profiting from or being personally involved in. I'm just watching it, as many of you have, sitting at home, and I've been following it because I do follow the projects of this board, because I chaired, once again, this board since 1994. So the fact that I'm here today is simply because I care enough about this particular project and the surrounding neighborhood to come here and present. And there's many, many other projects, like I said, that I care about, that I haven't come here and taken your time for. But that's my agenda. My agenda is it's a better project than what's there now. I believe it's a better project for the city. I don't know what else to tell you.
Just ask this board to take notice that this matter has never been heard before.
Oh. That's not true.
Okay, should we proceed with any other public comment? Anybody else in the audience?
We do have members on Zoom. If we want to go to Zoom, we have George Lindeman. Hi, George.
Mr. Lindeman, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
My name is George Lindeman. I'm a resident of Miami Beach for 25 years. I'm raising my 4 children here. I've been involved in various philanthropies over the years. I'm currently the chairman of the Bass Museum in Collins Park. I support this application and hope the board does. I support it because it preserves a lot of history. I support it because it enhances walkability. I support it because Mr. Stern is a starchitect and I am hopeful that what he builds will become something iconic that visitors can enjoy for a long time, and high-quality architecture does make Miami Beach a better place. I also support it because as a city and as a person who's seen this city change over the last quarter of a century, it's important that we help developers like the Witkoffs, who are bringing a tremendous team of experts and giving a lot of thought to what they're doing. And that's why I took time out of my day-to-day to speak to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any others?
Yes. Mitchell Cohen.
Mr. Cohen, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, Ms. Tackett. Greetings from Canada. It's been a while since I last spoke here, and thank you for your fine work protecting heritage. Again, I'm Mitchell Cohen, 1801 Collins Avenue, principal of the Shelburne Hotel, located just south of the Shore Club property. The Shelburne lends its support to this project for two main reasons. Very similar to our ownership group, I see that the Witkoff Group has a proven track record of successful renovations of historic sites and properties. We're pleased to see them preserving the heritage of Miami Beach by restoring the Shore Club and the Cromwell buildings. I truly believe the Witkoffs and their team are committed to bringing positive change to this historic stretch of Collins Avenue, just like we're doing at the Shelburne. Secondly, I understand that the proposed new tower is being replaced by a much better building, a much prettier building, and also one done by a star architect. Although I'm not in a position to opine on all the technical and municipal standards that are being met, the Shore Club is a very unique property with almost 3 acres of oceanfront property and several contributing buildings from different eras. To me, the design team has done amazing work in blending both Art Deco and Miami modern elements into the design. And for those of you who do know me, you know my passion for heritage. The design appears to be thoughtful to the beach by stepping back as the tower height increases to minimize impacts. I believe that this building is a big improvement over what exists there today and will be something that becomes contributing in its own right over time. In summary, we support this project and look forward to it being completed. Thank you, everybody.
Our next speaker on Zoom is Brian Davis.
Mr. Davis, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you.
My video doesn't seem to be working, but good afternoon, Brian Davis on behalf of 1825 Collins Avenue, the Nautilus Hotel. We're the immediate southern neighbor to the Shore Club property, and I'm also a resident of Miami Beach. While the Nautilus is perhaps the one property that'll be most impacted by the construction at Shore Club, we're very much in support of this well thought out and really exciting project. We're in favor of the replacement of the existing tall tower, the reduction in intensity of hotel units, and the introduction of a residential component for several reasons. We appreciate the care taken to restore and enhance the contributing portions of the Shore Club and Cromwell buildings. We find the height and design of the proposed tower to be appropriate for the context, and we're very appreciative of moving the floor area ratio of the 8-story east annex of the hotel further into the center of this large property and away from our edge. We too find the quality and design by Robert A.M. Stern Architects to be incredibly high quality. And lastly, we believe the Witkoff Group is very strong, well capitalized, and has an amazing track record of delivering projects that will such as this one, that will be of great benefit to the community overall. And not to mention, I personally appreciate the proactive approach and outreach to us as neighbors, for many months throughout this process, for our contributions and listing concerns that we had with the building. So anyway, we definitely hope that you vote in support of this wonderful addition to our part of Miami Beach. And that's basically it. It's an exciting project. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I see no other speakers on Zoom. If there's members of the public in chambers, please approach the podium.
Yes, hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Serraldo. I'm here with the Miami Design Preservation League. We do have standing under the Code for Appeals, so I want to make sure that our record is preserved, and I'd request 4 minutes, although they had a lot more. I think I could get all of our comments and due process in 4 minutes if the chair would agree.
Sure.
Okay, great, thank you. So first off, I wanted to thank the ownership. They've reached out many times to us, and we've had really good discussions. We've had several meetings with them and several site visits. And I know that they are a really respected team, and I don't think there's any doubt, judging by the provenance of the people calling in, whether it's Robert Cern or some of the other people that called in, are very notable people. So we're very happy to have them in our city and investing in our city. And we hope this is, a long term that they're here with all of their capital to invest. That being said, we really are looking at the really strict criteria of this. And we do think it's very important for this board to start to look at demolition of contributing buildings. Some people think the Raleigh, maybe the demolition went too far, but I don't think anyone assumed that there would be such a request of demolition of a Melvin Grossman addition as we see here. And I want to mention that it's on number, D314 for the record. You could see the demolition proposal, which you have the original Shore Club in the front, and then you have the bulk of the hotel rooms are in the back, and it's almost all red. It's like demolition derby over there. And someone mentioned, I think the Nautilus, we'd prefer to have it knocked down so that a new tower is farther away from us. And that's okay, that's their right, it's their property next door to say, hey, we want to get rid of that. But your objective is preservation in our city. And I really would be shocked if 5 of you thought that this property should be demolished, because as it looks now, it is a demolition of a contributing structure, and I don't see any competent evidence by the staff of why that should happen. The other thing is I really think it's important for the staff to give the board information about what's currently been approved. A lot of the people in this audience, they come to every meeting. They don't just show up for certain things. And, it's not really fair all the time that was spent on the last approval by the Brazilian company that I think Ray was there supporting. And that got approved and then nothing happened. And now we have a new owner. But those plans are still in place. And those actually took the existing building and really nicely expanded it with balconies. A lot of time was spent on that by many of you and many of us. And yet here we are again with these very amazing, well-capitalized people for a brand new project that, by the way, we didn't see this latest version. I'm glad that Nancy and Ray said they did, but I object to our due process to see what these insiders have been able to see. No offense to my friends. But it's not really fair, as you can imagine, that we have not seen, Nancy, you can respond later, but I really think the public deserves, not behind closed doors, not other hearings without us, but we need to see what is proposed. So I cannot see a way that you would support this given lack of due process, failure to follow essential requirements of the law, and there's a third one I forgot. But I think those two are enough. Oh, yeah, thank you to the attorneys in the audience. Lack of competent substantial evidence to support this, because the more you allow the demolition of this, the historic building, the bigger the new tower gets, and it's like a balloon. So please think about that, and don't forget that people come to Miami Beach to stay in our historic hotels. The mayor at the city just said that we had a record number of resort taxes. We should be all so proud of that, given that 95% of our hotels are in these historic districts. So let's think about this very thoughtfully before proceeding. Thank you.
Can I just jump in, because Mr. Ciraldo just jarred my memory that I did do a site visit before I was a board member. Before I applied, I was with him, that I was invited along with MDPL's advocacy committee, and so that I met their team.
My name is David McKinney, and you know, I think me well. I'm a retired architectural historian, and for the record, I have a MA and PhD in the history of architecture. But I'm here because I'm a Miami Beach resident, and I came here because of the unique aspect of Miami Beach architecture that has been recognized. And Laura, I've quoted your thesis several times, and I'll quote it again about Miami Beach being a record of American architecture from Art Deco to the 1970s. But I would like to take that further and say that within there has always been a distinctive aspect of Miami Beach architecture that relates to this. And so my concern in losing the Grossman addition has to do with that element. And basically, you have within the practice itself, you have there Grossman, who started with Albert Anus, they're from there beginning there, and then creating his own idiom, and you have this development right here in one building. If you lose this, you lose a significant aspect of Miami Beach architecture. The other aspect of it, and that I think the only person that really has seen this was Barbara Capitman, who said, it's not one building, it is the community, it is the context. And what we're doing here is we're basically poking holes in that context, and we're losing those elements which, quite frankly, devalues the architectural landscape and individual buildings. For that reason, I ask you to really look at this, their design, and see if you can't salvage and save the Grossman addition. Thank you.
Hello again. Jack Vinglass from North Bay Road, Miami Beach. Just a few things. The first thing I'd like to say is this is another example of a problem scale. This is the problem of every one of these fingers in the sky. How many do we have to accept before we really begin to look like Sunny Isles? It's not that far in the future if every single time we meet, we approve another one of these tall towers. Just because someone has the right of the FAR and the right of the height doesn't mean they have to take every inch of our air and our sky and our water and our sand. And I feel very strongly about this. And also I feel strongly about appropriate behavior. I'm a member of the advocacy committee of MDPL, and we were not given these new drawings to look at our meeting the other day. And I think this hearing should be halted in its tracks because of that. We spent hours looking at what was given to us, and now we see a very different project. It's maybe shorter, but it's fatter, and it's just not, this whole procedure is not appropriate. The big guns are behind me, but we're little guns, but we do speak, and we do have a right to express our opinions. So I think this hearing is just wrong. It affronts the scale of Miami Beach, and to say that Jane Jacobs would approve of such hypocrisy, I think, is an insult to the Historic Preservation Board. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kent Robbins. I represent 8 different entities and friends with 2 more. I represent the Setai Resort Condo Association, Setai Hotel Acquisition, which runs the restaurants and facilities. And then units 1802, 1808, 2204, 2304, the owner of 2508, and Dr. Stephen Solway, who's the owner of 3701. Stephen Solway is the president of the Satai. I would request, I had to pay $350 for each person I registered for. So I'd like to have 2 to 3 minutes for each person I represent in total for a presentation. Essentially, we're the oppositional presentation. It would be really unfair for having paid $350 for each person to allow me to speak. I guess it isn't free speech, it's paid speech, but I'd like to be able to speak for 15 minutes. I might be able to do it less. I might be able to do it for more. I have a presentation I'd like to go forward with.
Nick, what would be appropriate here? 5 minutes?
It's really up to you, Mr. Chairman. I think if you
why don't we start with 5 minutes and see if you need a few more.
Right,
We'll go from there.
that's fine. I will work with you. I just I have a presentation, and it's 30 pages long. Plus, I have some more information I want to give you. It's basically information I'm trying to. So, if we can go to my presentation and put that up, we can start real quickly. Okay, let's go to the next page. There's 4 buildings of the Shore Club, and we received a document from the Historic Resources Report, and we also have an updated one. In fact, Kathy, would you hand out a copy of my presentation to everybody? This is my trusted assistant, Kathy. She's been working on and off for me for almost 25 years. I'm very lucky of having her working with me. So we have here there are 4 different buildings here. Could you go to the next slide? Next slide, page 3. Thank you. And you'll see that this proposal will demolish D, the Chipperfield building, and will also demolish B, which is the 1955 Melvin Grossman Annex. Next page, please. The Melvin Grossman addition is a contributing building, and it's been acknowledged by that. That's undisputed. May we go to the next page, please? We went through some historic preservation reports. We actually were able to get photographs of that building, and you can see on the left, it's marked with the arrow looking from the northwest, and then looking from the northeast, you can see the building. It has a lot of architectural features. A number of you are architects, and all of you have been on this board. You can see the significance of those features. If we go to the next page, we'll have a close-up look of it, and you can see it's very interesting. It has angled window bays and corner windows. It's unique. In 1955, you just didn't see these things. It was a breakaway new genre of architecture. It's interesting. I'm under oath, and I'll tell you a story. When I used to go down the beach walk and I saw the eastern side, would you go to the next slide, please? Next slide. I always thought that was a new building inserted in the middle of the site. That's the perception. It's an 80s, 90s building. But in fact, it's probably the first time a style like that was introduced in a building, in a residence, or in a condominium ever in any area that I can find. This is the first of that genre. And so it looked new, but it was from 1955. So this has significant historic architectural designs, and it has a genre unique of MIMO, of a transition from the Art Deco to the more modern styles. So it's an important building, and it's so important that this board recognizes as a contributing building. Would you go to the next page, please? Next page. So here in plan is the demolition proposals. As you can see, the Chipperfield building on the upper side, and on the lower side is the demolition of the Shore Club. Now, apparently they're going to keep in the newest plans, which we have not seen, and it's unfair, and really we should continue the matter in order to get plans and have an opportunity to review it and be able to review it with my architect and other consultants. But we haven't had that. But now apparently they're going to keep part of this structure, the southern side of the annex, of the Annex building, but the annex itself is still being demolished. But we do not have plans like that, and that has not been shown to us until this hearing. So we have been denied due process. Let's go to the next set of plans. Once again, the 8-story Grossman building. You can see the southern facade, as well as you can see the northern elevation. It's significant. And then let's go to the next page. You can see the eastern elevation. It's mismarked as the western elevation, but it's the eastern elevation. And you can see it's significant. Let's go back to talking about the impact of the demolition. Next slide. Let's go to the next slide. The demolition will be loss of an important MIMO structure, and also it then adds another 32,000 square feet to an excessively massive tower, which would not be there had they not demolished. Next slide, please. The Shore Club proposed west elevation. These are the plans we have now. If they've been changed, we did not get them, and certainly it wouldn't be fair for us to consider what was not provided and not in the record until just a few moments ago. But let's go to the next page.
Mr. Chairman,
more time.
would you like to allow additional time?
We have another 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's cap it at 5.
Okay, let's try if I can do that. So if we go to the next page, we have the applicant's final submission plans, and that's on the west side. But let's go to the next slide, the north elevation, and then the next slide. Let's look at the north elevation. Look how massive the building is against the Cromwell. Let's take another look at that. Next page. You can see the Cromwell is outlined in red, and this is the building. It's not in scale. It's not appropriate. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. So, I mean, you can see that. You have to look at that. You have to look at the criteria. I'll go over the criteria in a few minutes. Let's go to the next page. Shore Club proposed east elevation. Next page. Shore Club proposed south elevation. It's pretty massive, pretty overwhelming as compared to the other more quaint and more appropriate buildings from the history of it. It just overwhelms everything on the site. So the Miami Beach Code, next line, next page. The Miami Beach Code allows a tower to exceed now 200 feet. It may exceed it. It's your determination. We're not talking about height right now. We are talking about, though, the floor plate. The floor plate is a maximum of 15,000. However, there is a provision that lets you take it to 20,000 if it's appropriate under regulations. But the regulations say up to a maximum of 15,000, and then it adds the additional 5,000. So you do not even have to give them a floor plate of even 15,000 under the code. But certainly what this building needs is a much smaller floor plate. And it will have it if you protect the historic Melvin Grossman and remove that square footage from the building. That would substantially improve. And then you have to then look and see if we can get a sleek tower against this overwhelming mass on the site. Next section, this shows in clear under 142.246, it says the maximum height, the maximum floor plate up to, you may up to, so it's in your discretion. You do not have to give them all of what they're asking for. Now, the 20th Street loading area, real quickly. 20th Street is really important to us. It's the only means of access into our building. Could you move to the next slide, please? And then the following slide. Okay, here's the site, and it shows a design. This is from their traffic proposal and their plan. If you look at 20th Street, it looks like it's a nice, clean street, but there are bump outs. So it isn't as wide as depicted on this image. 20th Street isn't as wide as that. And you saw photographs earlier showing all the bump outs with the trees. So it's much more narrow. Now, let's go to the next page. This is a maneuverability study for the old plan where they're going to have double parking area for the larger trucks. And it shows going in there, but it doesn't take in, you don't see any of the bump outs. So it's not taking into consideration the bump outs and whether or not it can maneuver through that area. And I don't think it can. Let's go to the next one, maneuverability. This does not show any any bump outs on the north side, and there are at least 3 bump outs with trees in it. That's not shown here. So the traffic plan, traffic analysis, traffic maneuverability, which is a responsibility, should be accurate, and it's not. And then there's the revised loading plan. Next line. Next slide, please. Okay, now, if you look at the loading plan, what was first proposed is the middle one, and that shows a double space, where it would be more likely than not a truck could use it. But you'll hear Mr. Casera talking about what actually happens in the real world concerning loading. If you look to the right, there's a proposal, instead of being a wider area, it goes down to from 29 feet, it goes from 29 feet wide to 14 feet wide. If you look at the left side, and what it proposes is putting a loading area underground. No loading docks. I mean, how does that work? How do you stack trucks? How does that function? So one come in, and the other one comes in, then they can't come out. Come on, trucks aren't even going to put themselves in that position. You have a truck, you have 10 minutes to get in there, you get done, you have to get out. You're not going to put yourself in a position of being stacked. So this will never be used. And it's a requirement that they have at least 2 new loading spaces on site, and they have not gotten that, nor have they obtained or found any location off-site where loading spaces can be placed. We'll cooperate with them, but we haven't been able to identify one loading space and have not presented that as part of their application. Loading is critical on 20th Street. Finally, and
Mr. Robbins, your time is up.
I sent you a letter, and everybody has a copy of my March 4th letter detailing our objections as far as sections in the code.
Extra time already?
I'd like to have more time, but I don't want to, I spend so much time, and I'm, compensated as an attorney to prepare.
Everybody here spend a lot of time.
Right. I understand that, but I represent particular people, and they want to.
Too bad.
If we had each one of them, Nancy, you know I love you very much, and I've been working with you for 20 years, but each person should be able to speak. I'm speaking on their behalf.
I will tell you, because I have seen you and known you for that long. I know exactly what you're doing, and I really don't think that you should take this stand thinking that you're the only one. The people who have the building that they're here for, because of that, they didn't ask for a whole bunch of extra. I think you've told the whole story. We've all read the big book that you wrote, and I think that's enough.
Well, we do have grounds, and I'd like to go forward with it. If you want me to sit down, Mr. Chairman, I will.
You had the grounds.
I do have, and I'd like to incorporate my letter into the record. Hopefully everybody's read my letter and had an opportunity to review it. If that's the case,
for your presentation and for you raising some very valid and interesting points. But I do think that in the interest of time, we should keep the meeting moving forward.
Okay, so I raised the historic criteria that it doesn't comply with. I raised the fact that there is no...
Mr. Robbins, your time is up.
Okay, I introduced my letter into evidence at this time. We submitted
Do we have other members from the public interested in making a statement today?
Thank you. And we will give you copies. Oh, actually, we sent copies to council before this, so as a record. Everything that I'm introducing into the record.
The lectern is available if you'd like to approach them
in advance, not like the records, not like the plans are doing today.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Scacera. I am the Community Association Manager at the Satai. It's a position I've had since 2004. I'm here on behalf of my residents and on behalf of all of us who use the street, 20th Street. In 2013, the same applicant, Shore Club Property Owner LLC, sought and received approval from this board for a project that was compatible with the site and with the neighborhood, which improved and enhanced the Chipperfield building while renovating and restoring the Grossman Shore Club buildings and saving the Cromwell facade. We supported the architectural elements of the plan at that time. What we challenged was only because they failed to provide adequate receiving, loading, and parking areas along the 100 block of 20th Street. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. This is not what I do. But now, years later, they've returned with a different project, massive, incompatible, and with the same traffic, loading, and commercial vehicle problems. Our block of 20th Street is a cul-de-sac where every vehicle that enters the block must at some point and in some way turn around and go back the other way. No other streets from 17th Street to 23rd Street have a property that can only be accessed from the 100 block. 20th Street has 3 of them. The rendering you were shown of the finished street level view looking eastward is inaccurate. It shows a sidewalk that is too wide and a street that is too narrow. You've been shown traffic studies that show trucks maneuvering in areas that don't exist. And I can tell you that there is a history of gridlock on this street that is too often can only be solved by a dockmaster coming out and literally pointing at people and telling them who can go first, who can go next, how to disentangle what's going on the street. We applaud the applicant working to receive delivery trucks on site and underground. We strongly disagree with the staff's determination that this entrance to the underground receiving area can be reduced in width. This will only encourage the commercial vehicles to park in the travel lanes, which is what our residents have been experiencing for 18 years. We also suggest that the parking bump outs, which were required when the Setai was built, may be removed and additional commercial loading zones be added back to 20th Street. Thank you very much.
Please stay. I have a question. Cross-examination for the sir. Kent Robbins is the attorney for your association, right, on this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he mentioned that one of the principal reasons why you are objecting to this is because of the demolition of the Grossman Addition in 1955. Let me ask you, if you're standing on 20th Street, can you see the Grossman Addition?
No.
Okay. If you're standing on Collins Avenue, can you see the Grossman Addition?
From a piece at the very southwest end of it, yes.
Are you sure you're not looking at the wall, the blank wall of the
Certain.
Grossman Addition?
Certain.
Okay. And when you're in the Setai building itself, can you see it from not being blocked by the Chipperfield and the Cromwell? Can you see it from the building?
Well, sir, as I said when I got here, I came to talk about traffic congestion, street problems that we've had that have been endemic to that street.
Your lawyer.
Sit him down.
Excuse me. Cross-examination is appropriate in areas that he testified. He's now bringing in, I gave him some leeway, but he's bringing in matters that Mr. Scazzera did not testify to.
But he has
it
filed.
Would not be appropriate. I'd ask for the city attorney to rule and direct Mr. Casson to limit his cross-examination to the areas in which he testified.
He has filed papers indicating that one of his reasons for opposing this is the demolition of the Grossman Addition. I'd like to ask him how that. I'd like to ask him.
I want to see those papers.
Let me finish my question. I would like to ask the witness, how does that impact the Setai?
I'm going to, number one, I don't know what papers he's referring to. I'm not familiar with those papers that he's referring to. So I'd like to see those papers. And he has never been involved, nor have I asked him to testify involving anything involving the demolition of the contributing Melvin Grossman building.
I think we understand the
Thank
line
you.
of questioning as the point's been made. Can we move on?
I just ask him one question. When you walk along the beach walk, can you see the Melvin Grossman building?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Carter McDowell with Bilden Sunberg. I'm here representing BHI Miami LLC, the developer of the new Bulgari Miami Beach. We're here to support this project. We think it's a good project. We think it represents a good and appropriate evolution of the property. And most importantly, we think it supports the City Commission's goals to elevate the guest and resident experience throughout Miami Beach. It is another step in the process of elevating that experience citywide. And this district in particular is leading the way. As most of you are aware, this board approved the Bulgari Hotel project in June of last year unanimously. We had one objector to our 9-story building, the 39-story Setai. Subsequent to the approval, the Setai Resort and Residence Condominium Association and Setai Hotel Acquisition have filed numerous challenges to the Bulgari Hotel. In fact, we're in 3 different court jurisdictions all at the same time. We've learned through this litigation that the Setai has a history of challenging every new project in their neighborhood. They apparently don't want new investment in their neighborhood. They don't want the competition that new projects represent. Indeed, their council has bragged to us that they killed the prior Shore Club project by delaying it. You should be aware that the 39-story Setai has not only challenged our approvals, but they've challenged the city code and the very constitutionality of the appellate process for this board, and indeed the code that this board operates under. It seems that they'll go to nothing, no end, to stop new projects in their neighborhoods. We support this project. We hope you'll consider our testimony and our experience as you consider the testimony that's before you and as you deliberate on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Here he comes again.
Do we have
move to
additional...
strike his testimony as not being relevant or material to the issues in this matter?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone else on Zoom. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak who haven't already spoken?
I see a hand up in the back.
You can bring them to me and I'll pass them down.
So I keep hearing, I'm Marcus Rowan, I'm owner of 1504 at the Setai. That's a view out my window. I encourage change, there's no question. What I don't think people are realizing, and I've heard Kent, I've heard other people, 20th Street is tiny. I mean, it's tiny. I hear it up above. 4:30 this morning, I heard beep, 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 trucks coming back. You hear constant horn honking, and there's a traffic jam beyond belief. I think, and I'd like to see the Shore Club happen, but I think if you start adding the girth that they're talking about and not confining it to sort of one tower, you're going to get yourself, I mean, my view right there. So this is my view out the window. And then Kent, which I saw this for the first time, all of a sudden, that's out the window, and I'm looking at the Cromwell, and it's dwarfed by this huge structure. So you have that. And I'm all for change. I'm all for improvement. I've watched the Shore Club of the dirty pools and the open windows and the terraces and the disrepair for years. I want change. But what I would ask for is you guys think about smaller girth, a single tower, you know, removing, I think Kent said tower 1 and 2. And that's more compatible. I've listened today, you know, we've talked about signs, pair of signs, we've talked about the firehouse, we've talked about, you know, matching this and that, and you're, at the same time, you're tearing down the Grossman Annex. It doesn't matter whether it can be seen or not from my apartment, it's still historical. Historical is historical is historical. So I don't know how on the one hand you can tear something down, and then on the other hand you want to keep it. So I would recommend that you go to a single tower. You guys have done a nice job. I'm for improvement, but just to slim it down.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Hi. I'm Steve Witkoff, Alex's father. I live here. I have my home here since 2008, very active with the University of Miami and the local hospital. I lost a son who went to school down here. I have 2 surviving children. Very, very active in the community. It doesn't mean that I'm going to detail it now because it's not what we do. But I want to tell you the story about the Shore Club because it's relevant to your decision. I listened to some of the chatter, and you'd think that we were a bunch of carpetbaggers coming down from New York, coming down here. I used to take the train down here to bring money to my grandmother, who lived up at the Zayre Shopping Center. We were operating down here, and we were brought in by the chief creditor to HFZ, which is a large development company that operated down here and also in New York. We were brought in as the restructuring advisor to solve all of those issues. Massive banks involved in New York, Starwood, J.P. Morgan, Blackstone, and it was our job to sort the whole thing out. So we had 18 months working on this project. And what did we determine? That HFZ's development plan here, no different than at 76th 11th in New York City and many of the other projects that we had to sort out, was a poor plan. They had been beaten down by the Setai. The plan just didn't work. And that's the reason that that property was left to be in disrepair. When we found it, there were homeless people living on almost every floor there. We brought security people in, cleaned the whole place out. Food and mold was festering downstairs. It was a huge fire hazard. We cleaned it all up, and then we came to Kobe, and we said to him, tell us what the possibilities are down here. After we talked to everybody on the beach and talked about what the concerns were, should we have 320 rooms? The type of demographic that was coming to this hotel, 3, 4, 5, 6 people to a room. Or did you want something different that was going to materially change the face of Miami Beach? Lead to more residential extending down to Lower Ocean Avenue, given the fact that there had been so much havoc down there. That's how we came to this project. In fact, if we would have been bidding on this project, we would have never gone through this. You couldn't have afforded to do it. People would have immediately looked at this as a hotel, probably with some sort of private club, and it would have never been anywhere close to the type of design that we presented to you. Now, part of that plan was to bring Robert A.M. Stern in. Why? Not that he's a star architect. He was the dean of the Yale Architectural School. He's a noted historian. We did the exact same thing in New York City at 150 Charles with Rick Cook from Cook and Fox. And I can tell you that Rick came to us at the time and said, if you're not going to be Gold LEED certified and you're not going to think about Jane Jacobs' Eyes on the Street, we won't do the project for you. We agreed to it all back in 2011. Took it through the worst time period. By the way, a step-back architectural plan, not dissimilar to what Bob Stern offered up here. So we came to this project to do something complementary to the city of Miami Beach. We think it's critical. It was much more about less density, i.e. less hotel rooms and more residential, which would be less impactful on the area. And candidly, I've never seen, when I heard about the fight between Setai and Bulgari, and I met with some of the people from the Setai ownership group, and we met with them because we were trying to be productive. It's how we operate in New York. We've done 25 historical renovations there. Woolworth, Daily News Building, 20 Exchange, 1 Broadway, 55 Wall Street. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Every single one of them was done consensually. Every single one of them involved meeting with the Municipal Art Society. Every single one. And in every single circumstance, we listened intently, and that was the way that we approached development here. We have the financing to do the deal because we're well respected. But this was all about listening to a community and figuring out what the best use was here. And we think we found it in Bob Stern. Our commitment to Bob Stern when we hired him was, we'll do anything you tell us to as long as you incorporate your design within the historical context of the site. And we think we've come up with that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have one more speaker who has not yet spoke on Zoom, Julie Isaacson.
Hi, Julie. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I'm working on a major project that requires a lot of research. Instead of listening to music, I've been listening to the entire meeting today. And to this project and every other project that I've heard so far today, nobody has mentioned the impact on the environment. We have a very delicate environment here, and all of this construction and constant construction is really disruptive, and so I just don't understand why nobody has taken that into account. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I do see Gemma, who I know spoke for the earlier application with her, she just raised her hand. Gemma, are you here to speak on this item?
Mr. Chair.
No, with that, I think we're closed with public.
Mr. Chair, I requested rebuttal.
Okay, we have one more person who hasn't spoken yet.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ariel Nakash. I'm an owner of the Setai Hotel, and I have a few apartments in the Setai, and I consider myself a part-time resident of Miami. I was involved in the association about 7 years ago regarding HFC and its development. And I do want to point out this is not a Setai Shore Club issue. The Shore Club opposition 7 years ago was from G280 LLC. It had nothing to do with us. Ken represented us on our behalf on the street and loading and safety of our neighbors and safety of our residents. It had nothing to do with the Shore Club. We want a new Shore Club, but we want the Shore Club plan that was approved 7 years ago by the same entity, which keeps the Grossman building and the tower as is renovated. And it's a real shame that we may lose that building. And we can't, like Mr. Finglass said, we don't want to see the surfsidification of South Beach. Thank you.
I know Mr. Kazan wants to speak, and there's another hand up in the back.
So the applicant has a right to present rebuttal under the code, but I would recommend that we hear all of the public first, because we're not going to reopen the public hearing after. So is there any other member of the public?
He already spoke, so should we go on to the rebuttal?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Robbins, you need to be on the right. You need to speak into the mic.
What is he
And
whining about?
Mr. Bloom was here last meeting. He wanted to speak at that time. Unfortunately, it was continued. We did not agree to the continuance, but a continuance was given, and Mr. Bloom wasn't able to testify. I would like to read his letter into the record, if I may. He just called me up and said, please do it. May I read his letter?
I'm not familiar with the standard practice here, but I don't know what to suggest.
Mr. Robbins, are you registered to lobby on behalf of this individual?
Mr. Bloom, no, I am not a lobbyist, but I wanted to read the letter.
Then I would suggest if Mr. Robbins would like to
He's a unit
share
owner.
a written copy of the letter, then obviously we'll accept that into the record.
Okay, that sounds good, and let's stop with the interruptions, please.
I have to, Mr. Lopez, Chairman Lopez, there's
We're
very
gonna
strict
hear rebuttal
requirements.
now, Mr. Robbins.
There's very strict requirements concerning evidence, and if you don't timely object, you waive. If you don't raise an issue, you lose that right. So I have to protect my client's rights.
I think his objection.
I apologize.
I think his objection is noted.
Got it. Check. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Neeson Kazan and Michael Larkin. I would like 10 minutes for rebuttal. There are a few points that I need to cover. First, I would like to say that Mr. Robbins has raised the issue about the extent of the modifications from the plans originally submitted to what you were shown today. I'd like to make 2 points with regard to that. I'd like to draw your attention back to a historical application, at one time that was before this board, which was for the W Hotel. And Mr. Robbins represented the condominium or some of the unit owners at the Roney Palace, which was objecting. And at that very hearing, when the W Hotel was presented, it was a 2-tower design. And at that very hearing, with the agreement and consent of Mr. Robbins, they changed it from 2 towers to to the one tower that you see today. Now, let me talk about the changes that we're making here. They are very minor. They are big in impact, but minor in scope. And we showed, and in fact, they were in response to input from the staff, from MDPL, after we met with them, and they raised their concerns about preservation issues. We did a very deep dive, and Steve is going to address that in a minute. In essence, what we are doing is just recreating the south wing of the original Annis building, and shaving back, carving back some, the facade of the Shore Club, the new residential building, and making a better connection. And, oh yes, also restoring the entire Cromwell lobby, as the staff has requested. Those are the changes on this large project, and those are well within your ability to judge and rule on today. So that's number one. Number two, I'd like to talk as well about the intensification or de-intensification of this project. We've heard a lot about that. First thing is that today it's a 314 or so room hotel with over 1,000 occupant load for restaurants and bars. This is being reduced to a no more than 60 unit residential condominium and approximately 65 unit hotel, greatly de-intensifying the impact on the city and, more importantly, the neighborhood that the people from the Setai have complained about. Would you rather have a large hotel with large restaurants and bars, or a small number of condominium units and a small hotel on 20th Street? And we'll show you that in just 1 minute. So the two things I'd like to do is now bring back Steve Avdakov to talk about why the decision was made to restore the original Annis building and to remove the west addition. Steve?
Thank you, Neeson. Thank you, members of the board. I just want to take a step back a second very quickly just to let you know I got a graduate degree in historic preservation from Columbia, an architecture degree from the University of Miami. In fact, Bob Stern was the head of my preservation program at Columbia 30 years ago. And I'm as a preservation architect with my own company for the past 25 years, we're used to interpreting architectural significance. There is a hierarchy of significance. What's it based upon? Well, it's based upon location, positioning, prominence to the site, as well as the architects and the role that that architect has in that building within his body of work. And our argument is very simple about this building. Albert Annis, it's a seminal work of his where he transitioned from Art Deco, where he was very prolific, a lot of hotels, as I mentioned before, on Ocean Drive. He transitioned to the mid-century modern style, where he featured the eyebrow detailing that you saw in the imagery. And I just wanted to read a quote that was in the MIMO book, Miami Modern, revealed by Eric Nash and Randall Robinson. Perhaps no other architect defined the transition from Deco to MIMO as thoroughly as Albert Annis. Although it's not as prolific as Dixon and Hohauser in the 1930s, Annis helped define Miami Beach Deco with influential works like the Waldorf Towers, the Winter Haven, and the Bancroft. With his Shore Club in 1949, Annis came up the finely sculpted and streamlined massing of those for ensembles and more abstract volumes. At the Shore Club, Annis took the eyebrow motif of the 1930s and began playing with it purely for decorative effect. In his hands, the simple eyebrow became a three-dimensional sculptural focal point as it snaked around the stairwell. MIMO architects came to rely on the shadow-making qualities of this masonry cantilever as an ornamental staple. So this building was influential both in terms of Annis's transition, but also upon mid-century and its evolution on Miami Beach and throughout South Florida. So due to the significance of the role of the architect and the volume of work that he had, but his role in this project, Annis has hierarchy in terms of his significance, and that the intent was to glorify and reestablish that, bringing back the South Wing, reestablishing based upon photographic and historic documentation that South Wing in its entirety. Nowhere, and the building that was added that's going to be removed in this proposal is not visible. It's not visible from Collins at Primary Street. It's not visible from 20th Street. I don't believe it's visible from the beach, but it's secondary in terms of its hierarchy, and it's secondary in terms of the context of the work of the architects between Annis and Grossman. Grossman had other significant work. Grossman did the DeVille. He did the Seville. He did a lot of work, but in this instance here, this was a seminal work by Annis, and consequently, we respect that this approach be continued in that manner, and bringing back the design intent of this master architect for that time here.
Thank you, Steve. And now I'd like to ask Alex Witkoff to come forward to talk about 20th Street and the care and concern for redoing 20th Street that the Witkoffs have undertaken. And we'll close with, I know Robert Stern has some comments as well after Alex.
Sure. Thank you, members. So we wanted to talk more about the positive aspects of our presentation, but obviously given some testimony, we felt clear to clarify it. I actually lived at the Setai for 30 days. What's very clear to us, and hopefully was impressed upon you from the Bulgari, is this isn't for them about preservation. They have a 400-foot tall tower. Nick, if you can just put on the easels. We live on the beach. We're resident friendly. We care. The entrance to 20th Street, in our view, is one of the best entrances to all of South Beach. If you can, that's how the Setai is using it now, which is a parking lot for Escalades. They want to preserve that. It's a public street. It's a street the residents of the city of Miami Beach very much care about. We think our improvements very much came in concert with staff. We have a very strong, Kimley Horn has done all our traffic and maneuverability studies. We've submitted those. This clearly works. In fact, we actually at one point had a wider curb cut, but in response to staff feedback, we'd worked with Debbie collaboratively to reduce it so that we can make it more pedestrian friendly, more resident friendly. Our focus has always been the residents of Miami Beach on delivering something that's great for this city, not on making it a private parking lot. If I can, I'd also love to now, Debbie, I think on Zoom, Robert M. Stern wanted to provide some final comments.
Mr. Stern, if you can unmute yourself, thank you. Mr. Stern, if you can unmute, you are welcome to address the board. I think there's a challenge with the mute.
Is that working now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good. Well, of course, I've sat through this entire hearing and I'm very impressed by the consideration that so many people have for our work on this project. One thing I want to emphasize that has not been discussed is that in the process of rearranging the site, removing certain elements, slenderizing our tower, whatever, the landscape has been enhanced considerably. The green quality of the site will be restored, and I think that will be a tremendous change. As Alex showed you the view of 20th Street, that's only one indication, but other parts of the site will be a green place. Miami Beach has not maintained itself as the green place it was in its early origins. So we as a team, I in particular, I was very concerned about that. The other thing is, you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. And we're trying to make a delicious omelet of buildings that rise up in an orchestrated way to try to tame the colossal overscale of the Setai. Let us be candid about this. The Setai is the monster in the area. It's too late to go back on that. But I think our buildings, and I hope our drawings, show that the orchestration of the new and the old, the Shore Club, the Annis Wings, and so forth, and our stepped tower, it steps up. It's not a slab like the Setai. It's not a gigantic point tower like David Chipperfield's was. It is an orchestrated set of volumes. And taken together, I think they will produce something that will make a transition to the Satai, whereas right now it's an abrupt, cold bath of like a cold bath or a cold shower on this whole section of Miami Beach. So I think that Paul Whalen and I and the others have worked on this team have really struggled and are open to any positive thoughts about what can be done to tweak the scheme. But I think the basic considerations, working with the preservation staff and others, we've listened, and I think we've come back with an improved scheme, a really good scheme. I hope that the board will see the qualities of our work, not only in terms of the site itself, but for this entire area of Miami Beach. This is part of an urban complex that grows over time, and in order for it to grow, some things have to be surgically adjusted to make way for new growth. I hope I'm making myself clear how passionate I feel about this project, and I think the Witkoffs have been amazing clients to support our work in designing this, and I hope the board will appreciate what we've set out to do and what we hope to accomplish. Thank you.
We have nothing further to present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Can we move on to board discussion? Who would like to kick us off?
Here, I wanted to say, first off, say something to Jack Weinglass is we are not like Sunny Isles. If we were like Sunny Isles, we'd have all of Setais all the way up and down. Luckily, we only have one Goliath in the neighborhood, and that Goliath has been against every single project that I've known in the neighborhood since it was built. They even I'm not sure if it was just owners of the Setai or the Setai itself, were against a project 3 blocks away, Hotel 18, which is now UMA, on the corner of James and 18th. So to me, when you keep being against everything that comes along, what do you think? Gee, you say, the Setai doesn't like to have anybody on either side. No, not you. I'm talking about the Setai. I'm sorry. No, the Setai. No, I'm saying, so the Setai is sitting there with it. No, I was just talking about when you were talking about Sunny Isles. I was just saying.
Okay. Wait,
Guys, we need some
Okay,
order here. The
okay.
public hearing is closed.
Yeah, and I'm the one talking.
Right.
But, so anyway, on each side of the Setai, there are vacant properties. The Setai is very happy with having those 2 vacant properties there because they have no competition. We, in this neighborhood, need high-end residential, which isn't coming. This project brings high-end residential that will be living there that are supporting all of the Class A office space that the city now wants to build to try and change the image of Miami Beach and who comes here, who stays here, and to reduce the number of keys and everything that's going on with this particular project, I think is amazing for the city. Also, they have not asked for one variance. Am I correct? Not one. So to me, why would we be saying that they can't have what they have? They are doing a wonderful job of restoring historic properties. And whenever you're dealing with a community that has historic properties and you still want to develop, it's a balance. It's a balance. You can't save everything and never make a change. You have to really balance it out. So I think this is a great project. Staff is recommending that we support it, and I would support it. Thank you.
I had asked to speak next. One of the 3 of you, I know the 3 of you are capable, but I think Mr. Avatar can answer this the best. The problem I have had since the issue has come up about tell me the issue that you discussed before, because I've lost the...
Talking about the edition, the 1955 edition?
No, I'm talking about the the one that we're getting rid of. I live in it, and I can't
The Grossman.
get the Grossman project. When I first heard that the Grossman project was going to be demolished because I live in a Grossman building. So why was that going to be demolished? I thought, my God, maybe my building is going with it. And I got a very intelligent answer out of one of you, and I think it's very important for you to explain why the Grossman didn't fit into this. It's fit into a lot of other places, but this just didn't make it. And I was very happy to hear from the three of you about the Grossman, that we don't have to be sitting here wringing our hands because the Grossman is being taken down. So can you please explain it much better than I can?
Thank you, Nancy. It touches upon what I discussed in the rebuttal in terms of hierarchy of significance. And the building is placed in such a way that, first of all, it's not visible.
Do you have the photo of it? Because I saw... Oh, how could you see that?
But we do have a photo that shows the lack of visibility, and they will. While I talk about this, they'll bring up wood up, and you can see graphically.
Well, the best you can do, but I think the people from MDPL I know, and I agreed with them early on. I do not anymore, but I think it's very important for them to see what it is they're objecting to.
Sounds good. Essentially, a lot of it comes down to visibility. These are images that were taken the other day. As I talk about significance, clearly the hierarchy of the significance of this project site for the Shore Club is along Collins Avenue. We take a look at this photograph right here. We look back. You can't see the Grossman 1955 edition behind there. This is further to the north along Collins. It's the same thing. It's not visible at all. This is the view from the boardwalk. The foliage obstructs the building here, and you can see another view here. So it's in terms of its location, it's really secondary. It's a utilitarian building, first of all. There's no public interior space. Like we see the lobby of the Shore Club. You see the wonderful open space, the terrazzo, the columns, the capitals of the clouds. You know, this is a utilitarian addition that was put on in 1955 to strictly add additional rooms there. It doesn't relate in terms of the architectural significance, as I mentioned, because of the Albert Annis 1947 version, which was very impactful in how it related to his transformation to mid-century design, but also its impact upon other architects. So it's a utilitarian structure that is in a secondary location on the site. And because of that, in the hierarchy of things, we feel that it lacks the significance comparable to the Albert Annis building in the front, as you can see graphically here.
Good.
Could I ask a question about one of the statements?
Sure.
This hierarchy of significance, where does that come from?
Well, I think in preservation, when we work with the Secretary of the Interior Standards, and we work with the Park Service and the State Historic Preservation offices and things, regulatory agencies, in order to adaptively reuse, the intent is to preserve the essential characteristic features of a building or a property, but at the same time to ensure its future viability and use. We have to comply with codes that have changed during the course of time. We have to comply with functional requirements. So there has to be a way that hierarchy is defined in that terms. And when we work with the Park Service and the State Preservation Office, we define, as we did in our document here and our historic character analysis, primary historic features, primary historic architectural features of the property, and those we are retaining. And in order to accommodate the program of this facility, we are working to modify secondary features. And we've done this in other projects too. For instance, the Hampton House in Miami, it's no longer going to be a historic hotel. You know, it's not a Jim Crow building, but it's a community resource now. So we had to repurpose that. So what we did was we preserved the significant spaces, the lobby, which had a wonderful architectural features of railings and terrazzo and light fixtures. The Jazz Club, the coffee shop where Muhammad Ali posed with Malcolm X after he fought Sonny Liston. Those are hierarchical spaces. Secondary spaces were the individual motel rooms, which were no longer functional. So we were able to open those and remove those to accommodate the reuse and repurposing of the site. That's an example of preserving the hierarchy, the essential hierarchy features of the exterior, interior primary public spaces, while accommodating new requirements. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, someone else would like to proceed?
This is board questions, Mr. Chair. It's not appropriate.
Don't just come out.
That's okay. I have the standards in front of me. I have them in
We're
front
never
of me.
going to get through the meeting
I've
if
worked through this process professionally for 25 years.
Okay, we want to keep the meeting moving forward. We're having board discussion right now.
Yeah,
The
we keep-
outbursts from the audience are really unappreciated.
Well, maybe we need a sergeant in arms to keep the place
Yeah,
going.
we sure do.
So first of all, I have a question, and I guess I'm going to ask Debbie. I don't mean to put you on the spot if I do, because I think maybe this goes back to the 1998 renovation, but it was my recollection, and again, I refer to this because, you know, a big centerpiece of this project is the front Collins-facing facade of the Shore Club, and from what I recall, the zigzag windows originally had the waved glass, correct? The Flutix waved glass, which I'm assuming was removed in 1998. I could be wrong, but it seems like was removed in 1998, and the Historic Resources report doesn't really show, because I looked, it doesn't really show the Collins-facing facade of the Shore Club in that sort of detail. And I question that because for me, I think it was a highly significant feature of that facade and the zigzagging, corners. Anyway, I leave that question out there because I feel that it's important, and I felt very sad when that feature was removed. Anyway, going into my other comments, and it's kind of awkward with Herb Sosa here, who I value all the work you did on this board. I'm personally have not been a fan of the Chipperfield Tower. I've always felt that it was sort of out of context. And here, I feel like the height is out of context. I think we discussed this when the Raleigh came before us, and my feeling at the time was really that the Shelbourne should set the standard as the tallest historical tower in that area, and I think it's a really important and significant block. My other comments, the Melvin Grossman building, I don't really feel like that was highlighted very much in the report we received, and so I don't really, I want to say, and I have to go back to disclosures as well, by the way, Nick, because I mentioned that Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez had reached out to me, and I also had a conversation, which was not exclusively about this, with the mayor as well, and so, anyway, getting to, just for the record, I have mixed feelings. I think the design is great. It's a beautiful design. I think the design itself is compatible. I think it contributes. I think it adds something, adds, nice allure. I do feel that the height is a little too high, a little out of context. And the context to me is not the Setai. The context to me is the existing historical fabric. And I feel like, a lot of times with all of these other projects, the Raleigh and so forth, it's trying to moderate. And, I think the existing tower is too tall. It's too tall. It's out of context. And again, without having more information on the Melvin Grossman building, I don't really feel, I want to support this project. I intend to support it. I'm just not sure if I'm ready to support it today. I feel like I need a little bit better of an understanding of the Melvin Grossman structure and how it fits in historically with the complex. Also, personally, in terms of compatibility, I wouldn't mind seeing the height moderated just a little bit. And I think high end is great. I'm not sure how I feel about high end residential. It's not our place as a board, I don't think, to really opine at all on the use. But again, we went great distances for the Raleigh to make that happen in celebration of hotel use. And so, on that I'm on the fence, but that's not what's my overriding feeling on this. I want to support it. I just think it could maybe use a little bit of adjustment. I think it's a really, really, really beautiful design. I think it's a great team that's brought this together. I just feel like it could be moderated a little bit and end up being a much more successful and contributory project for the historic context of the neighborhood.
Yeah, I'd like to maybe continue some of the things that Kurt has said, but I think it's a great team. I was very impressed with the presentation I had on Zoom, and I was very appreciative. But I am, just like with the Raleigh, I find this mass. I think the building's beautiful. I think I wrote something, I called it sophisticated whimsy, I guess, what came to my... I think it's beautiful. It's sensitive, but yet it's a bit fat. It needs to go on a diet, in my opinion. I was very impressed with how, which you didn't hit here, but when we were online, you spoke about how the new building was going to touch the old structures, and that to have that sensitivity, I think is very important, and you guys bring that. I had questions, I'm just very concerned about the footprint of this new structure compared to the other tower that's there. Secondly, I'd like verification on what was brought up about this loading and stacking trucks, and I'd like to know about that. And why, in your presentation today, you spoke about this single-family villa, which I was somewhat confused in the presentation because, and I said, I found it to be very narrow. So you have this single family, you have, I guess it's 20th Street, and you have this single family on top of these cabana structures. And so I've got all these hotel cabana people against my, it's got to be a pretty pricey single family unit, right? That just didn't seem to jive, to be so compatible to me. And then the space just seems so narrow.
Just let me know if you want me to answer.
And this morning, in the beginning of your presentation, when you were talking about it, you said you would hit on why this single family was there and important. And if it was hit on, I didn't hear it. I'd like.
May I talk to that now?
Yeah, please.
Then? Okay. I mentioned that one of the things we find intriguing about this kind of neighborhood is the variety and scale. It's very American, and it's very true here, that the scale tends to go from the height of a single-family house to, say, maybe an 8 or 10-story building that was done earlier in the century. And MIMO buildings were a bit bigger than the Art Deco buildings, so they're two different scales. And we love that, and we're fortunate, we think, that the block we're working on actually has an Art Deco building and a MIMO building. And it's wonderful that we can sort of try to work with both of those. But what we So what we love, though, what we wanted to do is bring an element at the scale of a single-family house, a new element at the scale of a single-family house on 20th Street, so that even the Cromwell, is about 8 or 9 stories. It's a lovely height, and it steps up and down. We love the idea that we could do a little villa that would bring the height of the Cromwell down to the height of a single-family house on the street.
You're trying to step it down.
Just step it down, right? And so it becomes like a kind of like a single-family. It's sort of like a wall, a lovely wall with windows. You can see a stair, and we look. Of course, we wanted to be able to sell it, or our clients do, for sure. And so we look very carefully at the section. We know your concern, and we by looking at the section, we know that the folks living in there will be able to have a view out over those cabanas quite clearly. Now, this is not a villa for everybody. Whoever buys this villa is going to want to be a part of the action and the activity of the pool because it's right there. So it is a very particular kind of villa, but one that our clients thought really was sellable, that there was somebody out there or somebody who would want to have this cool place right above sort of floating above the water. So that's the idea of it. But we think urbanistically it's
I also
quite nice.
saw it as maybe some sort of screening element from the street to sort of define and confine your hotel space. But my biggest concern is the massing of the hotel. I would like to see it be more sensitive to what's there. And I thought when you went from the first offer, the first proposal that was continued to what we have now was a great improvement. I had another.
If I just may talk about the massing, sir.
About what? I'm sorry?
The massing?
Yeah.
We went through a lot of trouble to step the building down.
Right,
Stepping building is almost unheard of in Miami or many places because it's just so easy to just go straight up and do. You stack your product all the way up and then you maybe stick a penthouse on top. It's incredibly complicated to step this building down from the top part to a middle part to a lower part. The lower part aligns exactly with the height of the Cromwell. And it's through that stepping that we think we're making a really beautiful connection between our building and the surrounding historic architecture. And it also, we think, happens to make the building iconic. The stepping itself makes the building iconic.
For sure. I just found the east-west line access to be very long. And then in addition, so you guys are the design architects.
Right.
What is going to be the involvement?
That's a great question.
Through construction, or that's something that would concern me.
We're involved all the way through. We would never take on a project where we're not involved all the way through. So we do a very heavy set of design development drawings where we design every shape on the building. And then we review all the construction documents to make sure that they follow our design intent. And then during construction, we do site visits to make sure that inevitably on a site or a construction site, questions come up. Maybe there's a dimension wrong. Something needs to be figured out. We need to come up with the best way to solve a little construction problem. We're there for all that, all the way through to the opening.
The construction documents, the specifications, the material selections.
Totally. We can't put our name on a project where we don't do that. So every project that you've seen that we've done in New York that's gotten all these amazing prices, I think we're known for our quality, they've done in the exact same way. We always work with an architect of record in New York as well, an executive architect, and we do the same thing there. And we do the same number of visits here as we do in New York.
So what is that, monthly?
It depends on the construction. At the time of construction, early on, it's not so necessary because did they get the building in the right place? I actually once found a building in the wrong place, but and it's because we're the designers. We can actually find things that are wrong that nobody else will notice. We'll walk around and we'll say, "Did we really do that? Let's look at the drawings. What's going on?" And very often it's a mistake, and then we get it fixed, or we do the best we can with what's done. But generally, we go down a little bit less often at the start because it's all the structure, but as soon as the outside of the building starts to go on, and as soon as the inside starts to go on, then we're there making sure that, for instance, there's typically a mock-up for part of the building to sort of say that, well, this is what these lower windows are going to look like, this is what the balconies are going to look like, this is what the punch windows are going to look like, so that we can sign off on every type of detail with the contractor and say, yeah, you got to make it look like this, or we're not going to approve it later on.
May I just add a comment that, and I know you're fully aware and keenly aware of this, but just to reiterate something in the presentation, as a result of the thought behind the stepping back, the longest part of the building is from the street as well as from Collins and 20th Street is secreted by the Cromwell. Then the building steps up and slims down, and the highest part of the building, of course, the top 5 or so floors, is the slimmest part. So, I mean, they understood, the architects and the client, the need to really work to slim down and shape the mass, and they went through a great effort to do it, as Paul says, unlike other buildings. And Alex, do you want to?
Mr. Klein raised. So in addition, as you know, REMSA here actually has probably the most extensive scope they've had for any project. So in addition to the architecture, they're going to do all the interior design for the project. So they're involved in a very full scope. On all the projects they don't, certain ones they do, here they will as well. But Debbie, also I think, just to address his point on the traffic and maneuverability studies, we're engaged with Kimley Horn from the beginning. I believe Adrian's on the Zoom.
He's on Zoom.
And he raised his hand. I think it might be helpful just to address his thought.
Would the board like to hear from their traffic engineer to respond to the loading?
Well, I did have some confusion about the 2 images that you put up. They kept talking about these bump outs, and I didn't see them on the one with the pink sidewalk. And I was wondering, were those images looking the same direction? Is that a proposed sidewalk?
So that the proposed sidewalk is, you can pull them back up a bit.
The other thing I didn't mention was I really love the canopy in front of the Cromwell. So I just wanted to...
Which has been a forgotten street for years.
In preparation for this meeting, we weren't perfectly able to get every image perfectly to align. So this will speak to...
Just while that's being set up, I just want to talk about the massing one more time. The lowest step is really, it's going to be behind vegetation, and that's the biggest part of the building. And frankly, as an architect, I found it kind of annoying that in all these views, you only got to see the top 2 steps, because the idea of a triple step is really beautiful. And but in fact, you can't see that lower step in any of those views, because there's very high trees surrounding it, and you're just going to be seeing the top 2 steps. It's only in whatever beautiful drawing we might do where we show the building without the trees that you'll ever be able to see the lowest part of the building, which is the widest.
But just to address your comment on the, sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to take up the whole board time, but that's a proposed sidewalk?
Exactly. So in listening to comments from people, 20th Street, we live on the beach. I know you live on the beach, and many, everyone here lives on the beach, or for the most part. It's a very important beach access. It's a very beautiful, entrance to the beach. So we felt in discussions that it'd be helpful to make the investment and make it more pedestrian friendly, add landscaping, widening the sidewalk so people can walk through it as they go to 20th Street. It's not something everyone's a fan of course. This isn't something we did necessarily for our project. We felt it was a great civic route as people who live in Miami Beach, being respectful of this being an important access point to the beach, to make it more pedestrian friendly. It's not something that benefits us. It's a public street.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to pick up on something that Mr. Breslin had mentioned, that there is no variance. They're working within the code. However, and that's an important point that I raised at a prior item, that I'm going to raise every time somebody does ask for a variance, that the law is for everybody, and variance shouldn't just be handed out unless they meet the requirements for variances. This doesn't require variance, but it does they are asking to exceed the 15,000 square feet per floor floor plate. And the code says that we can give it to them, but I think that we should at least have it articulated to us why it's going to be exceeded. I don't know if there's any standard in the code, but I would like to know why are they asking, or do they feel they need something greater than what it allows before we say, okay, we'll give you more than what's allowed. That's my first point. Back to the law. I mean, I hear everybody's preferences on each item. You all are experienced and very good at what you do. But I think our role here is not just to express our preferences and vote based on our preferences, but we're here to uphold the law. We're here to vote on what we see based on the evidence and what's in the law, and the law has very specific of what's appropriate when we give a certificate of appropriateness for design and for demolition. And the code, I think, is there to give life to the comprehensive land use plan. The comprehensive land use plan describes what the goals and objectives, values are of the city. The comprehensive land use plan has a historic preservation element with 4 goals. The second goal says it's to encourage the retention, protection, rehabilitation, and continued use of contributing buildings within historic districts, and the development of quality and architecturally significant new buildings that are compatible with the contributing buildings in order to preserve the city's past and unique identity while providing for continued architectural excellence. That's the second of 4 goals. And in this case, it may be, I'm not a professional architect, so I just say as a layperson, yeah, it looks like an architecturally significant building that you're bringing to us, and it should be, because these are significant architects and it's a significant site. But it also says that we're supposed to encourage the retention, protection, rehabilitation, and continued use of contributing buildings. I don't know why the staff report says that this plan does not include the demolition of a contributing building, because we know that it does. It's on where it's talking about each of the criteria for certificate of appropriateness for demolition evaluation criteria. It says they're not proposing the total demolition of a contributing building. We know that it does. It also says that that contributing building, the 1955 edition, is not visible from Collins Avenue or from the Beach Walk. It is visible from the Beach Walk. Even though I prefer not to take these kind of invitations to meet for a site visit, I do make my own site visits. I'll ride my bicycle around the property or walk around the property. And the architecture, the hierarchy for contributing buildings that we heard about is not part of the city code. I didn't see it. I asked where it's at, and I still don't know where it comes from, although I'm sure it is well-reasoned to have a hierarchy in some instances. In this case, the fact that the building cannot be seen, I think that's a credit to the building. How many 8-story invisible buildings are we aware of? How many architects design an 8-story building that's virtually invisible, at least from Collins Avenue? And it has all the guests staying in there. They mentioned there's no significant lobby, but the guests are there. The guests are there, and the building is generally hidden from view, except from the Beach Walk. and from the property next door at the Nautilus. I went walking around in there too. Nobody told me I couldn't. And the Grossman building kind of mimics the Nautilus building next door in height and scale and design. And even though the Chippenfield building may not be a contributing structure, it may not have many fans, to me, to look at that and the Grossman building and the Nautilus, it's sort of like, you know how in music certain notes combine to make a chord. They all fit together. That's compatibility from a musician's point of view. But the building that's proposed there, I don't find to be, well, certainly not compatible with the Grossman building, because the Grossman building is going to be gone. And I think that's inconsistent with the policies and objectives of the Historic Preservation Code and of the city's land use plan. So for me, no matter how good or the design of the new building is, or how impressive the architects are, we're a historic preservation board, and that's designated as a contributing building. I think they have to make a very strong case to us as to why a contributing building in a historic district should be demolished. And I don't see it. I mean, personally, the building, I think it's too big for the site too. When I did go to the site before I was on the board, I was impressed with their presentation and how much care they put into the things that they were preserving. But when I saw the elevation from the beach side showing the building, it seemed like it was a big change to the landscape, at least from the beach side to the skyline. And today, when I was looking through everything, I looked at exterior rendering A075, and a light bulb went off that the Cromwell building is not going to see much sunlight anymore, because the new building, the Chippenfield building, is sort of set to the west of the Cromwell. And it's a slender building. Of course it casts shadows. The sun is generally in the southern horizon as it goes from morning to night. So the day that we had the site visit, I remember we were in the shade. It was very windy on 20th Street. So it's natural. There's a wind tunnel effect. And the Chippendale and the Cromwell cast shadows. But this proposed building that moves further to the east, the 20th Street and the Cromwell will I don't think see much sunlight, except even though some of the pictures that we saw showed it in the sun, but that would be early in the morning in the summer. So I don't think it's compatible with existing contributing buildings. I don't know necessarily from the gentleman showing his property what the view is, that he's going to see much of the ocean or the sunrise anymore. I don't think it was expressed to us why we're looking to lose a contributing building and expand the floor plate for a new building.
If you want me to answer that, let me know.
Well, that was just my comments, but you can address them.
I wanted to answer the first part, the 20,000 square foot part. I just wanted to say that the reason, only the very lowest tier is 20,000 square feet. It's the one that you can't ever see in the renderings because it's always behind all the trees. And we did that so that we could carve out the top. We were very aware of the fact that anybody living in the Setai was going to be concerned about views. So we stepped down the building specifically, well, not only because it's lovely in terms of referring to different scales in the neighborhood, but also because as you get closer to the beach, we do a lower and a lower building. And so that's why our lowest building is behind trees. That's the 20,000 square feet. That's what allows us to step back at the top and become much more slender for anybody living at the Setai, and also just to mark different scales in the neighborhood. So that's why we get this 20,000.
Mr. Reed, may I respond as well?
Of course.
Thank you. So I wanted to touch on the preservation issue. The Grossman is not a standalone building. It was an addition to the existing Shore Club. So in fact, it hid, as Steve Avdikoff pointed out, the entire facade of the the east-facing facade. So we are preserving the entire Cromwell, the entire Shore Club, and only the addition that was built in 1955. So the vast majority of the property is being preserved and restored. The other point I'd like to make, and this is a practical matter, and many of the members of the board have recognized it, and as well, is how do you make a property successful and functioning into the future while at the same time serving the preservation goals? In addition to the fact that, of course, the Satai was throwing every obstacle they could at the prior project, by the way, it also represented neither, in my opinion, a great hotel or a great residential building. The plan that was approved, which has now since expired, was going to sort of jerry-rig the Chipperfield and other units to make some of them residential, which would have been inferior residential. And at the same time, they would not have had a great hotel. This is the modern-day practical adaptation where you're creating, as it needs to be, a building that is purpose-built to be residential, and we all want more residential quality on the beach. At the same time, all the important elements, the entire Annis Shorecrest and the entire Cromwell are being preserved and will be hotel and hotel function. So you will be able to have a building that will be able to be viable for 100 years from now, both as a great residential building and a great small hotel with maximizing preservation. It's a needle that has to be threaded, or that property could very well sit there for many, many more years in the state that it's in.
Just want to make one point to address Mr. Reed's concerns. I think you asked about the floor plate differential. Putting on a real estate hat, right, separate from this angle, the better approach, obviously, from real estate perspective would be to have it thicker in the top, right? It's more valuable and so forth. I think the reason we thought through this design wasn't because it benefits us in any sort of respect. We really felt it was the most contextual, neighbor-friendly approach. As you go to the top of the building, the floor plates go down to around 11,000 feet, which meet the 15,000 square foot maximum. So we felt by having it slimmer as it gets taller would be a better preservation approach, and then thicker where it gets smaller. As it pertains to the South Addition, I think Steve Avdikoff can speak to it. While we've done tons of preservation, obviously his expertise in historic preservation is well more specific than mine, but we spent a lot of time studying that South component and what really was the right approach there. And we really felt, given Albert Annis's historical significance, particularly from going from an Art Deco to the MIMO, and one of the really big stewards of that transitional period, to really preserve that south wing as Albert Annis designed it in 1949 is a really important historic approach. That's how it was designed originally, the street-facing elements, the 8-story Cromwell. I think a few people who even talked about the project with were even less familiar with the Cromwell, and it was done in 1939 by Robert Taylor, and it's a really important work. So we feel our preservation approach is very strong. I'd encourage any of you to walk through the lobby of the Cromwell. It currently obviously is not preserved to its original intent. When staff recommended it, we thought it was a great idea, and we said we'd welcome it. We'll even use your exact images. So our attention to historic preservation, I think, is very strong here, preserving an 8-story, 3-story building, restoring them to their original intent in 1939 and 1949.
Yeah, I just second Alex's comments. I mean, I think we articulated the approaches based upon, restoring Albert Annis's building. His vision from 1949, it was implemented, bringing that back in its entirety, the entire wing, reestablishing that eastern facade because of the significance of the building, because of the significance of his role as a master architect in the history of Miami Beach, and this particular building where he really fostered and facilitated his transition from Art Deco into MIMO. And so we feel that having that integrity of the entire wing justifies that approach.
Nancy.
Yeah. repeating myself because I haven't gotten a real answer. If the Albert Annis building was not going to be part of this.
Can't hear.
Now it's okay? Okay. Yes. The idea that the Annis building is coming back, doesn't that have something to do with the fact that the other building that's coming down, coming down is the difference between what is going to happen in that area? I just want you to explain that fully the way I've heard it before.
Right. So we are the vision is really to reestablish in its entirety, with integrity, the 1949 Albert Annis vision of the Shore Club, and by reestablishing that, by reestablishing that connection to the beach that you see, but particularly that eastern facade and the integrity of the overall design, which was very important in the history of MIMO architecture. By bringing that back, that we feel is appropriate for the vision of the property, to defer to Annis and his visionary role as a mid-century architect in Miami, and the impact that building had going forward.
Okay, I think we need to hear from a couple more board members. Who hasn't spoken yet? Laura?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. I love that the interiors are being brought back. I think that's, no one has touched upon that, and it's aside from the facades, it's how we experience buildings is on the inside. And I do see the thoughtful iterations of the design. Robert Stern, I think I have every book and have read every book. I did the Columbia program myself based on his tenure there. And I do feel aligned with this balanced approach to preservation. However, my main concern is the Grossman Annex. I can't, as a contributing structure, I don't understand why we can't retain that in this process. I do understand that it's not, in the visible right away, but yes, when you're in the property, you do view it. So that's my main concern. I think it's a beautiful project, and I echo, I won't go into it, but I echo, all the concerns of the other board members on that. So that's honestly my only concern.
Thanks, Laura. Anybody else? Okay, maybe I'll comment on it. The Grossman Annex to me is a very simple addition, and I think it's when I see its elevation, it's clear that it's trying to steer clear of the existing structure, get closer to the ocean, and build up for views. And it has one interesting detail on it that's repeated, and it's a cool detail. Not to say it's not, but there is a kind of hierarchy of architectural details, and so I do understand the argument for replacing it. The fact that it's been labeled or determined that it's contributing, that's significant. But I think there's also a great significance to architectural merit. And in the 4 years I've been here, I haven't seen one project with this kind of architectural merit. This is a contribution to the city. It's going to beautify the city. The views that we've seen are already memorable postcard images of Miami Beach that people are going to really appreciate for a long time. The side elevation from the Setai, all side elevations are less desirable than the front or the rear or the composed views. The side elevation is a kind of abstract drawing that you're just never going to see it or experience it that way. It's true, perhaps some of the renderings show light where there's going to be shade in the future, okay? But I think that this has so much going for it that I really support it.
I have one other comment just to make. For those of you that are familiar with One Hotel and Homes, you've got One Hotel on Collins, you've got Homes on 24th. All of the traffic, all of the people are all there on Collins Avenue and 24th Street, which is also a dead-end street. You have to go in and turn around and come back out. There's never any real traffic to the homes. There is some traffic, obviously, with the trucks. They have to turn around and come back out. But I think when you're looking at the Setai and however many rooms are at the Setai, how many rooms are there? Or apartments, Ken? In 37? And we're looking at 60 that we're adding on the other side. So I don't look at that as being something that's really going to be detrimental to 20th Street at all. And I think that you guys have done a great job in listening to everything that's been said. The project that is now before everybody, and I'm sorry that MDPL didn't get to see it ahead of time, but I'm sure when it was available to you, it was available to them. If they had contacted you or said, is there anything new? I can't understand that. But at any rate, you got to see it today, and I think it's a great project. Thank you.
Okay. Is the board, are we done with board comment? Would anybody like to make any other comments or perhaps make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the project as presented with staff's recommendation and the fact that there are absolutely no variances. I think this is a fabulous project and we should go forward.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and that is to adopt the plan revisions that were contained in the presentation, correct? We saw today. I will call the roll. Mr. Pascal?
No.
Weinstein Berman?
No.
I'm sorry. Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Klein?
No.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
And Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion fails. We could entertain another motion.
Well, members of the board, we'd like to, as you did in the last one, we'd like this to be able, we'd like to be able to try to come back and not have just a denial of it, but rather that you would reconsider that and it would be a deferral, and then we can see if there is a way of perhaps better addressing some of the concerns. But we certainly don't want to have a denial.
Would the request be to continue it?
The request would be to continue it, to reverse the denial,
and could we maybe provide some input and direction, and what sort of a date would we be looking for?
First, just procedurally, since the previous motion failed, that is legally a denial. So what if the board is amenable to continuing the project? We would need the prevailing side to move to reconsider, and then you could move forward with a potential continuance. I agree that we should give some specific direction to the applicant. Depending on the direction, I think will depend on the date that it will be brought back to you. Just hearing the board's comments, I would think the May meeting would be the most appropriate in terms of time. But I would like to maybe hear some more of the board's concerns. So if any of the board members who voted no wish to make a motion to reconsider, then we can open up the discussion for the continuance.
And the motion to reconsider would need to be seconded by any other member of the board and would need to be voted on before the item is back before you.
Make a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Have them come back. I didn't realize that a failing motion was equivalent to a denial.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Klein has made a motion to reconsider. Is there a second to that motion?
We would just like to say that the Setai would like to work with this
Is this
developer.
open to the public at this time? Then
Mr.
please,
Robbins.
please back up.
You can do
back
that
up.
on your own. Okay? You
Just
don't need
to
our
let you know.
permission.
So
Is there a second to
I'll
Mr.
second
Klein's
the
motion?
Was that Mr. Pascal seconded the motion?
Yes.
All those in favor to reconsider? Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous, and the board can open it up to more discussion and make another motion.
Maybe we can keep it specific. If there's specific points you want to see them address.
My only thing is the demolition of the Grossman Annex. I would like to see if it can be preserved in any way. And other than that, beautiful project.
I'll echo my colleague's sentiments. It's the demolition of a contributing structure that's my concern.
Can I make a comment? If you try and preserve that structure, then you can't build the residential as we see it. And everybody said that it's an amazing project, but you know, life is full of trade-offs. They've done a wonderful job of the Albert Ennis building. By the way, I own property in an Albert Ennis building, so I'm familiar with the architect. But in order to save the addition, and that's strictly what it is, an addition of hotel rooms, to try and figure out some way to convert that to high-end residential use, I don't see any way that they can do that. And what we really are trying to do is get rid of all of those hotel rooms to have something high-end for both residential and hotels.
They did it with a dorm building in Manhattan. So I don't think
That building is set back so far that, and it's so narrow that I'm having a hard time imagining high-end residential in there. I don't think it's going to work. And the floor, and also the ceiling heights. The market is in a very particular place right now. Ceiling heights and floor plates are important, and if we can't get them, it'll never be the building that it might have been. It just doesn't work. The value will not be there.
Can you explain if we include the Grossman? If we include the Grossman, how does that work against the Annis building? Because aren't they sort of at each other's throat?
The Grossman was tacked on to the east facade of the Annis. You saw the postcard of it. Right.
That was what I was waiting to hear somebody say. It was tacked on. It was
To
not
the east
just
facade of the Annis. So it obliterated the east facade of the Annis. There's a wall extending, a blank wall
So
extending.
what
a few feet
happens
above.
if we keep the? I don't know.
You don't get back the fully restored Annis. That's not possible.
That's right.
Hey, Kirk?
So, two things for me. I would like to have a better explanation and understanding of the historical significance of the Melvin Grossman structure. I'm also interested to see if that structure were maintained, how the massing of the new tower could work. Actually, I'm sorry, three things. Lastly, if there's an opportunity, Debbie, this is for you. If there's an opportunity to bring the integrity back to the historic facade of the Shore Club, I'm asking if we can explore that corner feature and the fluted glass, because I feel like if ever there were an opportunity to restore that, it would be now. And again, there were no images that reflected that kind of detail in the historical
Can you be
resources
more specific? Because I'm having a hard time pinpointing.
So the corner feature where the
I think that's still
masonry
there.
awning,
It's there. The zigzag's still there.
zigzag is still there, but the Flutex glass that was inserted within the zigzags is not there any longer, and that's the part that I would like to see restored as far as bringing back the original integrity of that Shore Club.
Do you have any images of that?
No, there weren't any in the.
Right. We can order the file and see if we have some photographs from the 90s. Do you think it was still there in the 90s?
I think it was probably removed when the 98 renovations happened.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to say, I
Any other
worry
board
that these
members?
comments are going to force us into a corner where we'll have a building that doesn't work in this market, and that maybe our neighbors at the Satai will have a big hotel building next to them with a bunch of cars zipping around and kids and parties, and maybe that's what you want. And maybe that's what you're going to get.
I can assure
I'm not
you
the
that
client,
we don't want that. We want your building to be, we want the Shore Club to be successful. I can assure you. And as I said when I spoke earlier, I have every intent to want to support this. I just think, we're asking for a little bit of further exploration.
So I just have two items. If you're coming back here, which I really hope you are. One is a shadow study to show what somebody.
Yeah, your mic is not on.
Very sorry. A shadow study, and to
show the effect on
the Cromwell specifically.
Okay.
And the deck, you know, how everything is affected, how everything's truly affected, and then if that massing can be worked on, and I am concerned on, you know, it's you know what he said about you want to make an omelet. If you leave that existing mass, what happens to the rest of the site? So I know you've got a lot of trade-offs within your site. So those are my two issues. I really like the project. I'm happy to have you guys back in town. And, you know, good luck.
Can I make a motion to continue this?
I wanted to add one more thing. If you find that keeping the Grossman building is just not feasible, the implication is that if you did keep it, the floor plate would be reduced. So maybe there's a version where it does go away, but it's also a smaller floor plate, because I did hear that among a number of the board members here, that it seemed big, and if there were a way to reduce it, perhaps that makes it more palatable.
One thing I would just add in coming back is to, you know, communicate so that everyone's on the same team, or at least as well as you can, that there's let this be the no surprise zone.
And Mr. Klein, we have communicated. We did a full presentation to MDPL and the neighbors and everyone. The latest revision, the restoration of the full original Annex building, is a later addition. And but I will say, and you've heard from Paul Whalen, and I'm sure Kobe would say so as well, it's probably going to be likely to be very problematic to have to retain the entire annex because of how large it is, how much it projects in, and how, relatively speaking, there are some elements that are nice, but you know, most of the mass is not. So it makes it difficult to do what they have been able to create. And believe me, I've never seen a combined architectural team and ownership team go through more thought in trying to arrive at this point than these folks have. So it might not be achievable. We may have to have some solution that does not result in keeping everything.
I think I've heard the board's direction. I think we can meet again. I think it's important. It's not a standalone contributing building, right? The Shore Club building was classified as contributing, and this is an addition, so it's part of that building. I think we've heard the concerns. I'm, very aware of them. There may be some opportunities for partial demolition of that addition. So I think we can, the comments from the audience are not helpful. So I think there may be opportunity for us to meet again and discuss some different options that would address the board's concerns.
So,
as a new member of the board, I'd like to have somebody explain to me what the difference or what massing has to do with historic preservation. I mean, we're a historic preservation board, and massing really, I don't think, has anything to do with that. So I'm just confused.
Well, you're more than welcome to.
If I stood up like this to you, would I be massive over you?
Yes, but it has nothing to do with historic preservation.
I think we talk about talk about compatibility.
I'm short compared to anybody.
We talk about.
Okay.
Stand up on the chair. I'm pretty short.
We got to keep it moving, guys.
Can I make a helpful comment for Mr. Breslin? Very briefly.
Make it brief. I think
Okay,
Kirk was
I
about to
suggest
make a move.
Reviewing the city code as it pertains to the Historic Preservation Board, because it specifically identifies massing as one of the things we're supposed to consider when determining whether a building is compatible for whether to give a certificate of appropriateness under Section 118-554. Massing is one of the things for us to consider by law.
Thank you.
So I want to make a motion to continue this item to May, I believe, to the May
Second.
meeting.
Okay, so that's the May 10th meeting. We have a motion and a second.
Second.
All those in favor for the continuance? Any opposed? Okay, application is continued.
Thank you.
We didn't take a lunch break. Maybe it's good to take a 5-minute break in case anyone needs to use the restroom or get some water. Hey,
ask.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to continue our meeting. Debbie, next on the agenda, I believe we have HPB 21-0490. Is that correct? 3 Jefferson Avenue?
Yes. Our next application on the agenda is HPB 21-0490. This is 333, 337, 343, and 345 Jefferson Avenue. An application has been filed requesting an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for partial demolition of the buildings located at 333 and 334 Jefferson Avenue and modifications to the west or front facade of 343. This particular application was brought before you and presented at the January 11th meeting. At that time, the board did ask for some additional documentation from the applicant, including a more developed historic resources report. There was also a request for additional information with regard to the permit process and the non-conforming use issue, which we spent a good amount of time discussing. So attached to the documents that were submitted to you includes a revised letter of intent from the applicant with exhibits that outline the permit history and the inspection logs. They did receive multiple inspections over time through the building department review process. That was requested to be submitted. That has been submitted. There's also a letter to the commission that was included in part of your package that the city manager had written to the commission in consultation with both the building department and the planning department, outlining the history of the building permit that was issued. So that has also been included, and a very thorough historic resources report has been submitted. Staff's recommendation generally remains consistent with what we presented at the January meeting. However, we did receive some new information in the historical resources report. We were very happy to see, while not an original photograph, and we do believe that between the original construction and the photograph, which we believe is approximately 1955, there were modifications. If you look at the building card, there appears to be modifications over time. However, after reviewing this photograph, we did determine that the likely configuration of that front facade of 343 Jefferson was a symmetrical composition. Therefore, we have modified our recommendation with regard to the change to the window and door opening that was presented to you last time. In light of this new evidence, we are requesting that the board not approve that change and actually require the reintroduction of the symmetrical facade, which would leave the window and doors in their current openings. That is all I have. We are recommending approval. This is an after the fact. We do have 2 new board members here, and you may not be familiar with after the fact applications. What that means is there was work that was done without receiving a certificate of appropriateness. So when the building permit was submitted, the building permit is reviewed by all the departments in the city, including the planning department. The planning department has the authority to approve administrative certificates of appropriateness, which we do during the building permit review process. That there was a permit and a certificate of appropriateness that was issued and approved through that building permit process. However, upon inspection of the properties during construction and later inspection of the approved building permit plans, we identified certain elements that were not identified in the approved building permit. We evaluated that in accordance with the regulations that determine whether or not a project has to go to the board or whether staff may approve it. There were several elements during our review that we did not have the authority to approve administratively, which is why it's before you as the after the fact. Certainly, it is in the board's discretion whether to approve, deny, or approve with conditions the application that's before you. Staff is requesting that you approve the application, that you do not approve the design modifications to the front facade of 343. But in our opinion, it is in the contributing buildings, you have two contributing buildings here, best interest that construction begin again, because there was a stop work order issued, and that the buildings structurally become secure and new windows and doors put in. Right now, the buildings, I don't know if it, I think some of you have been by the site. It is a construction site. The buildings are currently not protected. There are no windows and doors in the building. There is no roof on one of the buildings. And some of if you look inside, you can see some shoring poles, right? Because a lot of the interior structure had also been removed. So we are requesting that this application be approved to ensure the structural integrity of these buildings moving forward.
At the previous meeting, I think we asked that they roof the building.
You approve, yes, you did approve the allowance for them to continue with the new roof work. That is correct. At the previous hearing, it was somewhat of a bifurcated approval. The board continued the majority of the application, but did approve the work for the new roof to continue in order to have some protection, in order to keep the project moving so it would not be as exposed to the elements. They have not started. It does take a while, and the applicant can respond to that. I'm not sure. I know they've been in communications with the building department. I've been copied on some of that communications and how they can enliven the permit that the stop work order was issued when it's only a portion of that permit. They can explain their conversations with the building official about that. But that was approved by this board at the last hearing.
I'm sorry. Somehow I've watched this happening. I thought it was a miserable mess that was put together. I went to see the buildings. The buildings were, well, no roof, horrible. And the city didn't seem to do much except take away their permit. I read about the attorneys for the process, the city's attorneys, the city's Santorino, what's his first name?
Joseph
Santorino. He had an article in the paper that I'm sorry that everybody didn't see, because he couldn't do anything about it, but he expressed himself. And he had but if nobody saw it, we're just moving on so that we have, I don't have much faith that we can move on and it's going to really turn into something. I think we're going to be sitting there holding the roof for the rest of time. So
Well, I think we should hear. Let's hear from the applicant. They believe they have
the
additional
applicant's here?
information
Oh, that's
for
right.
you that you've
Listen.
requested. Then we can open it up to the public, and then we can. I'm more than happy to answer
Right.
any questions I'm able
There's
to answer.
nobody here representing Santorino.
No.
No. And he has nothing to do with it. But then my next question is, why do we have that position in the city?
What position?
The Santorino. He's the...
Okay, and there was a separate investigation that was referred by the commission regarding the city's issuance of, I think it was 3 building permits for, I think it focused primarily on 310 Meridian, which is not at all part of this application. And they came out with a series of recommendations. Some of those recommendations, and we could put this on a discussion item for a later date if you would like, and we can talk about it in more detail when we have more time. But some of the recommendations the administration is already putting in place with regard to proper forms, in terms of our administrative review of certificate of appropriateness. There was some question about a paper form and whether or not that was required. The Inspector General believed it was. We are looking at that in terms of how we record and how we notice administrative certificate of appropriateness. That is also something the city is looking at. There's an item, I believe, on this, is it on the commission agenda for tomorrow?
Yes.
That actually
That's where it is.
modifies
They're going to talk about
that
all
process.
this.
Correct, to be more consistent with the recommendations of the Inspector General.
That's all I had to hear. It's tomorrow?
Tomorrow there is an item,
Yes,
correct?
there's an ordinance, yes.
Yes.
Very good.
Okay, can we hear the presentation?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, good to see you all again. Hope you had a good lunch like I did here. Once again, Steve Abdikoff, Heritage Architectural Associates. I've been retained by the ownership about a month ago to put together the historic structure, or the historic resources report, which you have received, and we're also now providing historic preservation consulting services regarding the design. So we weren't retained prior to any of this work that was going on, nor the design which was submitted to the HPB for this hearing. However, we're in consultation, and we think we concur with the staff's positions in these elements. So what I'd like to do is have Debbie Griffin from my office, who has we have a PowerPoint presentation. Debbie Griffin from my office will be presenting information regarding the historic components of the HR. I'll touch upon some of the design, and then I'll let them take care of the remaining items then. So,
Is that the
Yes, ma'am.
last month?
Yes.
You were there.
Yes,
on
ma'am.
behalf of the
Yes.
place that was
Correct.
missing the roof, right?
Correct.
How is this coming back together again now?
Because you understand that once you guys approve something, it takes 20 days for us to start work. We have a stop work order for the whole building. Our electricity got cut off 3 days after you had your meeting. So we couldn't saw anything. We got,
How could you be doing that when you had no permit?
we have a permit.
Well, you didn't have a permit that time.
Yes, we did. We have a permit, and here we have a revision.
They pulled
So-
your permit. No, am I?
A stop work order was issued by the building official.
Right,
That
right.
doesn't it just means they can't continue to work on that permit. There is still a permit. There's still a valid building permit.
That they're working on?
That was stopped, so the work was not able to continue, but they still have an issued building permit.
In order for us to continue, we have to get the okay from you, the board. To be clear, the work that we did, and here I have a revision 310-2021, which required us, just so you know how we got here real quick. How we got here is because in order for us to reinforce the second floor, after we had reinforced the rest of the building, it was required that we, in order to be able to hold this building together, you notice from their picture, all of this had to be added to reinforce the whole building. To do that, we have to...
You need a mic.
In order to save the structure, we have to reinforce masonry, everything on the second floor. We already had done the first floor. That was on the plans. The inspector, we went and we proceeded to get a permit for the second floor to reinforce the rest of the building. Unfortunately, in order to do that, in order to reinforce the second floor, as you can see the work after it was done, here you see pictures that you see the reinforcement there. In order to do that, okay, we had to request an additional revision to the plans. That plan goes to them, meaning nothing goes back to us. We can't pull permits. Them meaning, excuse me, Debbie, office. Yeah. What happened is, administratively, they approved it. However, the work continued because we had to take the rest of the roof up. And then they said, listen, you exceeded the amount of authority.
You knew that in January before.
To take all that roof apart that we would have to in order to reinforce it. And since we got the okay, it goes to show you can't put a wall without a roof on top.
Maybe we should hear the presentation, and then we can open it up to the public and get your questions answered.
No, I think that our board needs to understand what is happening with these people. I don't understand how you got a permit, or you didn't have a permit, but you had a permit.
We had a permit. The problem was we exceed.
January?
No, we did not get a permit after. We always had a permit. The problem is that once you start getting into a building and you start doing repairs, as we've done in this building, it gets to a point where we are past what they can approve. So
this permit is in your name? Are you the general contractor?
We're the
engineer?
We're the engineer, also the contractors.
So this work was all a surprise to you.
Correct.
The amount of
exactly,
work that would have had to be done is a surprise.
Right, because if you could see from our records and our
That's all
inspection,
I wanted to know.
Yeah, from our purpose and inspection, you could see where the inspector said to her, "Hey, you got to reinforce the second floor as well." I said, "Yeah, but for me to do that, obviously I can't reinforce walls with a roof on top of me. I mean, come on, it's going to fall on my head, and I can't shore it either, especially when it's falling apart." So at that point, they come to us, listen, you exceeded. Even though I had an approval to do the second floor, we exceeded because maybe we should have been more specific that we had to take all these boards out, but we couldn't do that until we were actually working on the job.
So when did you start working on the job? When?
We started working on the job a year ago.
No. I'm talking about January. Your permit was supposed to be taken away. And then
our permit wasn't taken away.
They're here to make a presentation. I think we should let them make their presentation.
It's very nice to do that, but if you don't hear the background, you won't appreciate it. This is ridiculous.
And also, it's a quasi-judicial process. I think we should follow the process. Let them present, comment, and then we have our chance.
Right. Okay. So we'd like to present a PowerPoint presentation which shows some of our findings from the Historic Resources Report, some of our thoughts with regard to the concept of the facade design, and then turn it over to them for these type of detailed questions regarding that, we're not capable of speaking regarding. So if we can have the PowerPoint there. As I noted, we put together a historic resources report for this. Debbie Griffin will be joining us with Zoom to talk about the history. In summary, we're requesting a certificate of appropriateness in accordance with the recommendations of staff. We concur with their opinions regarding the design based upon the information we found, but let's share the history with you so you can see the significance of these contributing buildings which we're trying to restore. Next slide, please, and if you can invite Debbie Griffin to join.
I'm here.
There she is. Thanks, Debbie.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, yes, Debbie. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm here to give you a little overview of the history. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. This property consists of two lots. Lot 14 was the northern lot, and Lot 13 was the southern lot. The northern lot was the original 343 Jefferson Avenue, as you can see in the picture there. This was constructed in 1922. The architect was Rowan and Schaefer. However, it wasn't listed in the city directory until 1927 with 3 apartment units. It was remodeled into 4 apartment units in 1948 with architect August Swars and was known as the Bonnie Apartments, which you may be able to read that on the sign. Next slide, please. This building, this one-story building, was built in the rear of 343. It was permitted a few months after the original building. There was no architect listed on the permit card. It was occupied by commercial enterprises, including the most notable was the Seashore Food Products Company, which was in the building for about 15 years. It was converted to 6 efficiency apartments in 1952 with architect T. Hunter Henderson. Next slide, please. As you can see from the Sanborn map at the top, the 2 buildings were originally connected. They may have been separated when the front building was remodeled in 1948, but they definitely were separated by 1952, as you can see in the aerial photo below. Next slide, please. This is the south lot, which is lot 13, 333 Jefferson Avenue. It was constructed in 1939 with architect F. George Fink. It was 4 apartments and 4 hotel rooms. The hotel rooms were converted into 2 apartments in 1955, and it was known first as the Jerome Apartments, then Rob Hanna, and then Mitchell Apartments. Next slide, please. This is the rear building at 333. It was constructed in 1955 with T. Hunter Henderson as the architect and 6 efficiency apartments. Next slide, please. These 4 buildings were under single ownership starting in 1955. From 1958 to 87, they were kind of in a staggered ownership where somebody owned both properties and then sold one to someone else and later sold the second property to the same person. That happened a couple of times during that 29 years. Starting with 87, it has been under single ownership by one person or one company owning all of them. Was united into one parcel in 2017. And there have only been maintenance and minor improvements since 1955, which was when these pictures were taken. Next slide, please. I researched the architects. I could not find anything at all on Rowan and Schaefer, either in Miami area, Florida, or anywhere else. It may have been a catalog type of plan that they did. I don't know. H. George Fink, excuse me, I'm sure everybody knows he was one of the original architects of Coral Gables. He was the man that created the term Mediterranean to describe South Florida architecture, but he never said revival. That was added by others. He designed mostly in Mediterranean style. And T. Hunter Henderson designed in Art Deco, streamlined Mediterranean revival, and modern styles. This concludes the brief history of the property, so I'll turn it back to Steve. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. Can I have the next slide, please? So as we start to look at the design, we can see the historic image on the left, which shows clearly this is, once again, 343 Jefferson. It shows that facade with a symmetrical configuration with the entrance in the center, the 2 windows flanking that, and then the smaller windows beside that, the upper level windows as well. As I stated, we became involved with the project after the submittal that the applicant made to the HPB, but upon review of our documentation, we concur with staff. We recommend against incorporating an accessible entrance to the primary front facade, the primary significance. And we've suggested in a way that I think can be accommodated by the owner and the designers here to simply ramp up the walkways to obviate the need for having a ramp per se and incorporate those onto the secondary facade, the side facade, preserving the integrity of the primary facade of 343. Next, please. And this shows the similar philosophy of incorporating accessibility into the side of 333. We concur with the staff's recommendation with this as well, that we would put together some additional documentation drawings to detail the historic features that are going to be retained and preserved. We feel very, as you can see from the history here, these are early buildings, early resources with prominent architects involved, and we feel that we're hoping to achieve a certificate of appropriateness that we can go forward with this design approach to get this moving forward and deal with any of the requests from staff as administrative procedure. So I'm here to address any design questions. I'm going to turn it over to Leon here pertaining to the permitting and everything.
Next slide, please. Inspection history. Next slide. Okay, we had to first pass all the underground inspections. Next slide. And the next slide. Basically, we started with the buildings in the back, now with the buildings in the front. Why? Because we have to do all the underground brand new. We also had to reinforce the foundation on the buildings. When we did the building in the back, we realized that the building was collapsing. So we had to go ahead and shore it up with steel structures in the back. It's steel beams, widened it down, kept the same design, but we went ahead and doubled the capacity for the top, where the top would be at roughly 65 pounds per square inch. We went to 110 pounds. Why? Because it's a structure that is a single story, and if anybody were to walk on that for any reason in the future, we don't want anybody going through the building. So we brought it up to that standard. To do so, we had to redo the complete foundation of the building. We also had to reinforce all the walls around. In that building, we did not have to take the roof off. We were able to double up. But we couldn't double up on the one in the front, so you understand the difference. The one in the back was sustained because it was good enough, the wood, and we were able to prop it up with steel columns and steel beams. The one in the front, when we got to that point, I want to go fast, what happens is that the inspector, we're only going to reinforce the first floor. At further finding, we find that the second floor, to answer your question, Nancy, the second floor was very poorly deteriorated. So we found ourselves and the inspector at that point, and I'm going to show you that we had all the inspections. At that point, we found ourselves in a situation where we needed to proceed and take to the city a set of plans that the second floor that you see open had to be completely dowel reinforced. To do so, what happens structurally? You have the roof joists, and then you have the joists on the bottom of that. There's a knee wall, and that holds the ceiling inside the second floor. So now what happens? It was falling apart, completely deteriorating. So we had to take it off for safety reasons, and we reinforced all around it. The reason why the building now doesn't need to be shored or anything at all, it could withstand the way it is because we completely reinforced it. Next slide, please.
Wait, excuse me.
Sure.
Just give me the...
Yeah.
When was that? Was that back before?
That's the last year when we started construction. We started construction about a year and a half ago.
About since you were here in January.
Yes.
What
have we done?
Yeah.
Yeah. In order to do what you want us to do, so I said when everybody wanted to leave, I said, hold on, it doesn't work like that. 3 days later, we got electricity cut off. Every 2 or 3 days, we have inspectors coming in saying we can't do any work. Hello, no electricity, no work. Because we have to wait 20 days after. No, so we could have worked and done everything, Nancy, because if that's the case, then I can go back to work right now.
They pulled your permit.
They didn't pull my permit.
Stop work order.
It's a stop work order.
It's not the same?
No, it's not the same.
They stopped you.
That doesn't
They didn't stop me.
enable them to continue to work at this point.
It's unfair what
He's not done with his presentation yet. Can we give him an extra minute? I think you have got about 2 more minutes. Will that be enough for you to finish?
Quickly. Well, remember, the whole point of all this is the inspection. We have historically done what we were supposed to do. We took out the front requirement for the accessibility because we can accommodate it, which was the recommendation of staff. So the recommendation is that we take out this front, which was one of the requirements we were asking for. We took that out. We're going to put it on the side.
Yeah, you need the mic if you're going to.
It's going to look exactly the way it's been historically. The other building is going to be exactly, I'm sorry, yeah, I keep losing out, I'm trying to go fast. The other building, we have gone to the trouble of making sure, and you can see from the pictures, this is how it looked, 55, this is the way, 55, this is even further, this is how we got the building, this is the way it's going to look, exactly the way it looked. We haven't changed. Steve, that's why I brought Steve, because you had question about the angle of the roof, so forth and so on. So the point I'm getting at is that the only modification we're asking for, and we have fixed, is the problem with the entrance, because of the fact that with this ramp, we would have to make the building uneven, unbalanced, which is what Steve was brought it to their attention. Fine, we agree. We don't disagree. But remember, I have a disability. We had to go to the state of Florida and ask for an exemption. And that took 4 months. And we got the exemption for the second floor. However, understand this. It's a little building. Where do I put a ramp? Well, we were able to come up with a ramp on the side by, lifting and tearing up the whole floor outside. To do that, Nancy, we passed inspection 3 weeks ago. So we passed inspection to connect all the sewer lines. Because in order to get to the top, we had to break the whole building up. Past inspection, but I can't get to what you want me to get to unless you guys approve it, and I can proceed and finish with the building. That's the bottom line. And why? Because it takes 20 days after you guys give me the okay. Then I got to go back to the building department, and all these things have to go back to them to get approval, because I'll get in trouble again for getting a permit here, which says that I'm going to reinforce it, but I had to take the roof off, and I wasn't specific enough to say, common sense tells you, if I have to reinforce the whole thing, guess what, guys? I'm going to take the roof off. Now,
when did the roof get put on? There was no roof when I went to see it.
Well, I'm just saying, to answer your question.
No, I'm trying to determine, because I think that there has been a big problem between you and the thing and people here. It's just not.
What's the problem?
It's just not as simple as you're explaining.
It's not as simple, but we already got to a point where we did the reinforcement. We look at the inspections. We got to a point where we reinforced the building. We got to the point we did all the underground. We got to a point where we went ahead and did everything we need to do. Our next step now is to put that roof on.
Did you take the garbage out of the front?
Ma'am, not only we take the garbage out, if you go back there, because we passed 2 inspections, I was able to clean up the whole place.
So it's clean up?
It's clean.
Okay, can we?
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure you've said everything you want to say before we move on.
Well, I was going to say further, but I don't have any more time. But basically, this is what it is. We're here, and we tried to accommodate whatever it was that we needed to do to get your approval to the integrity of the building, the look of the building, which is the front. The next one, there's no question, everything's fine. I can't proceed, I can't go on unless I get the okay. Not because I can't work in the buildings in the back, because I have a stop work order, I only have 1 permit for the whole building. Everything's together. That's what they made me do.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think in summary, the intent is to achieve a COA. We feel that the design for the primary facade and the entrance system is compatible with the standards, and I think that's what we're requesting to enable him to proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So why are we here?
Should we go to public comment?
Yeah, but before we open to the public, I'd like to ask the board if Any board members have any disclosures to make on this application? Any ex parte communications? We can start at one end and go down the line.
I went down there to see the project with the garbage, no roof. That's what I saw. He's acting like there's a new building there. This is not what I saw. Is this what's there?
No, ma'am. What you see here is what it's going to be.
What's going to be? Which one is that? Which building? Is that 343?
343.
Sir, I'm sorry, we need you on the microphone.
Which?
Nancy, that's 343. That's a historical image, the previously existing conditions photo before they started work, and the bottom images are renderings of their
No,
proposed.
but 343 is not part of this
That's the one's
ownership.
missing the roof, yes.
It's
Yes.
333.
Both of them
that
are
was
on
the
the
mess.
Nancy, other than the site visit, do you have any ex parte communications to disclose regarding this application?
I went to see it. Is that ex parte?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
So it's just closed.
Barry, we need you on mic. I'm sorry.
I was contacted by, I think, Mr. Suarez. I emailed him. I had one or two phone conversations. I walked around the site by myself, not on the property.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I spoke with David Suarez about it too, and I may have received an email from it and forwarded it to you, as I do all of them.
Thank you.
I was contacted as well, but I didn't take a meeting, and I did go by the site myself this weekend.
Thank you.
I walked the site with Mr. Suarez.
Thanks.
As I mentioned previously, I visited the site on my own.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go to public comment. Okay, any members of the public here wish to speak?
And any members on Zoom, please raise your hand.
And if there's anyone in the room who's not been sworn in yet, I'd ask you to raise your right hands. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Suarez, and I live 20 feet away from this project. What I have down below is the original building permit for this project. And as you can see, it was approved in 2017. And I don't know if it's the original engineer that is here that was part of this project, but if you can bring to the attention of what the description of the work is, it specifically says interior remodel and a change of use from a 26 apartment to a 26 apartment to basically a 20-unit hotel. Okay? It doesn't say anything about windows. It doesn't say anything about roofs. It doesn't say anything about railings, color, landscaping, nothing. It just says interior remodel. So on the face of it, I could understand why planning would approve this, because it's just, there's nothing exterior changing. But however, if you fast forward till today, it's unrecognizable. There is no roof on one building. Every other roof has been replaced. Every single window is going to be replaced or is gone. Everything about the characteristic of this building has been changed. It is clear today. What is before you is that they are asking for forgiveness instead of permission. Instead of going through the correct procedure of what should have been done as an entire certificate of appropriateness application, they skirted the rules. And instead of coming to you, as they should have back in 2017, they are making you in a tough spot right now to decide of what the neighborhood is going to consist of. Our right to appeal this decision back in 2017 was taken away from us. There is no reason why this should have been administratively approved. It is my understanding, and it is my opinion, that the general contractor at the time, he understood that in order to go through an HPB review, it would take about a year. And so what do? They come in for an interior remodel, and then through various sub-permits of re-roofing, windows, everything, they get it approved after the fact. And what we have is a complete gut job of a site of 4 buildings. Laws are put in place for the residents to appeal these sort of decisions. At no point should we be encouraging developers or general contractors to skirt the system, especially in our historic districts, to supersede our rules and get whatever they want. They're coming back and they're asking for forgiveness, and unfortunately, what staff is recommending to you is they are trying to put you in a very small box and say, this is the only thing that you can do. You can only approve or deny just 1 window, 1 door, and a partial demolition. When it's obvious, this project is a complete gut job. They are coming back to you now with historical architectural documents. That should have come back in 2017, not now. What needs to be done is an entire...
Sir, do you need another minute?
Just one more minute.
One more minute.
What should be done, in my opinion, for the board to make sure that this project moves forward is an after-the-fact COA, not just for 1 window and 1 door, but for the entire project. It gives the residents a right to appeal this decision or ask for recommendations. Encouraging this type of behavior is just going to degrade and erode our historic preservation even further. And whosever fault this is, it's certainly not our fault. We shouldn't, and I mean we, the residents and the neighborhood, shouldn't have to live with someone else's mistakes, whoever those mistakes may be. Thank you.
We have Linda Daubert on Zoom. Linda?
Hi, Linda. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for hearing me. I have to agree with David Suarez. I live here. I have grandchildren here. We were not notified, and this is a historical building. It's not anymore. It's just a shell. Anything that was historical is removed. So they might want to do one that looks historical, but this isn't a historical building. And I think one of the commissioners brought up the point a while ago. He asked the owners who bypassed the entire system, would he consider doing something else? And I'd like to ask that too. Consider doing something else. He's not going to lose money on the project. Real estate's doing well. But he really needs to stay within the regulations that we all moved into this neighborhood because of the protections that were in place. And if I tried to do the things that were done, it wouldn't happen. I wouldn't be allowed. And this shouldn't be allowed either because it changes the whole color of the community by having short-term rentals. At night, it's very frightening at times. And I really need the commission to step in and stop it now because it's going to ruin the neighborhood, and it shouldn't be. We have protections for this. They were bypassed, and it has to be stopped. And just asking to do that.
Thank you. I see no other members of the public on Zoom at this time. If you do want to speak, please raise your hand on Zoom or come forward to the podium. Okay, Mr. Chair, we have Walter. Walter keeps raising his hand up and down. Walter, are you wishing to speak on this application? Okay, no. I see a David who just raised his hand on Zoom. David?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Hi. I'm a resident south of Fifth. I live a block away from this.
Hi, David. Can you say your full name, David?
David Gear.
David, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So I live a block away. I live in the south of Fifth area, and I have to say that there are rules and there are laws, and there are reasons that there are laws and rules. And it seems like there are a lot of times that some people get preferential treatment and they get to bypass or skirt the rules. And the residents who spend a lot of money in property taxes and police the neighborhood ourselves are the ones who get screwed. So if in fact the laws and the rules are for everybody, then it's a very, very simple decision that you have to make today. If the rules and the laws are selective for certain people, certain contractors, certain engineers, certain architectural firms, then you make the decision that would be for certain people. However, if you're going 90 miles an hour down the highway, it doesn't really matter if you're an architect or you're an engineer or you're just an unemployed person or a retired person. You should get a speeding ticket. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Isaacson.
Hi, Julie. You remain under oath, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, everybody. I am appalled at this, that they circumvented the laws. It seems very nefarious what they did, and they shouldn't be allowed to continue anything. It is outrageous that it just feels like this was very sneakily done. I understand the frustration of the builders and how many times they have to go back to each board and each entity, but from the get-go, this was not done according to historic preservation laws, and they should be denied everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I see no other speakers.
Okay, maybe we should close public comment? Okay. Board discussion?
Board discussion?
Would anybody like to?
Nobody wants to talk. I think we cannot.
Hold on. I know you've had a chance to talk a little bit already.
I didn't know anybody had their hand up.
The only thing that I have, it seems to me that what's going on here is they really don't want to have short-term rentals in the neighborhood, and what they're trying to do is get us to stop this project so that they get what they want. But by us stopping this project, it will stay like that for God knows how long without the project starting up again if we deny it. That's the only thing I have to say.
Thank you, Barry.
Yes. I'm sorry, the gentleman in the middle, did you say you were the general contractor or the engineer?
I'm the project manager for the project. And just to be clear, just so to be very deceitful.
Sorry?
There's full plans for everything on this project.
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't say that you were working without plans or anything. I'm really trying to. Have you been in the project since the beginning, since the permit approved
Yes.
in 2017?
Yes.
As the project manager.
Yes.
Is that like a design build? Are you a general contractor?
I'm the project manager. Our group combined, we have the engineers, the architects, and everything in our firm.
So, but a general contractor has qualified the permit? That's
Correct.
what I'm trying to find out.
Yes, of
who
course.
that person is.
The person that qualified the project as the general contractor is the contractor who's doing the work. Universal Group. Universal
Group, and they're not here.
No, they're not.
You work for the owner.
Correct.
You're like the owner's rep.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to find out why this is a surprise that you went into this buildings, and oh wow, this wall's all messed up. In my wildest dreams, I wouldn't have imagined that. Oh, this roof has to come off. Oh, this foundation is bad. Oh, this building's leaning. It makes me, it doesn't sound so straight and narrow to me. And it makes me give credence to what people are saying. And had you gone in with knowing at least 50% more of what you said you were going to do at your permit application, maybe we wouldn't be here now.
If you look at the permit, you're going to realize it took 4 months to go to the state to be able to get the.
I heard about.
Yeah,
your
but it's
excuse
just,
me. I heard about your ADA.
The reason why this is written the way it is the way the city writes it up. Okay, that's the general category. What they're saying to you is very simple. This is not something that was done in sections or anything. We went to the city. It took almost 2 years to approve them. Not only took 2 years, we had 3 and 4 3-time review. That means everybody, including the department, for the architectural review, they have to be present.
I
so
think,
you understand. So when something,
you don't have the floor right now.
Okay.
Okay, and I don't appreciate being spoken over. No, I've asked you basic questions, and you go off on a ramble. Okay. So I don't. I think the building department can write up what you're doing, but there's a value of work there based on what you tell them you're going to do, based on the drawings and description of work that you provide them. So you, as the owner's rep, provided them something that was obviously not accurate. And I'm not sure. I believe that you opened the doors and it's all a big surprise. I don't know how long the buildings were abandoned prior to your arrival. I don't know how long you've been in this business to have that knowledge of what you were walking into. Certainly the engineer of record for the work, certainly the general contractor has some knowledge of what was going on. So I feel like I'm backed up to a bad position, and I don't like it, at all. It's just, I don't know who to believe, and the restoration work is not even an issue, I think, for the board. The board just wants it approved. But I think the city, and I'll just say it, I think the city was hoodwinked. I understand how owners and contractors will underestimate work. One thing, your permit fees are based on it. You don't want the city waiting on inspectors and this and that. You want to get the job done. I don't feel comfortable with this at all, and I don't feel comfortable in this position being put here like a judge. I'm not sure how I'll vote, but I don't think the process was straight, clean.
Okay. Kirk?
So I think it's possible that what Barry is saying is true. At the same time, I'm a property owner. I live in a neighborhood, and my neighbors are multifamily property owners. And it's also conceivable that, you remove a wall and find termite damage, find spalling damage. I worry about buildings like these, that they're maintained. And in that regard, I always want us to come across as encouraging maintenance and restoration and renovation of contributing structures. and what you're saying, Barry, is possible. At the same time, I'm listening to staff. They're the experts here. And, I understand the staff are in a hard position as well. I'm also hearing, the public comment, what Linda Dalbert and David Suarez and Julie Isaacson are saying. I don't agree, having visited the site, that the historical character of these structures has been erased. I don't agree with that. I think there's substance there that contributes to the value of the neighborhood as a historic district. I do feel that way, and staff hasn't really indicated otherwise. There's also within our package, there's correspondence here. There's history here of commission discussions and planning board discussions. The hotel use is not part of our jurisdiction. It's just not part of our jurisdiction, and the way I really feel is that the well-being of these structures is our responsibility. And as Ray actually mentioned, these structures, to me, they're at risk. They're at risk. They're open to the elements. I understand that the community wants to change the rules, and the community should be supported in that. But there's a process, the way I see it, and from what I'm seeing in the packet, that process is being followed by the responsible parties, by the commission and the planning board. And as far as the historic preservation board and my role here, I don't feel that these properties, the safeguarding and well-being of these historical resources, should be held hostage. And if it is held hostage, then I think we risk losing those structures. And so with that in mind, it's an unfortunate situation. I feel for the community, but, I'm inclined for those reasons to support staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Staff's recommendation. We haven't heard that.
Staff's recommendation is, Debbie?
Is to approve the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness with conditions. One of those conditions is that the front facade, that the changes that have already been made be reversed so it is more consistent with the original design of 343. So that needs to be reversed because they had already enlarged that opening, and that's our recommendation. But to approve the project, which would allow work to continue, that work is critical to the structural integrity of these buildings. We are coming up into hurricane season in a few months, and this is always on our mind. The longer a building stays open to the elements, as we know, the more critical situation it gets for these buildings.
Can we give this a time frame so that we can come back and see what is being done? Or do we just sit here and wait and these people will never get it done?
I think they
go ahead.
need our
Sorry, Mr.
approval so that they can clear this hurdle and continue working so they can get the buildings done. As to the concerns of the neighbors, the residents, which is more tied to the use of the building, which is outside of our concern, they need to take that up with, I think, their commissioners, with someone else. We're concerned with the buildings and getting the buildings closed up and in good condition. I think they've tried to do the right thing. They've hired a consultant to offer some guidance on what historically would be the right thing to do. And so they're asking us to approve that.
That sounds good, but somehow it should have happened.
Yeah, but we're not here we're not the police either. I mean, they're taking steps to move forward.
But we sit here and we listen to it, and if I listen to the same story 2 months ago. Nothing happened.
Okay. Would anybody else like to comment?
So I understand that we're here today because there was more demolition than what was approved by staff, but I don't know exactly what, because it does say in the staff report that the scope of demolition exceeded what was approved, but doesn't specify exactly how it exceeded it. I'm guessing it's that the roof is missing, but maybe there's other elements that exceeded the scope of the demolition permit.
Picking up garbage.
Okay.
About that.
So, and then I hear the sentiments from the community and people on the boards like that shouldn't happen. They shouldn't, you know, we shouldn't let them get away with it. But there is in the code a section for this, and I think we should follow the code. It's 118.533 concerning unauthorized alterations. It says any property altered without obtaining a certificate of appropriateness must make application to the Historic Preservation Board for an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness prior to any further work taking place on the site. Sounds like we're following the process, the legal process. I don't see a problem with that. And it says the Historic Preservation Board shall determine whether the property shall be returned to its condition during the period of historic significance prior to the alteration. So it's saying we should consider whether that should occur, that it should be restored to the condition that it was. Then it also says failure to comply with the subsection shall be punished by the imposition of fines and liens of up to $250 per day and $500 per day for repeat violations. So I think that's what we're focusing on today, is whether or not it has to be restored to the condition it was prior to the unauthorized alteration, and whether or not there should be fines and liens imposed for the unauthorized alteration, where the code allows $250 per day, unless this is a repeat violation. I don't think they were before us today, before today as far as, so it's not a repeat violation, so it's a $250 a day fine, and I don't know when that would start or what.
That would be up to, that would be either a code or a building violation, and that would be the special magistrate, correct, that would impose fines, not this board. I don't think
it doesn't say.
So what it says at the end, and thank you, Mr. Reed, for citing 118.533. What it says at the end is that the fines are as provided in Chapter 30 of our code, which is our code enforcement and special magistrate process. So you know, I think under if the applicant weren't before you for after the fact approval, I think it might be, you know, maybe the board would consider referring the matter to code compliance. But I think you have an applicant before you, so I think that the first part of that code section of applying for after the fact approval is being met here.
But you're suggesting that that's how we resolve this? That we send them to code enforcement?
No, that's not what I said.
That's what I heard.
That's not what I said.
I'd like to see us do as much as we can. I understand we can't talk about the use. That's abandoned. But the rest of it, we should be able to set something to move ahead and give them a timeline, and if they don't get it done, then we start with the fines and all of the other suggestions that we can.
It sounds like you're making a motion.
Laura.
Huh?
We've heard, I think, from everybody except Laura. I wonder if you have something to add.
You know, this is a critical item for many reasons. I think loopholes in the preservation code and how that's handled in the city of Miami Beach is a big issue. I do want to see the buildings restored. I think that this application that came back is more acceptable. However, this is not a partial demolition, so I do have an issue with the after the fact certificate of appropriateness for partial demolition. I don't see it as a partial demolition. How to move forward? I would like to see the building restored, reconstructed, actually, in this case. So I do have a hard time approving this, honestly.
Just to reiterate what was said, if we approve this today, he says he can have a roof back on that building in 3 weeks. I think that Nancy, her biggest concern is, getting these buildings sealed up and move on. And the only way to do it, unfortunately, is to approve this today. So I will make the motion to do that.
Just say what you're approving.
Staff's recommendation.
Let's hear it now that we've gone through it.
Staff's recommendation is to approve the after-the-fact application with conditions.
That's it?
We are asking for a revision to be submitted for showing all of the additional details that are not currently on their issued permit, so that there are existing details that aren't clear on the existing permit plans that are to be retained and restored. So we are asking for a permit revision with very detailed, clear drawings to be submitted. We are asking that the front facade of 343 Jefferson be maintained in its historic symmetrical configuration.
Isn't it 333?
343 is the one that they had changed the window openings, and we're asking for that to be brought back.
Can we put a timeline on
Yes.
building
So
being
I
shored
think
up?
the difficulty is trying to put a timeline on the issuance of the building permit. Obviously, from my perspective, the sooner the better, but they are going to be required to submit new plans through the building department. If you,
I can make a suggestion.
Okay,
If
that would be great.
if the board wants to remain apprised of the progress of the work, you could set a progress. If the board is inclined to approve the application today, you could set a progress report. Obviously, it would just be informational purposes only, but to receive an update on the project. And I don't know, Debbie, if you would recommend a time period.
I'll amend my motion to have a progress report in 60 days.
But if there's no opportunity to revoke the approval if they don't adhere to a timeline, then what's really the point of a progress report?
Well, a progress report gives the board.
They can't do nothing.
Right, but if they haven't, I mean, then what do you do?
Kirk, I don't think you can set timeframes that are different than the timeframes in the code to obtain a building permit. I think the building permit review is entirely separate from this board's process. So I don't think the board can do that.
Right, so what was the set a time and let's move it?
and I think Mr. Breslin recommended a 60-day, which would bring us to the May 10th, so maybe just slightly over the 60 days. At the May 10th, we'll hear a progress report on their permit, because they are going to be required to submit new permit drawings. We can't guarantee that would be approved, the permit would be approved at that point, but we can certainly give you a progress report and hopefully see some activity.
Debbie, they can't do anything until 60 days?
It's not that they cannot do anything. They have a permit now. What we are asking for is for a revised set of plans be submitted for a permit that shows all of the details.
And I'm seconding Ray's motion.
So I think that we can bring back to you a progress report in 60 days, as was recommended, and we can update you. I can't guarantee you at what point in the process they're going to be in 60 days, but hopefully moving in a forward direction to protect these buildings.
Can we have discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Thank you. So I think that if the conditions are to have revised plans, I would like to continue the matter and let them bring back the revised plans, but that if I were to make a motion, what I'm letting you know is I wouldn't approve it as it is now, that I would have, my motion would be that they would have to come back with revised plans, and that today we make the vote what it says in the code. The board shall determine whether the property shall be returned to its condition during the period of historic significance prior to the alteration. I would move that they have to restore it so they get work on sealing it up right now, and then come back with the plans for the going forward in the future. But in the meantime, I would like to see that we vote to return it to the condition that it was in, so that the property is protected, and then continue the matter as what they're going to be. What I saw there, it looks like they're restoring it to how it's looked like for decades. Yeah.
And that's,
Isn't that
that's
what it
we're
is?
yes, our recommendation is to restore the buildings.
And it seems to me that's what they were proposing to do, but the recommendation was with conditions for
permit,
changes.
right? But that's for the building permit plans. That's for the construction documents, because some of these things were not shown. Like, for example, the door and window configuration is not clear on the current permit plans, which is why we're asking for a revised set of permit plans showing everything that this board is approving. Nothing more, nothing less in terms of, more changes to the building or anything, just a fresh set of plans that is consistent with the direction of this board.
Would it be unusual for us to approve this without a set of plans? I mean, I think in spirit we all want them to move forward.
We have
but
a set of plans, and it's really restorative at this point. Of course, they always need, the plans they submit to the board is not the plans that will be ultimately issued a building permit
So really,
for,
what
right?
we're
They
reviewing
always
and
need to
approving
submit
are these
a second.
renderings here, right? With these renderings, they're showing us the intent.
But we
is to-
had, in the previous package, there were plans that this board reviewed at the last meeting. Floor plans, site plan.
Okay, should we take a vote? We have a
I think we
motion
do
on the
have a
floor?
motion and a second, so we do need to take the vote. So let me call the roll. Mr. Klein?
I don't trust these owners.
Try it.
And
Try it for one time.
And for the sake of these buildings being completed, I'm voting for it. But you stole the right of the neighbors to have a word on this in 2017 when these permits were applied for.
And Mr. Chairman, just for the board's benefit, during a roll call, it really should just be yay or nay for everybody else moving forward.
Thank you. Who's next?
Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that motion was approved. And we will bring back the progress report in 60 days.
Are we out of here?
Okay.
No.
Yes. So I think we're running short on time, but I think we can get through one more application. This is HPB 210439, 1751, 1757, and 1775 Collins Avenue. An application has been submitted requesting modifications to the previously issued certificate of appropriateness. This is the Raleigh Hotel project, which consists of three contributing buildings.
Mr. Chair?
Guys, we have to continue the meeting here, please.
Three contributing buildings, the Raleigh Hotel, the South Seas Hotel, and the Richmond
Mr.
Hotel.
Abdikov, we're done here.
The previously
Thank you. See you later.
project was approved by the board in, I believe it was 2020. And now the applicant is before you with a very narrow request. They are requesting a substantial change to the subterranean level. So the previously approved project was for one basement level. And the applicant has taken a second look at their, I believe, their financing, their programmatic needs. This is going to be primarily a residential project with a hotel component. and they reached out to staff and expressed a desire to introduce parking. Therefore, their revised plan includes 2 additional levels, so significantly increasing the size of that subterranean level. Staff has reviewed the site plan. This will have no significant impact on the visual impact from the pedestrian point of view. However, we did believe that this exceeded staff's authority in terms of the significant amount of work that is happening underground in very close proximity to the contributing buildings, as well as the historic pool feature that we reviewed last time. In the previous approval for the 1 level of basement, the board did impose, and the applicant agreed to, several conditions with regard to both resiliency standards for the basement, including water storage, as well as the protection of not only the 3 contributing buildings on the site, but the applicant at that time also agreed to follow the National Park Service's guidance, Secretary of Interior standards guidance for monitoring and protection of surrounding contributing buildings during the construction process. To further strengthen that, staff is not an expert in engineering, but after talking to the team and similar to what we had discussed with the Versailles project, which did also do the 3 levels of underground, we thought it appropriate to recommend that this board add additional safeguards. Primarily, we would like the applicant to agree that during the most critical parts of the excavation of that demolition, that they have on-site supervision by the engineer of record. We find that that's very important. We have seen very unfortunate accidents occur during construction, and with staff's experience, that has been primarily due to contractor error. And that when you have either the project architect, or in this case, we would like the project engineer to be on site during those periods that are determined by the engineer to be the most critical, we do believe that that would afford an additional level of protection to the contributing buildings on the site as well as the neighbors. So with that, we are recommending approval subject to those additional conditions, and I see the applicant is here to present.
Good afternoon, almost evening, and congratulations to the new chair and vice chair. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez, officer of 333 Avenue America with Green Bertrand, on behalf of BSD Raleigh Trustee LLC. I have our team here, including the principal, Michael Schwo, but I know you're short on time, so I'll make it as quick as possible. The engineer's here to answer any questions. We're here today asking, well, the first question, I know one keeps asking about the Raleigh project. We're about to get our permits. Work has already started on what we could do under the existing permit, and we're in the last stages of getting the full building permit for the approved project this board approved. We had been slowed down between appeals and such, but everything, we've gotten over all the hurdles, and full-blown construction should start shortly. We're asking for these 2 additional levels of basement, which is only over the footprint, the approved footprint the board did of the basement. We're about between 35 to 40%. It's going to be 40% of the second, and then it shrinks down to 35%. We're not encroaching on any of the historic buildings, including we're not doing any additional basements that would impact the Raleigh pool, the historic buildings, or the Marseille. With that, we would actually like to have this approved today by this board to allow us to provide some parking and address concerns that we saw in what the buyers are in need of, creating some parking. And it also would improve the traffic situation. Then right now, all our parking is off-site. So it would bring cars off Collins Avenue in that James neighborhood area. So with that, Kobe can make a presentation. I leave it up to the board if you just want us to answer questions. I know some members from the public wanted to speak.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kobe Karp, architect for the project, and I'll be brief. This is the area that we are essentially, so just for orientation, this is the beach, this is the Raleigh, this is the Raleigh pool. And what we're doing is we are descending down here. We have an approved basement, which you approved previously. It was 12 feet deep, and we're going down 2 more floors on the parking only, and it's 1 level and 2nd level of parking. And we agree with all of staff's conditions and recommendations. And if you have any questions, suggestions, I'm here. Thank you so much for your time.
Any questions from the board before we go to public comment?
And before public comment, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this modification? No? Okay.
Okay, if there are any members on public on Zoom, please raise your hand if you wish to comment.
Okay, Nicholas Rodriguez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Burke, Alredo, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. We're here representing the Shelbourne Hotel, who is supportive of this application. Thank you.
Do I need to be sworn in?
Were you sworn in earlier or no?
I'm sorry?
Were you sworn in earlier? No? Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Lloyd Mandel. I operate the Marseille Hotel, which is the adjacent property. Because of the commitment to have the engineer on the premises during critical times, considering that, I am fully supportive of the project as has been presented to you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Great. Anyone else?
Yes, hi, Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. So our position was made public on our blog, but those who are listening could view it at mdpl.org. We did review this proposal, and we do remain concerned about the restoration of the Raleigh Hotel and the impacts of any new construction on historic buildings of the site, as well as nearby buildings. Back when we objected a few years ago to the project, we really were concerned about impacts of new construction on historic buildings. Obviously now post-Champlain, that is just even more highlighted. So we want to, we understand the staff's support for another level under the basement, but we do want to ensure that any increased subterranean development does not threaten the integrity of the structure of the historic buildings. This has been a concern of ours previously, as mentioned. I don't know if you all heard in the news, but there's a big lawsuit now about 8701 Collins, and it kind of just underscores that all the decisions we make here, we're all very passionate, but they really have big impacts on the community down the road. And so whatever we could do to ensure the safety, continued safety of the community would be great. And then in closing, I was just wondering from the staff, when does this meeting end? Because we have like a single-family homeowner who's been here all morning. We had talked about previously letting single-family homes go first, and I know there's other applicants. Is there like a hard stop, or should we ask them to leave, or can we fit them in?
We were able to get some more time, so it's up to the board, I think, how long you think the next 2 applications are going to take, but we can talk about that after we conclude this application. Thanks, Daniel. Good point, though, about the single-family homes.
Mm-hmm. Is there any more public comment? No. Okay. I'd like to go first. I'm curious. Building down further, could you speak to the construction technique and if it has been done before, or is this something we will be seeing for the first time here in this area?
It is not the first time. Actually, Keller of North America will be handling that issue. We have a representative here. He could, if you want, go through the process. We're actually enhancing a lot of what staff had requested. There's pre-construction surveys and vibration settlement monitoring that's going to happen before work starts. There'll be permeation of grouting performed, so kind of concrete for people, the layperson. It's like adding a cementing to add additional safeguards in the surrounding buildings around us.
So you're mixing it into the soil before you dig, is that right?
Yes. And I could have
Yeah,
our
if
expert.
we have an expert here, we'd love to
Thank you.
hear a more
My name
technical
is Andres.
explanation of what you're doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you for letting us present. My name is Andres Baquerizo, Vice President of Keller. I'm also the Director of Engineering for a while for Keller. You asked a specific question, if it has been done before. We have done at least 100 basements between West Palm Beach to the Keys. Specifically with this technique, there has been we have done at least 26 of them. In Miami Beach, the Monad Hotel, the previous Raleigh excavation that is there existing was done with the same technique. 601 Washington was similar. And then if you start going to the north, all the new construction in Stony Isles or the construction on Bal Harbor has been done similarly.
Sir, and of those, how many went down 3 levels?
States of Aquadina has gone 3 levels down. Oceana Bal Harbor is 2 levels, but double height, so they end up being 3 levels in total. In downtown Miami, you end up having the Una condominiums going 3 levels down, and then now 3050 Aventura that we're building at this stage is going 3 levels down, and then Brickell Fire Station that's being built right now with the same technique is going down 3 levels also.
Thank you very much. That answers my question. Thank you. Anybody else want to?
I'm assuming this is all valet parking?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, but I'm far from an expert on this. And also, Kobe Carp, it's the shortest presentation I've ever seen you do by far.
You guys are tired. I want to be respectful of your time. I'm sorry.
I mean, I want to say, 3 stories down. I don't know how far down. I mean, below sea level. It seems like it's daunting. This is
scary.
Daunting. It's daunting, and I mean, I'm assuming that the city has had the proper expertise to ensure that not only sea level rise, hurricanes, right? That this is going to be a safe process. For me, it's just daunting. I mean, I'm in terms of design. I don't have any issues with the design. I did want to touch on, because again, this seems like a real engineering and construction feat. I know when we were discussing the Raleigh, there's a question of access, right? Because Raleigh is the one that abuts 17th or 18th Street, and I'm assuming that's the access point for all of the construction gear. I remember at the time we discussed the sequence of construction, but I don't remember where we landed. But I want to ask that question again. When the Raleigh gets renovated, the other 2 historic structures get renovated, where in the timeline does this endeavor fall, on that timeline? When does this happen versus when the Raleigh gets renovated and the Richmond and the South Seas?
Well, we're about to get the full building permit. The Raleigh, we have committed in the past, the Raleigh would be completed ahead of the other components. But we have to do the demolition, finish doing the digging of the basement levels, and then we bring it back and start building our tower. Obviously, this is mostly under our tower, so we can't build the tower until this is done. But it'll be in the beginning.
But to answer your question specifically, we're seeking a TCO and CO for the historic Raleigh, Richmond, and South Seas at the same time as the new construction. Everything will be done at one time.
And the access point for building this subterranean garage goes from 18th Street around the Raleigh pool, and then
correct.
That's sort of the access point.
It is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anytime.
I have no issues with how it affects the neighborhood design. Just a scary feat. Better your license than mine.
And thank you. And the previous approval was Barry for 12 feet. This is for 24 feet. Just so.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm wondering we seeking to do that wasn't already approved? Because the staff report says that on September 8th, 2020, the board reviewed and approved a certificate of appropriateness for partial demolition, renovation, restoration, and including one or more waivers and a variance. But then the subject matter up top, it says pretty much the same thing, that not only they're seeking the certificate of appropriateness, but also one or more waivers and a variance. But I don't see anywhere in their application or in the staff report why any variances are warranted or what they're seeking. I mean, it does say that the variance was that they're seeking is the rear setback, the subterranean rear setback, but that was what was approved previously.
That was previously approved. So this is technically a modification to the original approval. So the language for the original approval is still in the order. We have a consolidated order. But the variance was for a portion of, at the time it was the drop-off kind of drive. A very small corner of it was projecting into the required setback. That was approved. So the certificate of appropriateness and the variance referenced as part of the original application has been approved. They are now just asking to modify that approval to increase the depth of the basement.
So does the modification require that any part of the code be waived or that a variance is required? No. They're not seeking any waivers or variances today?
Correct.
No, sir. No, we're not.
Okay. Because it says that you are, so I didn't know.
Stuart, Nancy said no variances.
Who?
Not
Nancy?
that Nancy. My
Oh, okay.
Any other comments?
I'm supportive.
Are we going down the line?
If there's any,
I have no problem.
No,
Yes.
Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion? Well, I'll move to approve it.
Thank you.
I can't.
Can't, you're the chair. Sorry.
I'll move it.
Move it again.
All right. Moved by Nancy. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Breslin. Let me call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Thank
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
And Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, application
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
staying.
Great to have you here.
I'm staying. Don't
Thank
worry
you.
about it.
Okay,
Go
Mr.
as
Chair,
long as you need.
we do have two additional applications left on the agenda, plus a discussion item. So I would like to get the board's sentiment about what you think we can get through and what you would like to do.
If the board is open to it, I'd like to address their applications today.
Okay, so we will move
move it
on to the next application, which is HPB 210482. This is 1300 Lenox Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing single-family home, including the construction of an attached and detached addition, and variances from the required setbacks, open space lot coverage, and retaining wall regulations. This is a single-family home property located within the Flamingo Park Local Historic District. It is a contributing single-family home constructed in 1936 and designed by Lester Avery. This is a very unique and interesting project, and staff is very delighted to see, I believe this is a new owner who fell in love with the house. The new owner did have some resiliency concerns about the existing finished floor level of the home, and due to his programmatic needs, also wanted to increase the size of the home. So they have come up with a very creative idea that is consistent with the strategies contained in the Buoyant City report that was prepared by Alan Schulman, which would be to adapt this particular building in place. So you will notice in the plans they are actually keeping the location of the walls where they are, but they are raising the floor internally. In kind, they are also extending the walls vertically to retain the historic proportions of the home and raising the roof level. That also requires some raising of the yard. Again, we thought this was important to retain the proportions, to retain some level of compatibility with the streetscape and the urban character of the district, not just this particular house. And these things do get rather complicated, and I think going forward, hopefully we will see more of these applications that are trying to restore historic homes while responding to resiliency. And it's just very exciting. This is the first of the kind that we've seen for a single-family home. However, that does necessitate the need for some of these variances. We believe does satisfy the practical difficulty and the hardship criteria, because this is a contributing building that is being retained in its current location. The current building has non-conforming setbacks to begin with, and to accommodate the new addition while not demolishing or relocating the existing home, we do believe that the setback variances are required. And we are supportive of that. They are also asking for a variance for the maximum yard elevation. Again, we find practical difficulty because they are actually raising the home. The existing site is at a low elevation, so we are supportive of the approximately 3 foot 2 inch increase in height. Unfortunately, that does have some repercussions with the zoning code. But overall, we're very supportive. The new addition has been, the two-story new addition has been detached, so it is not, in our opinion, overwhelming or impacting the historic building in any negative way. We like the modern contemporary design. We think that the scale and proportions of it actually fit really well and do not detract from the existing contributing building on the site or any of the surrounding historic homes. So we're very happy, and we hope the new owner is very happy here and continues to come up with these creative ideas. So I think the architect for the project is with us.
I'm actually the owner. He will be dialing in. So I just.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you too. And I know our team has been very thankful for your help throughout this process, and it's been a joy working with you. So we appreciate it. And thank you for extending the time and seeing me. My name is Or. I moved to Miami about 2 years ago, and with the intent of relocating here permanently. So I'm building a place for myself that will hopefully be around for the next 30 or 40 years of me living there. And so that's also why the intention was to lift it above the flood elevation level to build something that is resilient. And so we tested a number of different approaches. We've been playing around with the plans for a very long time, and we're very excited about preserving the house. That little neighborhood near the Flamingo Park is very charming, and it reminds me of where I grew up in Tel Aviv, Israel. So a lot of Mediterranean and Bauhaus style over there as well. And so the plan is to do just that and maintain the house and renovate it so that it's more resilient. And with that, I have Karim, our architect, who is dialing in via Zoom. And he'll be walking you through some of the plans and answering questions.
Okay,
good evening. Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Karim. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have the PDF presentation, please? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present the house. And we named the house the Avery House. Next slide, please. And just to understand the location, the house is located close to Alton Road on Lenox Avenue, and it's basically in between Flamingo Park and Alton Road. Next slide. The architect of the house is Lester Avery, and the house is Spanish Mediterranean. And as you can see, the charming red tiles. As Or had mentioned, he grew up in Tel Aviv, and I grew up in Beirut, and we're both very accustomed to the terracotta red tiles, which is something we both have an attachment to, and we were very keen on keeping that element of the design. So the house was designed by Lester Avery and built in 1936. Next slide. And what's interesting about Lester Avery is that there was a turning point where this house was designed relatively early in his career, and It's a pivotal point where his style shifted towards mid-century modern, and we were kind of inspired to create a house that combines a shift, really respecting the historic, maintaining the integrity of the historic element, but still any addition to have a unique character that is very differentiated from the historical reading of the house. And it's something similar that evokes Lester Avery's shift from Spanish Mediterranean to something more modern. Next slide, please. And just to understand the characteristics of Spanish Mediterranean, the red terracotta roof tiles that we mentioned were quite important to us. The decorative gable vent was a motif that Orr was really excited about and wanted to keep. And as you can see, you have the horizontal line decoration with the natural stucco. The color of the house changed, and it was more toned down, which was a light gray. And of course, the frontal house entrance. Next slide, please. This is the existing house condition. So you can see there are wall cracks and improper bracing. What is really disturbing is these beautiful terracotta tiles have been replaced by this plasticky, discolored roof tile, which really is an eyesore. And you can see even the steps are painted red, so we have a color inconsistency that is happening. And of course, the mold, as you can see. So this is the existing site plan, and the historic home does not abide by the existing setbacks, unfortunately. So this is the starting point of the design. Next slide. And these are the existing elevations. In the upper slide, the Florida room was filled up. And as you can see below, we have these consistent line elevations, which are quite charming, and we wanted to maintain those in the reading of the house itself. Next slide, please. We did a quick study to understand the sun path and the prevailing wind. Sustainability was an important issue, and we wanted to naturally ventilate the addition to the house and really maximize sun exposure as well, and this was the strategy for understanding the prevailing winds. Next slide, please. And just understanding, so the house is located at the center of this plot, and you have two beautiful front yard and backyard gardens. And we were really trying to maintain as much open space and really maintain this dual frontage for the house and maintain the relationship of the front yard with the corner street. We wanted all the cars driving and all the pedestrian movement to really engage with this front yard and maintain it. And as well, we wanted to maximize that courtyard. As you can see, this beautiful tree in the backyard. So we wanted to maintain that feeling of having a backyard feel as well. Next slide. And of course, any investment in this house should be long-term, and with the logic of sustainability, resilience is key. And with climate change and flooding happening, the key thing was not just to save this historic home, but also to safeguard it for future generations and for future homeowners. So it was key for us to really mitigate and elevate the house. And this is a quick simplified version of our strategy. Next slide. So as you can see, this is the Florida room that was closed up. You have the house at the center. Next slide. And as we lifted the house 3 feet, 1 foot above flood level, we wanted to maintain the proportions of the house. So really the key thing was to cascade the landscaping around. So once the landscape touched the edge of the house, we really wanted to maintain the same exact historic proportions rather than elongate the house and just have a deformed version of a lifted house. So we utilized the landscape to mitigate between the street level elevation and the landscape and just hide this, the strategic move of elevating the facade. Next slide. And really, since we did not want to add any additional second floor to the house, that would really distort the historic character and feeling. The strategy was to shift as far as possible this modern addition and have it as slim as possible to maintain the central courtyard and distance this modern addition from the historic home, and similar to Lester Avery's transition in styles, utilize an architectural style that is more time appropriate while really respecting the charm of the Spanish Mediterranean home. Next slide. And similarly, we lifted the modern addition, and we'll show you the structural drawing, where we really wanted this volume to feel as if it's floating, to evoke this idea that it should be lifted up and protected from any flooding, and also to minimize the building footprint. So this way you would have a minimal building footprint versus a larger, a floor plan, and this would allow water absorption as well below the house. So we would minimize the structure and the footprint of the house. Next slide. And here, as you can see, we bring in the prevailing winds, and given how slim the volume is and having windows on both sides, we can really naturally ventilate the house. Next slide. So here you can see the succession of the courtyard at the center, the positioning of the addition, and really maintaining the public open yard so it's more visible and activated on the front street. Next slide. And also, this addition really protects from any noise coming from Alton Road, so it serves a dual purpose. One, defining the courtyard at the center between the modern and historic addition, but it also has a noise attenuation component. Next slide. The next slide. So this is the plan where we are trying to create a relationship, one between the street and the elevated house. So you can see we have a series of successive steps that link the house to the patio, which creates a unique, relationship where you can sit outside. We opened it up so really you have a dialogue with the street, with the pedestrian walking, so the owner of the house can sit, have a cup of coffee, and you feel that there's a neighborhood communication feeling that's happening between the front of the house. Similarly, there's this gradual stepping that links all the components and mediates the change in elevation of the house. And as well, as you can see, the addition is also elevated. Next slide. So this is just the second floor of the modern addition with the courtyard and the front yard. Next slide. So as you can see, this is the proposed elevation where you can see the modern addition really elevated from the ground floor. So it's almost this floating volume that is quite in contrast to the terracotta roof tiles. And you can see how we gradually elevated the steps to maintain the proportions of the historic house. Next slide. And what really bothered us is these tiles that were replaced, so they're really not these historic elements. And then we were researching in line with this idea of sustainability, how could we find existing roof tiles that had a historic feel, that really had a lot of history tied to them, but also they're sustainable because we're reusing existing terracotta roof tiles. So we found a supplier of actually Spanish tiles that have a historic feel, and they have this natural color that we feel would be ideal for the renovation of the roof. Next slide. And we're thinking of something very neutral gray, something toned down in terms of the colors of the house. Next slide. And this is just a simplified version of the structural concept where the loads are centered at the center, and when you look at the house, the addition, it feels like it's almost floating, levitating, and it allows us to have a minimal building footprint for the addition. Next slide. So these are the elevations of the guest house, and we're just going to show you some mood images just so you can get a feel of this idea of a floating volume. Next slide. So the idea is that the volume is almost levitating above the ground, and this, echoes this idea of evading this idea of flooding or water and protecting the modern addition as well. Next slide. And ideally, we'd like to have gravel roof and green just to, to continue with this idea of sustainability, and it can also mitigate heat absorption on the roof. Next slide. And here, this is the street elevation where you can see the beautiful Lenox 1301, which was a beautiful Art Deco that was beautifully restored. And I think this would really continue this reading of of these two corners with a historic Art Deco home and a Spanish Mediterranean, and creating this continuity on Lenox Avenue. Thank you.
Okay, if that concludes your presentation, we can open it up to the public. I see Mr. Serraldo's here. If anyone is on Zoom wishing to comment, please raise your hand.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. So first I want to thank the owners. Obviously this is amazing now also to see Laura Weinstein Berman here, because she helped start the MDPL Center for Resiliency and Sustainability years ago. And eventually we got the city to hire someone to really look into resiliency, and Alan Schulman made that great plan. But a plan isn't good until it's used. And so we're very thankful to see these owners coming in when there's a lot of information, some would say misinformation, about the solutions available. They have really come in and taken initiative to do what I think may be one of the first adapt-in-place projects. So thank you again to the owner, and we had a chance to connect on Zoom, and we're all very excited about this project. I just had a couple of points. One is that in our excitement about the elevation, we didn't really look at the fenestration, and then we saw that the staff had noted that there are some concerns about the fenestration and maintaining the historical integrity, which is an important component when this project happens, because we want to make sure it maintains that integrity. So I'm sure the staff will walk you through that. And then two other quick things. One is, I was wondering from the staff, is the staff sharing about like the ad valorem, county incentives? Because when I asked, it didn't sound like that was the case. But I just want to make sure that if there are any county incentives that they can go for, I'm not sure, there might be something else they'd have to do right now, and we wouldn't want them to miss out that incentive. So we have to make sure that all incentives are made very clear. But I hope this is a model for other neighborhoods that are looking for resiliency. So thank you again to the owners. And Debbie, I don't know if you'd be willing to answer that question about the...
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And this house, since it is a contributing building in a historic district, is potentially eligible for Miami-Dade County's tax exemption program and the city's tax exemption program. So it's definitely worthwhile. That application would need to be submitted prior to construction, right? Prior to taking the hammer and knocking stuff down. So I'd be more than willing to speak with you and connect you with the right people, and we can work through that. Yeah, just feel free to contact me. Very happy.
Okay. Do we have any other public comment?
We have on Zoom Kyle Evans.
Kyle, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kyle Evans. I actually live in the house that was mentioned at the very end of the presentation, 1301 Lenox, directly east across Lenox from the property. And I just wanted to say that, we had a great experience with the Historical Preservation Board, with Debbie and her staff, going through our project. And I think that this project has followed that same path. And we are very, very excited as a small neighborhood to have this project move forward and set an example for the rest of the neighborhood. And hopefully we'll get some more people coming in.
Thank you. I'm seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak at this time.
Okay. Kirk?
I just want to say, as someone who's been a pretty active participant in the whole discussion of sea level rise and historic preservation, I'm probably unreasonably ecstatic to see this presentation. It's so thoughtfully presented. I literally am ecstatic. I think it's a beautiful presentation. It's a beautiful thought process. Also, I think many of us just naturally, the vision we see, and I was a part of the whole, happily a part of the whole Alan Schulman discussion and the study, and eager to see it move forward. And I think the go-to for most people is to envision an entire building being elevated. And so, this is, even for myself, was reading through and looking at this presentation, and I think I had to turn my own head around, because it's just, what you envision is the way to do it. And I'm curious. I'm so curious with like the poured headers on the windows and the way all of that's going to work. I'm excited. I'm excited for you. I'm excited that you're so excited. I'm excited that you have such a great appreciation for what you have there with this historical home. And I'm hoping, even though it's not your responsibility to report back to us, but I'm hoping that there's lessons to be learned for the rest of, I think people in our city rightly, or sea level rise is frightening. It's frightening, and at the same time, the architecture in Miami Beach is what drew us here, so many of us. And so, in terms of your experience, hopefully, I'm hoping it's all a wonderful experience, and there aren't any nightmare tales to be told. But the expenses, nobody knows what to expect, and I think this is beautiful. I'm so ecstatic to support it. I'm ecstatic that you're doing this. Thank you.
I only have one concern, and that's the property directly behind you. It looks to me like that's pretty much built on the lot line. And if you're raising your property, what is actually going to happen back there? And have you had any discussions with that owner before they get surprised?
So the property that's right behind the alley is I believe a half commercial property that's on Elton Road, right? So they have it's a parking lot of a spa. That's basically what they have there. So it's completely unused. There is a.
Are you maybe referring to the building next to it, not behind it?
Well, yeah, okay. However you want to look at it. I mean, it's got a street on three sides, and it's got a building behind it. I mean,
it's asking about your next door neighbor.
The next door neighbor. Yeah. Yes, Kareem, do you want to talk to the sun study that you did on how it will impact the shading, which I think will be the only concern?
I think he's asking about the ground plane, right?
I mean, the height. You're raising your property, and their property's there, and they're right on the lot line. I think I saw that you were putting a wall up, to raise your property. I just was wanting to know exactly how you were going to do that. That's was my only concern.
Sure. Kareem, do you want to talk to that, please? Or if he's on mute.
Kareem, you're on mute. If you could unmute yourself.
Oh, there, perfect. Thank you. So basically what we did, if you check the plans, we really pushed the level of the landscape area, which is adjacent to the backyard of our neighbor, was pushed downwards. So basically the deck and patio are elevated, and then you have to go a few steps downwards. And if you look at the back elevation of the house, this is why we have a platform to mediate, just so we can mediate between the different levels, between where our land meets that of the neighbor. And this is where we created this shift in elevation. So the patio is higher, and then it shifts lower, and there's this passageway that links the back of the house to the garden.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just have, besides commending you on the effort, which is very commendable, and I hope you get those county tax incentives. I think that holds your property taxes for 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. So I think thank you, Daniel, for bringing that up. My only concern is that, and I don't know if the city still has this requirement about 2 kitchens on a property, but I just want to make sure that guest house is not a rental. And isn't there something when you
Correct.
run into this as an architect in Miami Beach, you have to sign a document that attesting you are not going to rent that out.
Yeah, and that is not the plan. It's essentially a home office and a studio with a guest room, just because.
But if that's no longer a city requirement, can we make
It is the two kitchen provisions. First of all, this is a single-family neighborhood. Short-term rentals or multifamily rentals of any kind are not permitted. Secondly, there is a restriction on a second kitchen in terms of a required covenant if they're going to have two full kitchens, which I'm not sure. Do the plans show two full kitchens?
It seems like it kind of does.
Okay.
But I think it's a great project. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love the neighborhood. I love your house. I'm glad that you're part of the community and that you're raising the property so it'll still be here. You want to live. It's all great. I would love to be able to give an approval today. The problem that I addressed in prior applications too is that this is an application you're requiring a variance from the requirements of the law in several ways. That a variance from the maximum lot coverage, of the various setback requirements, of the maximum height of retaining walls. And I would be inclined to grant the variances if it was explained to us how it satisfied the requirements of the law for the variances. So I would like it to be continued so they can come back and explain to us how the variances are the criteria is satisfied. I don't think it's just that if we like a project that we can have a variance from the law just because we like a project. The law applies to everybody, and the law says that in order to have a variance, we have to show that there are special conditions and circumstances peculiar to the land, structure, or building. I'm guessing because they're elevating that's different, but it's just my guess. I mean, I could maybe get up there and sell their variance for them, but I want to buy it rather than sell it. Special conditions may also be when I'm looking that you have across that alley the entrance to that other business, because the next criteria is special conditions and circumstances do not result from the action of the applicant. I'm not sure. I mean, they are raising it, but it's not because of them. It's because of sea level rise. So I'd be sort of flexible about that. Granting the variance will not confer on the applicant any special privileges that is denied to other buildings and structures. I mean, just looking at Google Maps, it does, and from bicycling around the neighborhood, it does seem that some of your neighbors are right up to the a line. They might not follow the setback requirements, so it might not give them a special privilege, but I really don't know because it hasn't been fleshed out for us. Another special condition that's not applicable to other lands is the business on the other side. I understand that the new structure is for screening and for privacy, and I don't know that other businesses on that alley with the houses on Lenox with their backyards facing that alley, if they're also facing other businesses where they have their entrances. So it may be that you have a peculiar condition there. There are 8 different conditions, 8 different criteria that a literal interpretation of the law would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district. That might be the case if the other properties don't have, but I don't know. I don't know. So, and also so those are only 4 of the criteria. The variance granted is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure. I mean, I understand that it was presented to us by the city staff that it's the minimum variance, but I'd like it to be fleshed out more than just conclusory statements that the criteria are satisfied. So before before I'm willing to say that somebody is able to not comply with the law and be granted a variance for the law, it says that the board shall find that these criteria are met. And I don't know how we can find that the criteria are met when there's nothing in the letter of intent and the staff analysis of the variances. It just pretty much identifies the variances that are required, but it doesn't identify how the criteria are satisfied. So I want to be able to say yes, but I'd like to know how how you all are eligible for the variance.
I understand the question. I do know that we went through for a number of different revisions on the types and the number of variances that we requested from city staff. And Kareem, if you would want to talk to that a little bit and explain our point of view.
And I can also respond, because I think staff did try. I didn't, in considering the time, I didn't go through them all, but we did have an evaluation in the staff report at the end of the report regarding the 8 variances. It's on page 13, was our analysis of why we believe that it does satisfy the criteria. But I'm certainly available to answer any additional questions about that.
Sure. So if we could break it down, then maybe you could convince me right now. Because the first thing, it says staff would note the retention of the existing single-family house, which has a larger front setback than required, reduces the available area for new construction on the site. Is that...
That is for the setback, right? So for the rear setback, because it has, you're only required to have 20 feet. They have a significant amount more than that in their front, which leaves limited area. We could put an addition on the front of the building, but that, in my opinion, would not be as consistent with the appropriateness criteria. So the appropriateness criteria does factor in to a certain extent with our variance evaluation, because this board would not necessarily approve an addition in the front, or would not necessarily require the property owner to shift the home to the minimum front setback in order to eliminate the need for the variance toward the rear. So there's for the setback variances, we explained that we believe the hardship is primarily due to the existing contributing building that is proposed to be restored and stay in its existing footprint, which limits the area that can accommodate any new addition.
So are we saying that the larger front setback than required is a special condition that's peculiar to this site and not to other applicable lands and structures in the same zoning district?
I think it's unique to this particular site. I think it's also unique to other sites, and we commonly see this in Flamingo Park, which are typically small lots that are able, with the remaining floor area left, to accommodate new additions. And because they're built out in these very small lots, we often see a need for applicants to request these setback variances. So that was our evaluation for the setbacks. We also have an evaluation of the lot coverage, which is very interesting. We're very supportive of the requested lot coverage. If this home were not located in a local historic district, and if this home were determined to be architecturally significant through the design review process, they would be allowed up to 40% lot coverage. Because this home is in a local historic district, unfortunately, these properties do not get that same incentive as other single-family homes throughout the city. So they're almost being penalized by being in a local historic district. They are not even asking for the 40%. Is it 40%? Yeah, they're asking for the 35.7%. And again, because this is unique, we have very few single-family homes in local historic districts. We did believe that this was justified. Also, if they maintain the entire building at 1 story, instead of adding this very small footprint of 2 stories, they would also be eligible for a larger lot coverage. So they're being penalized by creating maybe a much smaller footprint in going up the 2 stories with the lot coverage. So we did believe that that was a unique condition that did warrant the variance. And the elevation of the yard, again, we are very supportive of the resiliency efforts here, and because they are raising the home in order to retain that historic relationship, we do believe it is most appropriate to also correspondingly raise the yard. So in portions, and they are requesting to raise the yard, and a portion of the retaining wall, I think, is about a foot above what is currently the maximum. So for those reasons, we do believe that the variances are justified, but it's certainly up to this board to evaluate that and make their own determination.
I just want to note that, and I appreciate your legal expertise is refreshing on this board. But I also, just from experience, I want to note that in some instances, it seems like the zoning code has not really all the time caught up to our resilience initiatives. And I think, again, I keep saying it over and over again because it hadn't been corrected yet, but the Hohauser project on 16th Street, which was also being elevated, proposed to be elevated by the applicant, and because the zoning code only allows a maximum of a 1-story addition, they're actually, within that approval, are demolishing the structure except for the street front facade, and then replicating it only because of the zoning code. The majority of that building is being demolished, and I just want to accentuate that. I mean, we're on the front lines here, I think, and I think you're sort of pioneers, and I think we all are. I think we have to, and maybe ultimately, I think this board also has the capability of making recommendations to the planning board and to the commission from there to adjust the zoning code, because I feel like we want to incentivize retention of historic buildings, probably above just about anything else when we're dealing with, sea level rise and resilience issues.
Well, maybe the change to the code would be that variances would not be required of certain types when there are resiliency plans like this one. I don't know.
I love the project. Thank you so much. It's, I develop on similar info lots, so I understand how difficult it is to fit in all the requirements, and I agree with staff's recommendation.
Make a motion to approve with staff recommendation. Thank you.
Do we have a second?
And, and Debbie, is that, do you want to take up the C of A first and then the variances?
Yes. So we need 2 motions. The first one, Mr. Klein, for the certificate of appropriateness. Okay. I will call
I would
the
take
roll.
them separately. Yeah.
Mr. Breslin. Mr. Pascal. Yes. Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Reed.
I don't know how you could vote for a certificate of appropriateness when they require variances without approving the variances too. How could you separate the two?
Well, they have different voting thresholds. They're subject to different standards, and so we typically take them up separately. If the board, we're in the middle of a roll call. If the board would rather take up the variances first, we can do that, but
or if before we're done voting, if I could propose an amendment to the motion that we can approve the certificate of appropriateness, but that they will come back the next meeting and explain to us why the criteria are satisfied for a variance, because I'm not satisfied.
I think this vote is on the C of A, and I think we're in the middle of a roll call that was on a motion that was moved and seconded. So we may want to finish this motion, finish the roll call, and then, but this motion is on the C of A, right? Right, Debbie?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes for the appropriateness.
Okay, and who am I leaving out? Mr. Klein? Yes. And Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved, and we will go on to motion for the...
Make a motion to approve the variances. They, based on my analysis, whether they seem obvious to me, based on what the neighbor is doing, that the preservation of this house and the sustainability of this house is what is now requiring those. Yeah, maybe they're self-imposed, but they're self-imposed for the historic value of the house. So I would make that motion to approve the variances.
I'll second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal? Yes. Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Liebman is absent. I didn't state that, but she is absent. Thank you. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
You received your approval. And contact me and we'll talk about the tax exemption.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we do have one more application and we do have one discussion item that is important and I would like to get your opinion on as well. So we can move on to the final application, which is HPB 210495. This is 622 15th Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the building on the site, classification of the rear accessory building as non-contributing, the total demolition of the rear accessory building, the construction of a new detached rear addition, and variances from the required setbacks and the minimum average unit size. This particular property is located in the multifamily section of Flamingo Park. It was constructed, the primary building was constructed in 1925, and the rear accessory structure was constructed sometime prior to 1927. We did not find an exact construction date for that particular building. This is located within an area that does not permit any demolition of any contributing building, which is why the applicant is requesting the classification of the rear building that is proposed for demolition to be changed. Staff would note that the existing two-story multifamily residential building at the front is constructed in the Mediterranean Revival style. The two-story accessory building was constructed either at the same time or shortly thereafter the original building. We have located original microfilm building plans for the main structure. However, we have not been lucky in finding anything for the rear structure. The rear structure is identified on the building card much later and does note that they were two residential units. Based on the aerial photograph from 1941, we do see a driveway that leads back to this accessory building, so it's assumed that at one point, probably originally, it was constructed as a garage, perhaps with a unit above the garage. Regarding this request, we would note that the building has been altered over time, including the conversion of this, what we believe was the original garage, into a residential unit. We do want to thank the applicant for the excellent historic resources report that outlines the modifications that have been made over time, and we are supportive of the applicant's request. We're very excited about the restoration proposed for the existing contributing building located at the front of the property. We have been in communication and working very hard with the architect to actually bring back some of the original features that have been lost over time. Most notably, the applicant has agreed to recreate the original porch, porte-cochere, per the 1925 plans. We believe this is an essential component of the original building design and the original primary facade composition. With regard to the new three-story detached rear addition, we are supportive of the proposed design. It will be minimally visible from 15th Street. It is designed in a manner that is compatible with the contributing building. And we would also note that the proposal is well below the maximum floor area that is possible to build on this particular lot. With regard to the setbacks, they are requesting to reduce the minimum required front yard setback. That is really at staff's recommendation in order to reconstruct that historic porch that was removed at some time. So we believe the reconstruction, restoration of that primary building does represent a hardship and practical difficulty for the applicant to maintain the required setback of 20 feet. Variances 1 and 2 are both related to the construction of that and the required setbacks. Variance number 5 is for the rear setback of the new addition. We do believe that the Flamingo Park regulations, which require a 10-foot separation between an existing building and the new addition, actually push this particular addition closer to the rear than would be required if that unique regulation was not imposed. I think probably over 90% of all of the rear additions we see in the Flamingo Park residential neighborhood do request this variance, and it is something that we clearly are going to be looking at during our revision to the city's land development regulations. They are also asking to reduce by 29 square feet the minimum average unit size. It is important to note that they do meet the minimum size, but the minimum average size for the new residential units in this area is 800 square feet. And they are able to, with their plan and the site constraints, create an average unit size of 771 square feet. But they do meet the minimum. We think this is a very minor reduction, and we are supporting that. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Deputy, the architect for the project.
Thank you, Debbie. I know the hour is late. I want to start by thanking everyone for being here. Mr. Chair, members of the board, especially like to thank Debbie and Jake at staff who have been extraordinarily helpful through this entire process, and it hasn't been an easy or short one. My name's Neil Deputy. I'm the architect and the applicant for this project. Ownership lives in Italy and is unable to travel, and I am delighted and excited to present this proposal this evening because A, I've been working on it for so long, and B, because I think it is truly of merit and is a great solution to a problem that's been there for a long time because I have to walk by it twice a day. Anyway, 622 15th Street was purchased by the current owner in 2012, and through a series of events, it has had no significant attention in the last 10 years. It remains uninhabited, and it is a magnet for a less than pleasurable demographic. The building itself, 622 15th Street, has it was cited in 2016 to cut to the chase for water infiltration. So it has some violations, and with this water infiltration and some examination, it's clear that the building is in fact taking on water through the roof, through the windows, and it is in desperate need of attention. Having worked with staff through looking at microfilm drawings, it's evident that the front facade looks so lopsided because a number of elements were actually left off of the original design, and we'd like to see those reconstructed, and we're proffering reconstructing those elements to give the street elevation the look that it was originally intended to have. We're also going to return the building to what it originally appeared through proper windows, relocation of doors, removal of the adjunct structures that were added over time, et cetera, et cetera. We're planning new landscaping for the site, obviously new infrastructure. We're reducing the curb cut by 12 feet to limit access into the site. We're proposing new paths, pocket parks, and the like. So I think that'll be quite beautiful. It's the only item on the street that keeps the street from being fully renovated. I think it will be an asset not only to the street, to the site itself, but to the whole neighborhood. But everything comes at a price, and the price for this is the removal of a structure in the rear, an accessory building that I believe was originally a garage, a two-car garage, because the building was originally built as a duplex, one up, one down, later converted to a fourplex. The accessory structure has been significantly modified over time. It is there's an apartment where the garages used to be. There's an apartment upstairs. There have been additional additions. Most of the windows, there's very, very few original pieces left. Personally, I think it could be argued either way, whether it meets the criteria for a contributing structure. Originally, we spent significant time looking at feasibility studies for how we can make this property, borderline profitable, or at least break even. And it simply cannot be done by the money it would take to renovate, 5 existing apartments and then the revenue that they would generate. The only solution that we have been able to come up with is to double the number of bedrooms by proposing 3 two-bedroom apartments to take the place of the garage structure in the rear. Yes, we are asking for some variances, but I don't believe that they have significant impact on the neighbors. I've talked to a significant number of neighbors, and I'm happy to report on that if you would like, but as the hour is late and that covers most of what our proposal is about, I would like to turn the floor over, I guess, to Mr. Ciraldo? No, okay.
Does that conclude your presentation?
I'm sorry?
Does that conclude your presentation?
That concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Happy for questions.
Thank you.
Members of the public?
And Mr. Chairman, before we hear from the public, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application? No?
I did receive an email, but was unable to connect with Mr. Deputy until now.
Okay.
I believe I received an email. I know I received a voicemail, and I didn't respond to it.
Okay.
Do I sit down?
Sorry?
Do I sit down now?
Yes.
I can stand here?
No,
Sure.
Normally you sit and the public speaks and then. Okay, thanks. All right, thank you. Daniel Ciraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. We reviewed this proposal, and we do really appreciate the design proposal, which includes the rehabilitation of the original building and actually adding like the portico that was in the original design but was never built. So we thought that was really a great proposal to bring back something that was part of the original plan. So we do applaud them for that. However, as you know, we have taken a stance about contributing buildings and accessory buildings that we believe that they are a part of the neighborhood. And so this particular garage we looked at, and it does have a lot of architectural detailing, early 1920s that really does match the original building. And so we kind of took note of that. But then another thing that we looked at is a proposal for the new building that it's seeking a variance to be, is that correct? It's seeking a variance to be quite close to the building to the south. So when we spoke with the applicant, we asked if they were able to connect with the ownership to the south, but at that time they hadn't been able to. And just knowing from about 10 years of doing this, when you have a variance and when you have setbacks that are very close, and when you don't have the ability to connect with the neighbor before, a lot of times in a few years it happens that we get a lot of phone calls or emails about why didn't I know about this. So, I do think that this isn't a new position for MDPL trying to save the contributing accessory buildings, which are a part of the neighborhood evolution. But also in addition, we just want to make sure that this variance makes sense and not having the immediate owners weighing in is something that I think you should all consider as well. Thank you.
Okay, I see no one on Zoom wishing to comment. So I think that closes public comment.
Debbie, I'm sure we're going to be talking about the variances. Do you want to describe anything before we get into board comment?
Sure. Well, the setback variances are common in the Flamingo Park RM1 district for rear additions. The development regulations, unlike any other area in the city, the development regulations require additions to be detached in almost all cases from the main structure and separated a minimum of 10 feet from the main structure, which is, in effect, the law is pushing that new addition back toward the rear of the property line. So that, we believe, creates practical difficulty in the unique circumstances that requires a setback variance. So we are supportive of that. Again, the way the development regulations are written, it doesn't allow for the addition to be anywhere else, except for the rear and 10 feet separated from the main structure. So that is our justification for that. The request for the average unit size is a little more nuanced. So the code allows for minimum unit sizes in existing contributing buildings to be a minimum of 400 square feet and an average of 550. In new additions, the minimum unit size is required to be 550 square feet, which this project does comply with. What they aren't able to comply with is the average unit size, which is required to be 800, and they are just shy 20-something feet of the average unit size. Because of the lot constraints, we do believe, and I would also note that the side setbacks are fixed, right? The side setbacks cannot be varied in this unique section of the RM1. In other RM1 areas throughout the city, they can, negotiate a little bit with the side setbacks. In this particular, I think they're trying to tell us something. In this particular district, at least one side has to match the existing building, and then the sum of the side yards have to meet the requirement. No variances are permitted. So kind of fitting this volume in to what is a very small, prescribed area, makes the floor plan a little bit more difficult to, to successfully negotiate. So we do believe that this 29-foot variance from the average unit size, not the minimum unit size, is warranted.
Yes. So I love the property. I love your elevation from the street and bringing and introducing what was not built but was part of the original plans. But as a historic preservation board and a member of the board, I think that we and I am supposed to uphold the policies of the historic preservation element of the comprehensive land use plan and to follow the code. And the historic preservation element of the comprehensive land use plan says that we're supposed to encourage the retention, protection, rehabilitation, and continued use of contributing buildings. It is a contributing building. And so I'm supposed to encourage you to keep it, and on the one hand. And then the next point is, again, about the variances. I think that we need to pay closer attention to what the law requires in the future. Because I think maybe it's been a practice of the board because I've heard things like, oh, these sort of variances are common in this neighborhood or for these type of properties, but that's not one of the criteria. And also the practical difficulty to follow the code, that's not one of the criteria either, although it's close. That one of the criteria, what I guess we're saying is the hardship criteria, is where it says that a literal interpretation of the land development regulations would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same district and would work unnecessary and undue hardship on the applicant. I don't know that other applicants, other properties in the zoning district are so close to the property line, if they're not required to follow the setbacks. I don't know what the special conditions or circumstances exist that's peculiar to this particular property and not to other lands in the same zoning district. So since the code requires affirmatively that the board shall find that these criteria are met, and there are 8 of them, I don't think just saying that it's because the application itself from the applicant, where it says the applicant requests a modification of the required rear setback, and the reason given is that the allowable footprint would be insufficient to provide an economically viable enterprise. I mean, isn't that something just about any applicant can say, oh, it's not going to be an economically viable project? Is that an unnecessary and undue hardship that without destroying a contributing building and getting a variance of the setback to go up against those Espanola Way villas on the other side? Although I know they were noticed here, that if they wanted to object, they could have come here today and they could have submitted their comments as well.
No, you asked 3 excellent questions, and I'm ready.
I don't know if I asked a question, but if you have a response, that's okay with me. But I don't think saying that it's not economically viable unless we remove a contributing structure and have a vary the setback requirements. I don't think that's enough. And so I can approve the variance, and I don't think that we should make it a habit of approving demolishing contributing structures.
I know you want to respond, but before you do, why don't we go ahead and hear from the other board members, and you can respond to everybody all at once.
Could I speak to those issues? Or no, I'm sorry.
Do you mind waiting a moment so we can hear from the other board members, and then you can respond? Right. Make a note.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the effort. I think the project on the front side, I really applaud you for bringing back a lot of the historic integrity. I do agree with Mr. Reed. I think if it is in fact a contributing structure, if there's a way that we could reincorporate it, reuse it, that would be preferable. I actually agree with staff. I don't have any issues with the variances. I understand the difficulty in working in these tight infill sites. I do think on the rear yard setback, it's not so much a variance, it's a fire code requirement. So you might want to look at why that 10-foot is required. It's for life safety, but thank you.
So we've had these sort of applications before us before. My feelings are pretty consistent with regard to contributing structures and contributing accessory use structures. I think there's a lot of merit to what you proposed for the front structure. And sometimes these have been a lot more contentious discussions, but to me, the accessory use structure in a condition like this, it's a part of experiencing the history of a contributing structure. To me, it's a part of that fabric and that history and the way that people lived in Miami Beach at that time. And so, again, I want to give you credit for what you proposed on the front structure. And I don't want to be, I'm not going to be conflictual about it, but I just don't support it. I don't support the demolition of that contributing accessory use structure. As I have been in other instances, I would be open to the idea, as Ms. Weinstein referred to, of reincorporating it somehow. I'm always open to innovating, but not demolishing. Thank you.
I really enjoy how you've restored the building. It's very respectful, in a very respectful manner. Putting back the pieces that weren't there and any kind of variances for that, I would tend to agree with. I just do wonder about why the accessory structure wasn't reused. And that's a big wonder. So that was it.
When I went by the property this weekend, I actually got out, walked around, even though probably I shouldn't have left the sidewalk. The condition of that rear property building is pretty bad. And one of the things regarding the variances and whatnot, I live in a historic building in the Lake Pancoast neighborhood, and the building has a 5-foot setback on 3 out of 4 sides. And the average size unit in the building, 14-unit building, is less than 600 square feet. So I have no problem with any of those variances that are in there. I personally don't have any problem with that historic building being removed in trade-off for what you're doing to the front building.
Thank you.
Yes, I would also really appreciate your effort here, and I like what you've done.
Of course.
In
Thank
the
you.
rear. I think it's a very clever way to densify and actually create some really fun units, access to a little roof terrace. I think it's a very nice project, and I do appreciate the trade-off. Of improving the street front, in exchange for you building a new structure in the rear. I would point out that maybe this is minor, but I don't see a door into unit number 4. Maybe there's a way to get in that I don't see.
It's there.
Okay.
It's returned to the original location, all the way in the back.
Do you enter from that rear stair?
You go up the rear stair, correct.
But this is the ground floor unit behind unit 1.
That door serves both the downstairs unit and the upstairs unit in the rear. That would be units 3 and 4. Let me see if I can actually.
Okay. I guess in this version there's a kitchen.
On SP1
Yeah,
on the site plan.
Okay.
It's just 2 pages in.
Okay, maybe it's just
Follow
drawn a
the
little
walk
differently
down.
than A5. All right, cool. I mean, look, that aside, I don't have any issues with it, and I actually appreciate the addition of the front porch and the porte cochere. I think it's an improvement to revitalize the property. So I would be in favor of it.
Can I speak? Oh.
I'm
completely deaf.
Oh.
To get you to write.
Well, just before Ray makes a motion that might not go, I was going to ask if he'd be interested in continuing possibly or not. But
I would like to respond to what I've heard, if I may, just to Mr. Reed initially raised a question of historic preservation and this garage, and a little history for what it's worth. I came to South Beach for the first time as a teenager in 1985. I knew nothing about architecture, but 30 years ago, when I had the opportunity to go somewhere, open a firm, and set up shop, I came to South Beach, and I think it was initially because of that poetic feeling of the buildings that are here that drew me, even before I was an architect. There's something about the Art Deco Historic District that is magical for me, and I cherish it, and I've lived there, and I'm not going anywhere else. I am the last person that would ever propose destroying, demolishing, taking away an historic structure. If I've lost sleep over anything in my life, it's that. I never thought it would come to that. I mean, I was a member of MDPL for a long, long time. Daniel and I have worked together on preservation projects in the past. I've received awards from MDPL. I was MDPL's appointee to the board once upon a time. I'm a preservationist. I love these buildings. And for me to stand here and ask to take that building down, that's tough. But I know that it's the lesser of two evils. You know, do we lose one building or do we lose them both? Because they're both in trouble. And, you know, without some intervention, and some intervention soon, we're going to lose them both. So for me, it's the lesser of two evils. That's the only way I can see it that makes sense. Or keep me from, you know, putting a gun to my head. Your second question was about economics. How do we know what this guy's telling us is true? You know, how do we know we can't just fix these buildings up and that would be enough? Ownership asks that I not share publicly a lot of, you know, economic information, but I do have some thumbnail performers for 3 different scenarios, if you'd like to see them. One shows the result of restoring both historic buildings, infrastructure, landscape, the works. And then as rental units, you know, you could get about $75,000 a year from 5 one-bedroom apartments. That's what you would net. And, you know, with 2.5 to 3 million in there, you could recoup your losses in 50 to 60 years. And that's not a viable solution. You know, the money spent to reconstruct them could be spent elsewhere. It's just, you know, that it's not smart. Option B was to do the same thing, which was to restore both buildings, infrastructure and landscape, and sell them as condos, because condos are doing really quite well these days. Even at $600 or $700 a square foot, you still don't break even. You lose money. And, you know, I'm happy to share these if you'd like to see them. The option that does have some potential is the one that we're proposing. And that would allow us to sell condominiums and allow the preservation of the front building with all the bells and whistles that we're proposing. Puts a new building on site and restores the street to something we can all be proud of. Again, these are here if anyone would like to see them. The variances. This is a very small site, 60 by 100 feet. And in order to have a building of any size where you can get a stairway in there, we're requesting a 5-foot setback in the rear yard. And that is shared by 612 immediately to the east. It's shared by 641 Espanola immediately to the rear. And I think it's 8 feet for the Elizabeth at 632. But, you know, it's not uncommon. It's not unheard of. In fact, it is how the neighborhood is put together. It describes the fabric of that particular block. There's no alley, and the setbacks, they're all 5 feet. So I don't think we're asking for anything special there. The front yard setback, there's an existing porch, and it is 8 feet 8 inches, if memory serves, and mine's failing, I'll admit. That's existing. That doesn't count in the setback, but as soon as we cover it with our proposed arcade, then it counts as the setback. So, should we be penalized for reconstructing this arcaded entry porch and porte cochere simply because we're, covering an existing construction? The last one, 771 square feet for a new unit. Again, with a 5-foot setback in the rear, code required setbacks east and west, 10-foot separation from the main building, RM1 limitation to 3 floors, and then an efficient, extremely efficient, it's the best I can do, floor plans for 3 units. That's what we get, 771. Now, maybe we can find some way to slim those walls. Maybe they're not CBS walls that are 12 inches thick. Maybe there's some other way that we can pick up additional square footage. I don't know, but it's close. It's not. It follows the spirit of the code, if not the letter of the code. Let me talk about the neighbors for just a moment, because I think they should also be heard in some way. I spoke initially to the folks at 612, initially to the east, and turns out the minority partner I knew pretty well from previous projects, albeit from different disciplines, and her first comment was, "Neil, if you're involved, I have no worries." And I said, "No, back up. I'm going to send you the drawings. We're going to do this the right way. We're going to talk about it." She said, "Send me the drawings, and I'll look at them. We'll talk about it, whatever." We did. That transpired. We talked about it. You said this is a beautiful project. I have no problem. I don't see anything here. I think I wish you the best of luck. I asked her, would you sign a letter in support of this project? She said, "Sure." I sent her the letter. I even wrote it. Waited a few days and called her. Didn't get an answer. Waited a few more days, called her, and didn't get an answer. And it's like, well, what is it about this age? It gives people like signature-itis, or sinophobia, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, but verbally, she was very supportive. You asked them to sign something, no, they don't want to do it. The folks at 641 behind Espanola, pretty helpful. David Haskell, the president of the Condo Association, received the drawings, was very articulate, and reviewed them with the Condo Association. I offered to make a presentation to them if he'd like, and he says, "Well, we've reviewed them, and we've reviewed them with some of the owners. The only concern that we have is this building, this new one you're proposing, it's going to tower over our building." And I assured him that no, it's going to be about the same height as your building, plus or minus. You're elevated plus 3 stories, and, that's where we're going to be. So it's not towering. It's just about the same height, and your building is 4 lots wide. We're just one tiny lot wide. So, happy to make a presentation to your association if you'd like. He says, "Well, I don't think that's really going to be necessary, Neil." I said, "Okay, that's fine." I spoke to 2 of the 3 partners at 634. That's All Our End Company. And they were all very much in support of the project. Again, they're not historic preservationists that I get. But that building is largely uninhabited currently because they planned some renovations, et cetera, and they said, "This is a beautiful project, Neil. Let us know what you need." Again, it was the case of signature-itis, but I've talked to the folks directly across the street. I've talked to people that are on Pennsylvania on one side, Euclid on the other. I've spent as much time and have put as much zeal and effort into getting letters as I have into the presentation that you have in front of you. So I don't think I've dropped the ball there. I mean, I'm not. There's no one here that's opposing the project, I guess, is the upshot of what I'm trying to say.
I hate to cut you off, but I'd really like to make my motion. First off, you are right. No one is here complaining against your project. And for anybody worrying about the setback, the building that you would like to take down only has a 4.6 foot setback, and you're going to 5. So you're giving them a little more space, not that 4 inches makes a lot of difference, or 6 inches. But, the fact is that I think it's a great project, and I would like to make a motion to accept the project as recommended by staff.
You're saying you'd support the project?
Yep, absolutely.
What are my options here? I mean, I think it's.
Let me ask the board. I think at this point it might be helpful to do a straw poll because you do need 5 affirmative votes.
Oh, and we're missing.
And we are down 1 member, Ms. Liebman. So I think we could do a straw poll on the proposed motion, and then decide if it's in the best interest to continue the item, other than taking. Thank you. Taking a vote. So if you want to run down the line and kind of give your initial impressions as to Mr. Breslin's proposed motion.
I spoke to Nancy. She likes it.
So let's see what the other board members are, if they're okay with doing a straw poll, that way.
I would be in favor of the applicant.
Okay.
I mean, for the reasons I stated earlier, I wouldn't be, but also now that we're talking about that this building is actually a few inches farther away from the Espanola Way buildings on the south side, but the new proposed building is quite taller and wider. And I saw that there are entrances to the Espanola Way there are like catwalks on the back of the property.
Yes, so, the 2 of the units have roof decks.
Not the new. I mean the existing, your neighbors. There are catwalks in the back on their. You're saying that they have the roof decks.
That I don't know.
But it seems to me that whether not they're saying. I think it's great if they're in favor of, but we don't hear them saying they're in favor. We just don't know that.
We're just doing a straw poll for now to see which way we should go with the motion.
Okay,
so
I would add that too. I don't know if it's compatible.
At this point, it sounds like you wouldn't support.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm supportive of the project, except for I do believe that the rear structure is contributing, and I would like to see that incorporated into the new proposal, hopefully.
Ditto for me on what Laura just said. I can't support it as it is. I'm sorry.
I'm on the fence, but I'm pretty, if the other board members were in favor of it, I would have gone in favor of it, but now it's moot.
Okay, I'll move to continue.
Okay, and we're going to continue to the April 12th meeting, and then we'll see if we have enough time. If not, we can request another
vote on the continuance?
Yes, we have to vote on the continuance. Yes. So that's a continuance to the April meeting, Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, the application is continued. You can follow up with me, Neil, and we can sit down and talk.
Sir, thank you so much for your patience today and for your presentation and for your cheerful outlook. We really appreciate it, and thank you.
No, I thank everyone for staying so late and listening to me babble on. Look forward to doing it again in April. What can I say? So I wish you all a pleasant evening, and I truly appreciate your time, your consideration, and your heartfelt questions, because it's not an easy question, and it's not an easy answer, and it's something that really, to me, has required a significant amount of thought, and really, soul-searching, because it's a little heart-rending to take down a contributing building, because once one's gone, it doesn't come back. You can't build another one, and I can't believe I'm standing here arguing this point in front of ownership, but it's true. But there's, I'm convinced that there is no other way to save the
Thank
building
you.
out front than to create an economically viable solution. And that's. Can I mention one other thing? Well, I've got your attention. And I want to thank Daniel for sending the reports out. And he included a photograph. That photograph is about 25 years old. It says current conditions, but I could prove it's 25 years old. And you can already see how on the roofs, all of the clay tiles have already been coated with something that's white. I'm guessing that's an elastomeric or some sort of silicone roof covering, roof coating. But, barrel tile that's like your first line of defense. That's not really the roof. So this thing has been taking on water for who knows how long. And, they didn't have tie columns back then. This is maybe tie beams. This is 25, but it's.
We can continue.
stand there?
We can continue next month.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
But thank you.
I know we have one more item.
One-
Can we leave that for next time?
I think it's important because this was referred to the full commission, and they would like your recommendation on this.
Okay.
This was, I know that you all received in your package a copy of our memo and the proposed ordinance. This is an ordinance that would modify Article 10 of the City Code. That's Chapter 18, Article 10. We do need your input. We need the Historic Preservation Board input for any changes to that particular section of the code, which governs the rules of historic preservation. This is specific to the after-the-fact procedures for certificate of appropriateness for demolition. And I just briefly, the existing provision for an after-the-fact situation, and this primarily occurs in the instances where we come into a very difficult and very unfortunate situation where we have an unsafe structures order and a building official decision that requires the building to come down due to threat to life and safety of the public. It's rare that happens. Let me stress that. It's extremely rare that happens, but it does happen. It has happened in the past, and we anticipate that it will happen in the future. The current provisions of this policy of the board presumes that when the after-the-fact application is submitted to the board for a proposed new project on the site, that the board would require that any replacement construction be the same square footage, height, and massing as the previously existing building. The board can rebut that and waive that and allow for additional development to take place if certain criteria are met. The proposed modification that was introduced by Commissioner Alex Fernandez would add an additional presumption. So the board, the first presumption of the board would be that the previously existing contributing building would be reconstructed. The board currently has that authority to require reconstruction, but it's not presumed that that is what the board will do. So this amendment actually presumes that the board will require the reconstruction of a contributing building if the Secretary of Interior standards for reconstruction are determined to be met. Then that would be the presumption. That could be rebutted by the board if you do not believe those criteria are met, and then you could move on to the second presumption, which would be a building that doesn't exceed the square footage of the previously existing building. And then that could also be rebutted, and the board could approve whatever you feel is appropriate. So it doesn't limit any of your abilities. In our opinion, it strengthens the ability for this board to require reconstruction, and it also provides what's very important is objective criteria for reconstruction. Right now, we have the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation as part of our criteria, but we do not have those same standards for reconstruction. So in addition to the presumption clause, this would also incorporate and adopt the Secretary of Interior standards for reconstruction as part of your review criteria as applicable.
There's an assumption there, if I'm understanding, that we have documentation
That is
of what's there.
the,
in the case of like the Deauville,
So, and that would be, you know, when an individual application came before the board, that would be your review. You know, staff would evaluate it and issue our opinion whether or not we believe it satisfied that criteria. And then ultimately it would be the board, you would use those objective criteria. We, you know, for some buildings, we have exceptional historic documentation. We have, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be a two-dimensional drawing. Photographic evidence, video evidence, you know, original building permit plans. There's a multitude of sources for historic documentation. Some buildings we don't have any for. So, you know, that's the guidance of the Secretary of Interior, that we do evaluate whether or not we believe substantial enough documentation exists to warrant reconstruction. That is something I'm very comfortable with in terms of the board's review. I think if we have little to no documentation of a historic building and there's evidence that it has been altered over time, then maybe the reconstruction is not the best decision to make. But alternatively, if the opposite is true, then maybe the reconstruction is a better option. But providing this objective criteria, I think, strengthens any future decision that the board may have if you were to require a reconstruction. And it also it gives more predictability to property owners who may be in this situation. The vast majority of property owners who have been in this situation have actually prevented their building from being demolished. So that's the good news. And I think this strengthening of this section actually facilitates that, right? Most property owners are business-oriented people, financially oriented, and they understand, you know, potential restrictions that could be placed on a property. So in my opinion, I fully support this. But, you know, the commission wants to hear from you, and the ordinance does require you to have a recommendation one way or another. It could be neutral, it could be in support of, or you could, you know, send other recommendations to the city commission.
Yeah, this is definitely because of the Doe bill. I'm sure that's
well,
why
it may, you know, in general, we don't even know if this would necessarily
no,
be
I know Alex.
but it's you know I think it's important to have objective criteria when we make our decisions, so that we are able, so I know Nick had to leave, but able to defend all of the board's decisions is very important, and I just think it's good practice.
Beyond the Deauville, there's been plenty of structures that the staff has reached out in effort to preserve that have actually ultimately been demolished. So I think it's a great idea to
the Setai
strengthen.
Was demolished and rebuilt exactly as it was.
Yeah, I think it's great that we should support it. Do you need a motion? And
yeah, if we could do just a motion and a voice vote.
I would just to chime in. I think items number 5 and 6 on the back page are a little loosey-goosey. I mean, overall, this sounds like something we would all support, but you know, when it says a reconstruction will be clearly identified as a contemporary recreation, what is that trying to say? What else would it be?
And this is guidance from the Secretary of Interior, that it not be construed as historic material construction, that it be clearly identified to the public, that it is not the original building, but it is a reconstruction. That can be done in various ways.
Can I ask, for instance, the Vanderbilt, right, which was reconstructed? So what is the defining feature on that?
That was before my time. During that was a construction accident that happened. That project was approved by the board. During construction, there was an accident, and the building was not salvageable after the accident. And the owner came back before the board and actually proffered, you know, that I'm going to reconstruct it. I wanted to keep the project the same, and that was approved by the board. I believe there is some type of historical information. I don't remember if that was a condition of the order, but, you know, that's something that the board typically does require, some type of historical plaque, whether on the exterior, that explains.
So we're not talking about like a glass box that's sort of follows the massing of what
No,
was previously
no,
there.
no. This would,
Could we just clarify that a little bit, or?
I would
I mean, just
prefer
maybe-
to keep, these are our criteria that the National Park Service recommends that the board would consider. And I think just like the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation states that all new additions shall be clearly differentiated from the historic construction, this is in the same vein, right? This is a very comparable condition, and that is up for the board on a case-by-case basis to determine.
Yeah,
Sometimes
I
it's
happen
a very
to disagree
subtle.
with that part of the Secretary's standards. What good is that? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
And I'm good with everything else, but I think that's actually something that I just don't agree with.
and that, that's your absolute professional right to do so. There are standards I don't agree with too, but we're not going to get into that right now. Maybe over a glass of wine.
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
The way these are numbered, is that pulled directly from? In other words, you couldn't make number 5 an extension of number 4.
I would rather keep.
However, the reconstruction will clearly.
Well, because honestly, the standards, although it hasn't happened in a while, the standards are revised from time to time. And so when we refer to the Secretary of Interior standards for renovation, we refer to that document in the criteria as may be revised. So that is what is also recommended here, that we would include in the criteria the Secretary of Interior standards for reconstruction as may be revised.
I think the word
and that would be considered by the board.
I think the word contemporary is what's confusing, because contemporary is an architectural style.
Well, but it's also
it would be
a time.
clearly delineated as a recreation. Then it
Contemporary lowercase is contemporary.
Like a time. It's contemporary, meaning it's happening now.
I didn't mean to open a can of worms.
The Secretary of Interior standards, it's one page. It's very subjective. I do agree with Debbie that, recreation, while not ideal, and hopefully this thou which shan't be named is an anomaly. And I do honestly believe that it will be an anomaly. Most investors that come here, they intentionally buy historic properties because they understand the value of it, and I think we've seen that in the past, few meetings. So I applaud the commissioner for bringing this forward. I do agree, providing clarity to developers who want to develop in this city is extremely important, and I would just love to encourage it. And I also would like to mention, last time we spoke about potential criminal penalties for demolition by neglect, not only for historic properties, but just in general, properties in general. Has there been any update on that?
Yeah, well, I believe it's Commissioner Fernandez who actually brought that up as a referral to a committee. Daniel, do you remember? Was it referred to land use? So yes, that is something the city is currently discussing, and it's kind of in the initial pipeline for consideration.
Yeah, I would be very supportive of this.
Do you need a vote?
Well, for this, I would appreciate it can be just a voice vote in support, in general support. Mr. Reed.
Yes, I have a question.
Sure.
So what we're adding to the second part, it says Secretary of Interior's standard of reconstruction as revised from time to time. Above there, it says Secretary, which it's already in the code, that the decision shall be based on the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitating. Where will we find these standards for reconstruction? Because I'm looking at the table of contents from the National Park Service or Secretary of Interior, and it doesn't refer to anything called a standard for reconstruction.
It's a separate document. They have standards for a bunch of different things. If you look at the memo we provided, on page 4, there's when the secretary believes that this is an appropriate treatment of historic properties. I can go through them, but there are criteria. And we would certainly provide those in any application in the future that came before us.
This is just offering another level of protection.
It's correct. It's strengthening the presumption of this board. It does not in any way, shape, or form take away the flexibility or power of this board to choose an alternate or approve an alternate plan. It does not require reconstruction, but it is a presumption that if certain criteria are met, that property owners are aware of, that will be the presumption.
Property owners very aware that we could force them to reproduce it as it was.
And provides objective criteria.
So you just need a support, or you need a strongly support and applaud?
Whatever
What do
you
you
would
need?
provide. A general support is fine.
Let's strongly support.
Strongly
You
support.
strong support? Okay, so everyone in favor of strongly supporting this? Okay, thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for staying late.